Hey there, you tired little pookies. I know you guys use these videos for sleep, so let's snuggle up. And let me tell you another story here tonight, where we travel to medieval Europe during a few centuries when the climate decided to be unusually cooperative, and the results were crazier than you might ever imagine. So if you're new here as always, joining the community is super quick and easy. Just tap subscribe and like the video, and let me know where in the world you're watching from and what time it is for you. Now, get cozy, turn on your fan for some noise, and let's start. Imagine nothing, not darkness. Darkness requires something to be dark, not silence. Silence requires space for sound to not fill. Just nothing. And then, approximately 4.6 billion years ago, in a rather ordinary corner of an unremarkable galaxy, a cloud of dust and gas decided to do something interesting. This wasn't a dramatic moment with cosmic fireworks and celestial fanfare. It was more like watching cream slowly swirl into coffee, except the coffee was hydrogen and helium. The cream was various elements forged in the bellies of dead stars, and the whole thing was happening in the absolute zero of space. The cloud began to collapse under its own gravity, spinning faster as it contracted, the way an ice skater spins faster when pulling in their arms. At the centre of this spinning cloud, material accumulated and compressed until the pressure and temperature became so intense that hydrogen atoms began fusing into helium. Our sun flickered to life, not with a bang but with a gradual brightening, like someone slowly turning up a dimmer switch over the course of several million years. Around this newborn star, the remaining dust and gas continued to orbit, occasionally bumping into other particles, sticking together through simple physics and patient accumulation. These cosmic dust bunnies grew larger, their gravity pulling in more material, creating bodies that would eventually become planets. This process was less like construction and more like very slow, very violent pottery, with collisions serving as the potter's wheel. About 4.54 billion years ago, give or take 50 million years, because geological dating isn't an exact science at these scales. One of these protoplanets had grown large enough to warrant its own name. We call it Earth, though it bore absolutely no resemblance to the planet you're sitting on right now. Imagine taking everything lovely about Earth, the blue oceans, green forests and breathable atmosphere, and replacing it with a ball of molten rock spinning through the void like an angry ember. The young Earth was hot. Not summer afternoon hot, not even surface of the sun hot, but hot enough to melt rock, which is saying something. The surface was covered in magma oceans, vast expanses of liquid rock that glowed red and orange like some hellish lava lamp stretching from horizon to horizon. The atmosphere, such as it was, consisted primarily of vaporized rock, some hydrogen, and various gases that would have been immediately fatal to any living thing, had any living things existed to be killed by them. This was a period of intense bombardment, when asteroids and comets pelted the young planet with the regularity of rain. Each impact added mass, heat, and occasionally interesting new chemical compounds. The larger impacts were spectacular events that would have vaporized entire oceans if oceans had existed. Fortunately, no one was around to worry about property values. Then, roughly 4.5 billion years ago, something significant happened. Another protoplanet about the size of Mars was travelling on an orbital path that intersected with Earth's. The collision that followed was, by any measure, the most important traffic accident in planetary history. The impact was so catastrophic that it vaporized the impactor and ejected enormous amounts of material from both bodies into orbit around Earth. This debris ring, spinning around the traumatized planet, gradually coalesced into our moon. Over millions of years, countless particles came together through the same patient gravitational processes that had formed Earth itself, creating a companion that would profoundly influence life on Earth in ways neither body could have anticipated. The moon's formation had another crucial effect. It stabilized Earth's rotation. Without this celestial companion, Earth would wobble chaotically on its axis like a spinning top losing momentum, making consistent climate patterns nearly impossible. The moon, through its gravitational influence, gave Earth the steady rotation that would eventually allow for predictable seasons, though it would be billions of years before anything existed to appreciate spring or autumn. As the bombardment gradually decreased and the surface began to cool, the character of Earth started to change. Instead of a uniform sphere of molten rock, differentiation began to occur. Heavier elements like iron and nickel sank toward the centre, creating Earth's dense core. Lighter materials rose toward the surface, forming the beginnings of what would eventually become the crust. It was like watching a cosmic separation, similar to oil and vinegar settling in salad dressing, except on a planetary scale and over millions of years. The cooling continued, though cooling is relative when discussing something that starts as molten rock. The surface temperature dropped below the melting point of various minerals, allowing the first solid crust to form. This crust was thin, unstable, and constantly recycled by the convection currents in the mantle below, but it represented something genuinely new, solid ground. Yet the planet remained profoundly inhospitable. The atmosphere was thick with carbon dioxide and water vapour, creating a greenhouse effect that kept surface temperatures at levels that would have felt comfortable only to the molten rock that still occasionally breached the surface through volcanic activity. Lightning storms of incredible violence split the sky, caused by the interaction of volcanic gases and atmospheric turbulence. The landscape was barren, dark, and dotted with active volcanoes that regularly resurfaced the thin crust with fresh lava. But within this violence, something remarkable was occurring. The volcanic activity that made the surface so hostile was also releasing water vapour that had been locked in the planet's interior. This water vapour rose into the atmosphere, gradually accumulating until the atmosphere became saturated with it. Like a sponge that can hold no more liquid, the stage was being set for the next great transformation, though it would require patience, the kind of patience that only geology possesses. Picture the moment when Earth's atmosphere finally cooled enough for something magical to happen. After millions of years of accumulation, the water vapour in the atmosphere reached a critical threshold. For the first time in planetary history, the surface temperature dropped below the boiling point of water at atmospheric pressure. What happened next was, quite literally, the longest rainstorm in Earth's history. It rained, and it rained, and it rained some more. This wasn't a spring shower or even a monsoon season. This was a rain event that lasted, and here's where geology's sense of time becomes almost comical. Possibly thousands of years. Imagine setting your watch for the beginning of recorded human history and watching it rain constantly until today. That gives you a sense of the scale we're discussing. The water fell on rocks so hot it instantly vaporized, shooting back into the atmosphere as steam. But each time this happened, the rock cooled slightly. Eventually, after countless cycles of rain, evaporation and more rain, the surface temperature dropped enough for water to remain liquid. The first puddles formed, then pools, then seas, and finally vast oceans that covered much of the planet's surface. These early oceans were nothing like the sparkling blue waters you might visit on vacation. They were hot, perhaps close to the boiling point in many places. They were acidic and rich in dissolved minerals and gases from volcanic activity. The water was likely greenish-brown or grey, coloured by dissolved iron and other metals. If you could somehow have stood on the shore of this primordial ocean, you would have seen a scene from a science fiction nightmare. Steaming waters under a thick orange-grey atmosphere, with volcanic islands dotting the horizon and lightning constantly illuminating the clouds. Yet these hostile waters were paradoxically preparing to become the birthplace of all life on Earth. The ocean served as a vast chemical laboratory, mixing minerals from the rocks with gases from the atmosphere and energy from volcanic vents, lightning, and the fierce ultraviolet radiation that penetrated the early atmosphere. In tide pools and near hydrothermal vents, complex chemical reactions began to occur. The early Earth had no oxygen in its atmosphere, at least not molecular oxygen as we know it. This would have been immediately fatal to most modern organisms, but it created perfect conditions for the chemistry that would eventually lead to life. Without oxygen to break down organic molecules, complex carbon compounds could accumulate and interact in ways that wouldn't be possible in today's oxidizing atmosphere. Water itself was the crucial ingredient. Water is an extraordinary solvent, capable of dissolving and transporting a remarkable range of chemical compounds. It facilitates reactions that would be impossible in dry conditions. Its unique properties, expanding when frozen, having high surface tension, being most dense at 4 degrees Celsius rather than at its freezing point, would prove essential for life. Though this wouldn't become apparent for hundreds of millions of years, the formation of stable oceans marked another crucial development: the water cycle. Water evaporated from the oceans, formed clouds, fell as rain on the continents, and flowed back to the seas through rivers and streams. This cycle would eventually become one of Earth's most important processes for distributing heat, shaping the landscape, and creating diverse environments where life could thrive. But the early Earth's surface was still dramatically different from today. There were no continents as we understand them, no vast land masses with diverse geography. Instead, volcanic islands and small proto-continents rose above the ocean surface, constantly being reshaped by ongoing volcanic activity and the earliest forms of plate tectonics. These land masses were barren rock, weathering slowly under the assault of acidic rain, and being ground down by the mechanical action of waves and temperature changes. This weathering process was crucial for what came next. As rocks broke down, they released minerals into the oceans, enriching the chemical soup that filled Earth's seas. Essential elements like phosphorus, sulfur, and various trace metals dissolved into the water, creating the diverse chemical environment that life would eventually require. The seafloor during this period was a landscape of extremes. Hydrothermal vents punctured the ocean floor, releasing superheated water rich in dissolved minerals and gases. Around these vents, chemical gradients created zones where different reactions could occur. Some scientists believe these vents, where hot, mineral-rich water mixed with cooler seawater, may have provided the energy and chemical conditions necessary for the first living things to emerge. The atmosphere was gradually changing as well. As carbon dioxide dissolved in the oceans and reacted with minerals to form carbonate rocks, atmospheric CO2 levels slowly decreased. This gradually reduced the greenhouse effect, allowing temperatures to cool further. It was a negative feedback loop that would eventually help stabilise Earth's climate, though eventually means over hundreds of millions of years. During this era, the Moon was much closer to Earth than it is today, perhaps half its current distance. This proximity created tides of almost unimaginable power. Twice daily, the ocean would surge and retreat across vast stretches of shoreline, driven by gravitational forces far stronger than today's tides. These powerful tides created dynamic transitional zones between ocean and land, environments where water, air and rock constantly interacted. These tidal zones may have been crucibles for early chemical evolution. The repeated cycles of wetting and drying and heating and cooling created conditions where complex molecules could form, concentrate and interact in ways that might not occur in open water. In the pools left behind by retreating tides, organic compounds could accumulate and undergo reactions driven by sunlight, heat from nearby volcanic activity, and the simple mechanics of evaporation and concentration. The stage was set. Earth now had stable oceans, a recycling water cycle, diverse chemical environments, and energy sources ranging from volcanic heat to ultraviolet radiation. In the cosmic sense, the planet was ready for its most important transition, from a world of chemistry to a world of biology. Though no one was waiting and nothing was planned, the conditions were right for something unprecedented in the known universe, the emergence of life, somewhere around 3.8 to 4 billion years ago. And please forgive the imprecision, but we're trying to date events that left barely a chemical whisper in the rocks. Something extraordinary happened. In some warm pool, or near some hydrothermal vent, or in some other environment we might never definitively identify, chemistry became biology. We need to be honest here. We don't know exactly how this happened. Scientists have proposed various scenarios, the primordial soup hypothesis, the metabolism first theory, and the RNA world concept. But the truth is that the origin of life remains one of science's most fascinating unsolved mysteries. What we do know is that at some point chemical systems began to do something they hadn't done before. They began to reproduce themselves. Imagine the first living thing, if we can even call it that. It wasn't a cell as we'd recognise one today, with all the complex machinery that even the simplest modern bacteria possess. It was probably something much simpler, perhaps just a self-replicating molecule, enclosed in some kind of membrane that separated it from its environment. This humble beginning, this first tentative step from chemistry to biology, was arguably the most important moment in Earth's history. These first life forms, whatever they were, would have been extraordinarily simple by modern standards. They didn't photosynthesize, didn't respirate oxygen, which didn't exist in the atmosphere anyway, and probably didn't do much of anything except the bare minimum required to maintain their existence and occasionally reproduce. Yet they possess something that no mere chemical reaction has, the ability to pass information to their descendants. Life, even in its most primitive form, involves information. The first living things carried instructions, probably in the form of RNA or something RNA-like, that determined their structure and function. When they reproduced, they copied these instructions, and occasionally the copying process introduced errors. Most errors were harmful, causing the offspring to function poorly or not at all. But occasionally, purely by chance, an error would produce something that worked slightly better under the existing conditions. This is evolution in its purest form, random variation combined with non-random selection. The organisms that functioned better in their environment were more likely to survive and reproduce, passing their advantageous characteristics to their descendants. Over millions of years, this simple process would transform simple replicating molecules into the astonishing diversity of life we see today. The early biosphere, if we can call it that, was entirely microbial. For more than 1 billion years, Earth was a planet of microscopic organisms living in the oceans, in rocks, and possibly in the thin film of moisture that occasionally covered land surfaces. These organisms were all prokaryotes, cells without a nucleus or other membrane-bound organelles. They were simpler than any modern cell, yet they were alive, metabolizing, reproducing, and slowly, imperceptibly changing. These early microbes developed various strategies for obtaining energy. Some probably fed on organic molecules that formed through non-biological chemical reactions. Others might have used chemical gradients around hydrothermal vents to power their metabolism. Still others developed the ability to use sunlight to drive chemical reactions, though these early forms of photosynthesis were quite different from the oxygen-producing version we're familiar with today. The ocean during this era would have looked alien to modern eyes. The water had a distinctly different colour, perhaps greenish-brown from dissolved iron, or tinged with other colours from various dissolved minerals. The atmosphere above was still dominated by carbon dioxide, nitrogen and water vapour, with little or no oxygen. Ultraviolet radiation from the sun beat down on the surface with an intensity that would be lethal to most modern organisms, since there was no ozone layer to filter it out. Yet life persisted and gradually became more sophisticated. Somewhere around 3.5 billion years ago, microbes began building structures called stromatolites, layered mounds of sediment and microbial mats that we can still see fossilized in rocks of appropriate age. These stromatolites are among our best evidence for early life, preserved communities of microorganisms that grew, died, and were covered by sediment, only to be colonized by new generations of microbes that repeated the process. If you'd visited a stromatolite-covered shore 3.5 billion years ago, you might have seen low, rounded mounds rising from the shallow water, their surfaces covered with a greenish or brownish slime. Mats of microbes living in communities, each species occupying its preferred depth based on its tolerance for light, oxygen, and various chemical compounds. These were Earth's first ecosystems, communities of organisms interacting with each other and their environment in ways that transformed both. The development of photosynthesis was a crucial milestone, though it happened gradually and in stages. early photosynthetic organisms used hydrogen sulfide or other compounds as an electron source rather than water. They produced sulfur or other byproducts rather than oxygen. These organisms could harvest energy from sunlight, using it to convert carbon dioxide into organic compounds. It was a neat trick that gave photosynthetic organisms a significant advantage over those that relied on chemical energy sources. But then, probably around 2.7 to 2.5 billion years ago, something revolutionary occurred. Some microbes, probably ancestors of modern cyanobacteria, evolved the ability to use water as an electron source for photosynthesis. This was a genuine innovation because water is abundant, unlike hydrogen sulfide, which is limited to specific environments like hydrothermal vents. There was just one small problem with this new form of photosynthesis. It produced oxygen as a waste product. Oxygen is wonderful stuff if you're an organism that has evolved to use it. It's extraordinarily reactive, which makes it perfect for extracting energy from food molecules efficiently. Aerobic metabolism, respiration using oxygen, yields far more energy per glucose molecule than any form of anaerobic metabolism. It's the difference between getting 15 miles per gallon and getting 50. But oxygen is terrible stuff if you're an organism that evolved in an oxygen-free world. The same reactivity that makes oxygen useful for energy production also makes it dangerous. Oxygen attacks organic molecules, breaking them down, causing what we'd now recognise as oxidative stress. To the microbes that had lived for billions of years in an oxygen-free world, the appearance of oxygen in their environment was something between a catastrophe and an apocalypse. As oxygen-producing cyanobacteria spread across the oceans, they began pumping oxygen into the water. Initially, this oxygen reacted with dissolved iron, forming rust that precipitated out of the water and sank to the ocean floor. Today, we mine these ancient deposits as banded iron formations, alternating layers of iron oxide and other sediments that record the gradually increasing oxygen levels in Earth's oceans. They're basically fossil rust, and they represent one of the largest ore deposits on the planet. This process continued for hundreds of millions of years. The oceans accumulated oxygen while the atmosphere remained relatively oxygen-free, because any oxygen that reached the atmosphere quickly reacted with methane and other gases. But eventually, around 2.4 billion years ago, the sinks for oxygen became saturated. The iron in the oceans had all rusted, the atmospheric methane had all oxidized, and oxygen began to accumulate in the atmosphere itself. This event, called the Great Oxidation Event, was possibly the most dramatic change in Earth's environment since the planet formed. It was also, from the perspective of most existing life forms, a mass extinction event. Organisms that couldn't tolerate oxygen retreated to oxygen-free environments, deep sediments, hydrothermal vents, and the guts of other organisms. Many probably went extinct entirely, but the appearance of oxygen also created opportunities. Some organisms evolved ways to tolerate oxygen. A few even learned to use it, developing aerobic metabolism that could extract far more energy from food molecules than their anaerobic cousins. These oxygen-using organisms had a significant advantage. More energy meant they could grow faster, reproduce more quickly, and colonize more environments. The accumulation of oxygen had another profound effect. It created the ozone layer. Ozone, O3, forms when ultraviolet radiation splits oxygen molecules, O2, and the resulting free oxygen atoms combine with other oxygen molecules. This ozone concentrated in the upper atmosphere, where it absorbed ultraviolet radiation that had previously reached Earth's surface. The ozone layer effectively gave Earth a sunscreen, protecting surface-dwelling organisms from the genetic damage caused by intense UV radiation. But then something strange happened. Around 2.4 billion years ago, shortly after oxygen began accumulating in the atmosphere, Earth experienced what geologists call the Huronian glaciation, the first, and possibly longest, of several snowball Earth events. For hundreds of millions of years, ice may have covered most or all of Earth's surface, from pole to pole, extending even to the equator. How does a planet that had been warm enough for liquid oceans suddenly freeze solid? The culprit was probably the Great Oxidation Event itself. Remember all that methane in the atmosphere? Methane is a powerful greenhouse gas. When oxygen reacted with and removed atmospheric methane, it dramatically reduced the greenhouse effect. Without methane trapping heat, Earth's temperature plummeted. The transition to an ice-covered world probably happened gradually, but it was driven by a powerful positive feedback loop. As ice and snow covered more of Earth's surface, they reflected more sunlight back into space. This cooling led to more ice formation, which reflected more sunlight, leading to more cooling and so on. Eventually Earth may have become completely frozen, a giant cosmic snowball orbiting the sun. You might reasonably ask how life survived this deep freeze. The answer involves a combination of refuge and remarkable microbial resilience. Life probably persisted near hydrothermal vents, in volcanic hot springs, and possibly in pockets of liquid water under the ice. Microbes can survive remarkably hostile conditions when they need to, entering dormant states and waiting out unfavourable periods. The end of Snowball Earth required another feedback mechanism. Volcanic activity continued even under the ice, steadily pumping carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. Normally, this CO2 would be removed by weathering of rocks and dissolved in the oceans. But with Earth's surface frozen, these processes essentially stopped. CO2 accumulated for millions of years until the greenhouse effect became strong enough to begin melting the ice. Once melting started, the same feedback loop that had frozen the planet now worked in reverse. Less ice meant less reflection of sunlight, which meant warming, which meant more melting, and so on. The transition from snowball Earth to greenhouse conditions might have been relatively rapid, perhaps only a few thousand years, which is the blink of an eye in geological terms. When the ice melted, it revealed a planet transformed. The long freeze had been a severe test, and many lineages probably didn't survive, but those that did emerged into a world with new possibilities. The stage was being set for the next great evolutionary innovation, the complex cell. For more than 2 billion years after life first appeared, Earth remained a planet of prokaryotes, simple cells without internal membrane-bound structures. These cells accomplished remarkable things, developing photosynthesis, nitrogen fixation, and various forms of metabolism. But they remained fundamentally simple in their architecture. Then, somewhere around 2 billion years ago, something unprecedented happened. A larger prokaryote engulfed a smaller one, perhaps intending to digest it for food. But instead of being digested, the smaller cell survived inside the larger one. The two cells began a partnership that would transform life on Earth. This process, called endosymbiosis, created the first eukaryotic cells, cells with a nucleus and other membrane-bound organelles. The engulfed cell became the mitochondrion, the powerhouse of the cell, responsible for aerobic respiration. This partnership was spectacularly successful because it combined the larger cell's ability to move and acquire resources with the smaller cell's efficient, oxygen-based metabolism. Later, some of these early eukaryotes engulfed photosynthetic cyanobacteria, which became chloroplasts. This second endosymbiotic event created the first algae and eventually led to all photosynthetic eukaryotes, including the plants that would eventually colonize land. The eukaryotic cell was like upgrading from a studio apartment to a mansion with multiple specialized rooms. Mitochondria handled energy production. The nucleus protected genetic material and controlled gene expression. Various other organelles specialized in protein synthesis, waste processing, and other functions. This specialization allowed eukaryotes to become much more complex than their prokaryotic ancestors. With this new complexity came new possibilities. Eukaryotic cells could be larger, sometimes much larger, than prokaryotes. They could develop new structures and capabilities, and crucially, they could eventually do something prokaryotes couldn't. They could aggregate into multicellular organisms where different cells specialized in different functions. The first multicellular eukaryotes probably appeared around 1.5 to 2 billion years ago, though the exact timing is debated. These early multicellular forms were simple, perhaps just clusters of similar cells that offered advantages like increased size and some protection from predators, but they represented a new strategy for life, one that would eventually lead to all the complex organisms we see today. For a long time, possibly 1 billion years or more, these early multicellular organisms remained relatively simple. Life during this era, sometimes called the boring billion, proceeded without dramatic changes. Stromatolites still dominated coastal environments. The oceans contained various prokaryotes and simple eukaryotes. Life existed, evolved, and diversified, but nothing particularly revolutionary was happening. Then, around 720 to 635 million years ago, Earth experienced another series of snowball Earth events, the Sturtian and Marinoan glaciations. Once again, ice may have covered most or all of the planet's surface. These freezes were severe enough that geologists find evidence of glacial deposits at tropical latitudes, suggesting ice existed even at the equator. These dramatic climate swings may have driven evolutionary innovation by creating extreme selective pressure. Organisms that could survive rapid environmental changes, that had flexible metabolisms, or that could enter dormant states had better survival odds. When the ice finally melted, as it always did thanks to the build-up of volcanic CO2, life rebounded into a world of new opportunities. And then, almost immediately after the last snowball Earth event, something remarkable appeared in the fossil record, the Ediacaran biota. Named after the Ediacara Hills in Australia, where they were first discovered, these organisms were Earth's first large, complex, multicellular creatures. The Ediacaran organisms were strange by modern standards. Many resembled quilted air mattresses, with bodies divided into repeated segments. Some looked like fronds, others like discs, and still others like three-sided frisbees. Most were soft-bodied, lacking the hard shells or skeletons that would become common later. They lived on or in the seafloor, possibly feeding by absorbing nutrients from the water, or perhaps hosting photosynthetic symbionts. For about 40 million years, these odd creatures dominated the seafloor, representing Earth's first experiment with large, complex body forms. They ranged in size from a few centimetres to over 1 metre in length, absolutely enormous compared to anything that had existed before. Then, around 541 million years ago, most Ediacaran organisms disappeared from the fossil record. What caused their decline? The answer may be related to the next great revolution in the history of life, the Cambrian explosion. If you could take a time machine back to the early Cambrian period, about 541 million years ago, and put on a diving suit to explore the seafloor, you'd witness one of the most spectacular displays of evolutionary innovation in Earth's history. Within a relatively brief period, perhaps 20 to 25 million years, which is brief by geological standards, life exploded into a bewildering array of new forms, many of them completely unlike anything that had existed before. This was the Cambrian explosion, and it marked the appearance of almost all the major animal phyla we see today. Arthropods, mollusks, echinoderms, chordates, and worms of various sorts all appeared in the Cambrian seas within a relatively short time window. It was as if life had been experimenting for billions of years and suddenly decided to try every possible body plan all at once. What triggered this explosion of diversity? The answer probably involves multiple factors coming together. Oxygen levels had risen to the point where active, mobile animals could be supported. The evolution of predation created an evolutionary arms race, where prey animals evolved defences and predators evolved ways to overcome those defences. The development of hard parts, shells, spines, teeth, provided both protection and new tools, while also making animals much more likely to fossilise, giving us a better fossil record. The Cambrian seas were dominated by arthropods, particularly trilobites. These creatures, distant relatives of modern insects and crustaceans, had segmented bodies, jointed legs, and hard exoskeletons. They could walk along the seafloor, swim in the water column, and filter feed or hunt for food. Trilobites were spectacularly successful, diversifying into thousands of species that occupied almost every marine environment. But the Cambrian seas also hosted stranger creatures. Anomalocaris, whose name means abnormal shrimp, was one of the Cambrian's top predators, with grasping appendages for catching prey and a circular mouth lined with plates. Upperbinia had 5 eyes and a proboscis with a grasping tip that it used to catch smaller animals. Hallucigenia was so bizarre when first discovered that paleontologists couldn't tell which end was the head or which side was up. It had spines on one side and legs on the other. These weird Cambrian creatures lived in a world that was alien by modern standards. The continents were barren rock. Not a single plant or animal lived on land yet. The oceans were rich with life, but different from today's oceans. There were no fish yet, no sharks, no whales. The largest predators were arthropods and odd creatures like Anomalocaris, but among the many strange creatures of the Cambrian, one group would prove particularly significant: the chordates, animals with a stiffening rod, notochord, running down their backs. Early chordates like Picaia and Iquichthys were small, fish-like creatures that swam through the Cambrian seas. They weren't impressive compared to the armoured trilobites or the grasping Anomalocaridids, yet they carried within their body plan the basic architecture that would eventually give rise to fish, amphibians, reptiles, birds, mammals, and eventually you. The Cambrian period established patterns that would shape life for the next 500 million years. Predator-prey relationships drove evolutionary innovation. Hard parts became the norm, providing protection and structure. Animals developed increasingly sophisticated sensory systems. Eyes became common, allowing creatures to see their prey or spot predators from a distance. The basic body plans of modern animals were established, creating templates that would be modified and adapted for countless different environments. As the Cambrian gave way to the Ordovician period, around 485 million years ago, life continued to diversify. The first true fish appeared, jawless creatures that filtered food from the water or scraped it off rocks. Cephalopods, relatives of modern squid and octopuses, evolved into efficient predators, some with straight shells meters long. Reefs built by various organisms began to dominate shallow seas, creating complex habitats that supported diverse communities, but life remained entirely aquatic. The land was still barren, waiting for the organisms that would eventually colonize it. That transition was coming, but it would require some of the most dramatic adaptations in the history of life. Stand on a Silurian seashore around 440 million years ago, and you'd see a stark contrast between two worlds. Behind you, the ocean teemed with life: fish, arthropods, mollusks and echinoderms, all going about their business in the water. Before you stretched the land, rocky, barren, lifeless. The most advanced terrestrial ecosystem consisted of microbial mats in wet areas, and possibly some lichens beginning to colonize the rocks. There were no trees, no grass, no flowers, no insects, no birds, and no mammals. Just bare rock weathering under the sun. But in the shallow waters and tidal zones, something revolutionary was beginning. Plants, descended from green algae, were starting to venture onto land. This wasn't a sudden conquest, but a gradual process that probably took millions of years. The first land plants were tiny, perhaps only a few centimetres tall, and they required very moist conditions. They had no true roots, leaves, or stems as we'd recognise them today. Just simple structures that barely qualified as plants. The challenge of living on land was immense. In the water, organisms are supported by buoyancy, surrounded by moisture, and protected from temperature extremes. On land, gravity pulls harder, the air is dry, temperatures fluctuate wildly, and UV radiation is more intense. To survive on land, organisms needed to solve all these problems simultaneously. Early land plants developed several crucial innovations. They evolved a waxy coating called a cuticle to prevent water loss. They developed simple conducting tissues to transport water from the ground to their growing tips. They formed associations with fungi that helped them extract nutrients from the thin soils developing on weathered rock. These plant-fungal partnerships, called mycorrhizae, were so successful that they persist in most modern plants today. By the Devonian period, around 420 million years ago, land plants had diversified dramatically. Some developed true roots that could penetrate deeper into the soil, anchoring larger plants and accessing more water. Others evolved vascular tissue, specialized cells for conducting water and nutrients that allowed them to grow taller. The race for sunlight had begun, and plants responded by reaching upward. The first forests appeared during the Middle Devonian, though they would have looked alien to modern eyes. They were dominated by tree-sized club mosses, horsetails and ferns, groups that today are mostly small plants. These early trees could reach heights of over 30 metres, creating the first complex terrestrial ecosystems. Their roots broke up rock, accelerating weathering and soil formation. When they died and fell, they created habitats for other organisms. Life was transforming the landscape, but plants didn't colonise land alone. They were followed, or perhaps accompanied, by animals. The first terrestrial animals were probably arthropods, millipedes and centipedes, and possibly early arachnids. These creatures likely began as coastal or semi-aquatic organisms that gradually adapted to terrestrial life. They had advantages for land living. Their exoskeletons provided structural support and protection from drying, and their jointed legs worked well for walking on irregular surfaces. By the late Devonian, around 375 million years ago, insects had appeared and were beginning to diversify. Some evolved wings, becoming the first animals capable of powered flight. This innovation opened new dimensions of terrestrial space, allowing insects to disperse widely, escape predators, and eventually pollinate plants. But the most dramatic transition to land was being made by a group of fish. In the shallow waters and swamps of the Devonian, some fish had evolved muscular, lobed fins that could support their weight and lungs that could extract oxygen from air. These lobe-finned fish could haul themselves out of the water and move across land, possibly to reach new water bodies or escape predators. Creatures like Tiktaalik represented an intermediate stage between fish and tetrapods, four-legged vertebrates. They had fins with bones that corresponded to our upper arm, forearm, and something resembling a wrist. They had lungs and gills, a flat head that could support the weight when out of water, and a flexible neck. Tiktaalik could do push-ups with its front fins, lifting its head above water to breathe air or look around. Over millions of years, these fish-like creatures gave rise to true tetrapods, animals with four limbs rather than fins. Early tetrapods like Acanthostega still spent most of their time in water, but they had digits, fingers and toes, rather than fin rays. They represented a commitment to the new lifestyle that land offered, even though they weren't yet fully terrestrial. By the Carboniferous period, around 350 million years ago, tetrapods had fully transitioned to land. Amphibians diversified into numerous forms, from small salamander-like creatures to massive beasts several meters long. These early amphibians still required water for reproduction. Their eggs had no shell and would dry out in air, but they could live entirely on land as adults. The Carboniferous world would have been a strange place to visit. The forests were dominated by enormous club mosses and horsetails, creating swampy environments where dead plant material accumulated faster than it could decay. This plant material would eventually become the coal deposits that gave the Carboniferous its name, and powered the Industrial Revolution hundreds of millions of years later. Insects thrived in these forests, growing to sizes that seem impossible today. Dragonflies with wingspans of 70 centimetres, about the size of a hawk, hunted smaller insects through the forest canopy. Millipedes over 2 meters long crawled through the leaf litter. The high oxygen content of the Carboniferous atmosphere, perhaps 35% compared to today's 21%, allowed these arthropods to reach sizes that their respiratory systems couldn't support in today's atmosphere. But the most significant evolutionary innovation of this era was happening quietly among certain amphibians. Some lineages were developing eggs with shells, eggs that could be laid on land rather than in water. This amniotic egg, with its protective shell and internal membrane, freed vertebrates from their dependence on water for reproduction. The animals that developed this innovation would give rise to all reptiles, birds and mammals. As the Carboniferous gave way to the Permian period around 299 million years ago, Earth entered a new phase. The continents, which had been scattered during earlier periods, were gradually colliding to form a supercontinent called Pangaea, Greek for all Earth. This massive landmass stretched from pole to pole, surrounded by a single vast ocean called Panthalassa. The formation of Pangaea had profound effects on climate and life. With one giant continent, the interior regions were far from any ocean, creating extensive deserts with extreme temperature ranges. Coastal regions experience monsoon patterns, with wet and dry seasons of unusual intensity. The climate overall was becoming drier and more seasonal. Amniotes, animals with shelled eggs, diversified into two main groups. The synapsids, which would eventually give rise to mammals, became the dominant large land animals of the Permian. Many were spectacular creatures. Dimetrodon, often mistakenly called a dinosaur, had a huge sail on its back that probably helped regulate its body temperature. Therapsids evolved increasingly mammal-like features, including differentiated teeth, more efficient locomotion, and possibly even whiskers and body hair in some species. The other major group, the sauropsids, included all modern reptiles and would eventually give rise to dinosaurs and birds. These creatures were exploring different solutions to the challenges of terrestrial life, particularly the problem of regulating body temperature without the constant presence of water for cooling. But then, 252 million years ago, Earth experienced the most catastrophic extinction event in its history. The Permian Triassic extinction, sometimes called the Great Dying. Over a period that might have lasted from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of years, approximately 96% of all marine species and 70% of terrestrial vertebrate species went extinct. The cause of this extinction is still debated, but the leading suspect is massive volcanic eruptions in Siberia that released enormous quantities of lava and gases. These eruptions created the Siberian Traps, vast fields of basalt that still cover much of Siberia today. The volcanic activity released carbon dioxide and other gases that warmed the planet dramatically. Ocean temperatures rose, and the warmer water couldn't hold as much dissolved oxygen, creating vast dead zones. Acid rain fell on land and ocean alike. It was a planetary disaster that came closer than any other event to wiping out complex life entirely, yet life persisted. In the aftermath of the Permian extinction, surviving species rapidly diversified to fill the ecological roles left empty by the mass die-off. The Triassic period that followed was a time of recovery and innovation, when many modern groups first appeared. Among the survivors were the ancestors of dinosaurs, a group of archosaurs, ruling reptiles, that had been relatively minor players in Permian ecosystems. In the Triassic, these creatures began to evolve some remarkable features. They developed an upright posture, with legs directly under their bodies rather than sprawling to the sides like earlier reptiles. This more efficient locomotion allowed them to be more active and cover more ground with less energy. By the late Triassic, the first true dinosaurs had appeared. Relatively small, bipedal creatures that ran on their hind legs. They weren't immediately dominant. They shared the landscape with various other reptiles, early crocodile relatives, and large amphibians, but they were successful enough to survive the next catastrophe. At the end of the Triassic, around 201 million years ago, another mass extinction event, probably caused by more massive volcanic eruptions, eliminated many of the groups that had been competing with dinosaurs. The dinosaurs survived and, in the Jurassic period that followed, exploded into remarkable diversity. The Jurassic and Cretaceous periods, 201 to 66 million years ago, were the age of dinosaurs, when these creatures came to dominate terrestrial ecosystems in ways no group had before or has since. They ranged in size from chicken-sized predators to the largest land animals that ever lived. Sauropods like Argentinosaurus that may have weighed over 70 tons, the equivalent of about 12 elephants, dinosaurs evolved into every conceivable ecological role. There were predators like Allosaurus and Tyrannosaurus rex, herbivores like Stegosaurus and Triceratops, omnivores, insectivores, and possibly even some that fed primarily on fish or carrion. Some ran on 2 legs, others on 4. Some were armoured with plates and spikes. Others relied on speed or size for defence. Some were solitary, others lived in herds. They adapted to environments ranging from polar forests to deserts to swamps. But dinosaurs weren't the only remarkable creatures of this era. In the Jurassic, one group of small feathered dinosaurs evolved the ability to fly, giving rise to birds. The first birds, like Archaeopteryx, retained many dinosaurian features: teeth, bony tails, clawed fingers, but they could fly, opening new ecological opportunities. In the oceans, reptiles had returned to aquatic life. Ichthyosaurs, shaped like dolphins, were fast-swimming predators that gave birth to live young in the water. Plesiosaurs, with their long necks and flippers, hunted fish and squid. Mosasaurs, which appeared in the Cretaceous, grew to lengths of over 15 metres and were apex predators of the seas. Meanwhile, mammals, descendants of those mammal-like synapsids from the Permian, were present throughout the Mesozoic era, but remained relatively small and mostly nocturnal. They had evolved fur, warm-bloodedness, and sophisticated teeth, but they couldn't compete with dinosaurs for the dominant ecological roles. For over 150 million years, mammals remained in the shadows, living in the margins of a world ruled by reptiles. The flowering plants, angiosperms, appeared in the Cretaceous around 130 million years ago and quickly became the dominant land plants. These plants had evolved flowers and fruits, structures designed to attract pollinators and seed dispersers. The partnership between flowering plants and insects, and eventually birds and mammals, created new complexity in terrestrial ecosystems. Butterflies and bees evolved to pollinate specific flowers. Trees evolved fruits to entice animals to disperse their seeds. By the late Cretaceous, Earth's ecosystems had reached a level of complexity comparable to today's. There were diverse forests, grasslands, wetlands and deserts. Food webs were intricate, with multiple trophic levels and specialised relationships between species. The planet was teeming with life, from microscopic plankton to enormous dinosaurs, from flowering plants to social insects. And then, 66 million years ago, something fell from the sky. Imagine being in what's now the Yucatan Peninsula in Mexico on a day 66 million years ago. The morning is warm and humid, typical for this tropical coastline. In the inland forests, dinosaurs are going about their daily business. Herbivores browsing, small predators hunting, and birds singing from the trees. Then, moving at about 20 kilometers per second, faster than you could track with your eyes if you could see it coming, a rock about 10 kilometers in diameter enters the atmosphere. The air in front of it can't get out of the way fast enough, so it compresses and heats to temperatures hotter than the surface of the sun. The asteroid, technically it might have been a comet, but we'll call it an asteroid, is briefly surrounded by a bubble of superheated gas that radiates enough thermal energy to ignite forests hundreds of kilometers away. The impact itself releases energy equivalent to about 10 billion Hiroshima bombs. The asteroid vaporizes instantly, along with a vast amount of the Earth's crust. A crater, 150 kilometers in diameter, forms in seconds. Rock liquefied by the impact splashes upward in a ring, creating mountains in minutes. Shock waves race through the Earth's crust like ripples in a pond, except these ripples are earthquakes of magnitude 11 or higher, far beyond anything in recorded human history. The debris from the impact, vaporized rock, bits of asteroid, fragments of crust, shoots upward into the atmosphere and beyond. Some material reaches escape velocity and actually leaves Earth entirely. Other material falls back, re-entering the atmosphere all over the planet. As this material re-enters at hypersonic speeds, it heats the atmosphere to oven-like temperatures. Forests across the planet burst into flame. Animals without shelter are literally baked alive. Within minutes of the impact, huge tsunamis race across the oceans, some perhaps hundreds of meters high, obliterating coastal ecosystems around the Gulf of Mexico and beyond. Soot from the burning forests mixes with dust from the impact, creating a thick shroud that blocks sunlight. Temperatures plummet as the planet is plunged into an impact winter that could last months or years. Photosynthesis essentially stops. Plants die from lack of sunlight. Herbivores die from lack of plants. Carnivores die from lack of prey. The food chains supporting complex ecosystems collapse like dominoes. In the oceans, plankton, the base of marine food webs, die in massive numbers, causing cascading extinctions up the food chain. The extinction event that followed was the fifth major mass extinction in Earth's history, and the one that finally ended the age of dinosaurs. Non-avian dinosaurs, which had ruled terrestrial ecosystems for over 150 million years, completely disappeared. So did pterosaurs, the flying reptiles that had dominated the skies. Marine reptiles like mosasaurs and plesiosaurs vanished from the oceans. In total, about 75% of all species went extinct, but some creatures survived. Birds, technically flying dinosaurs, made it through, though many lineages were lost. Mammals survived, probably because they were small, ate diverse foods, and many lived in burrows that provided shelter from the immediate effects of the impact. Crocodiles and turtles survived, possibly because they could go long periods without food. Snakes survived. Many groups of fish made it through. In the aftermath, the planet was a devastated place. The forests were gone, replaced by vast expanses of dead trees and ash. The oceans were depleted of life. The survivors found themselves in a world with empty ecological niches and reduced competition. Evolution, as it always does, began to fill the gaps. Mammals, which had spent 150 million years as small nocturnal creatures, suddenly had opportunities they'd never had before. Within a few million years, a blink of an eye in geological time, they had diversified into hundreds of new forms. Some remained small, but others grew larger, filling the ecological roles previously occupied by dinosaurs. By 50 million years ago, mammals had become the dominant large animals on land. There were massive herbivores, fearsome predators, and creatures adapted for every environment from deserts to forests to oceans. Some mammals even returned to the sea, giving rise to whales and dolphins. Others took to the air, evolving into bats. The age of mammals had begun. As mammals diversified throughout the Cenozoic era, one particular group, the primates, was evolving in ways that would eventually change the planet as profoundly as the evolution of photosynthesis or the colonization of land. Early primates were small, tree-dwelling creatures that appeared around 55 million years ago. They had grasping hands and feet, forward-facing eyes for depth perception, and relatively large brains for their body size. These features helped them navigate the three-dimensional environment of the forest canopy. Over millions of years, primates diversified into lemurs, monkeys, and apes. Around 7 million years ago in Africa, something significant happened in the ape lineage. Some apes began spending more time on the ground and walking upright on two legs. This bipedalism freed their hands for carrying objects and using tools. It also changed their anatomy in ways that would prove crucial. Their pelvis shifted to support upright walking, their spine curved in an S shape, and their skull balanced directly on top of their spine rather than jutting forward. These early hominins, or human ancestors, weren't dramatically different from other apes initially. They had brains about the size of modern chimpanzees and probably lived in small social groups in woodland and savanna environments. But they were starting down a path that would lead to something unprecedented. Over the next several million years, various hominin species appeared, experimented with different strategies for survival, and mostly went extinct. Australopithecus afarensis, the species that includes the famous fossil Lucy, walked upright but still climbed trees and had a relatively small brain. Paranthropus species had massive jaws for processing tough plant material. Various species of early Homo began making more sophisticated stone tools and eating more meat. Around 2 million years ago, one lineage, our direct ancestors, began evolving larger brains. This required significant energy investment. brains are metabolically expensive, and created a problem. Infants needed to be born earlier in their development because their large heads wouldn't fit through the birth canal if they waited much longer. Human infants are remarkably helpless compared to other mammals, requiring extended parental care. This helplessness may have driven increased social cooperation and learning, creating a feedback loop where social species with big brains had more successful offspring, leading to even more social species with even bigger brains. By 300,000 years ago, Homo sapiens, modern humans, anatomically indistinguishable from you, had appeared in Africa. We weren't alone. Several other human species existed, including Neanderthals in Europe and Denisovans in Asia. These other species were intelligent, used tools, had culture and art, and probably had language. But for reasons still debated, they eventually went extinct, leaving Homo sapiens as the only surviving human species. Around 70,000 years ago, modern humans began migrating out of Africa, spreading across Asia, Europe, Australia, and eventually the Americas. They adapted to every environment, from Arctic tundra to tropical rainforests, from deserts to islands. Unlike other animals that adapt to new environments through biological evolution, humans adapted largely through cultural evolution, learning new skills, inventing new technologies, and passing knowledge between generations. About 12,000 years ago, humans began domesticating plants and animals, inventing agriculture. This was a turning point in human history and Earth's history. Farming allowed humans to produce more food, support larger populations, and create permanent settlements. But it also tied human societies to particular pieces of land, created social hierarchies, and began the process of transforming natural landscapes into agricultural ones. Cities appeared, civilizations rose and fell, and technologies advanced. Humans began changing the planet at scales that would have been unimaginable to their ancestors. They cleared forests for agriculture, redirected rivers, built massive structures, and eventually began burning fossil fuels, those ancient carboniferous forests transformed by heat and pressure into coal, oil and gas. Today, Earth's surface has been profoundly reshaped by human activity. We've converted about 40% of the planet's ice-free land to agriculture. We've built cities that house billions of people. We've driven many species to extinction, while deliberately spreading others around the world. We've altered the chemistry of the atmosphere by burning fossil fuels, increasing carbon dioxide levels to heights not seen for millions of years, yet Earth remains fundamentally a living planet. The oceans still teem with life, from microscopic plankton to enormous whales. Forests still grow, photosynthesizing and producing oxygen. Microbes still process nutrients and decompose dead material. The rock cycle continues, slowly but inexorably recycling Earth's crust. Plate tectonics still move continents, build mountains, and create new oceanic crust. If you could somehow see Earth from space right now, you'd see the same basic features that have characterized the planet for hundreds of millions of years: blue oceans, white clouds, and green land masses. The differences from the Cretaceous or Jurassic would be subtle from orbit, different configurations of continents, perhaps different patterns of vegetation, but still recognizably Earth. Yet the planet is constantly changing, as it always has. Climate shifts, continents drift, and species evolve and go extinct. The Earth you're sitting on right now is not the same as the Earth of 1,000,000 years ago or 1,000,000 years hence. Change is the only constant in Earth's long history. As you prepare for sleep, consider the extraordinary journey we've traced tonight. From a molten ball of rock to a living planet teeming with complexity. 4.5 billion years is a span of time that defies human comprehension. If Earth's entire history were compressed into a single year, with Earth forming on January 1st, the first life would appear in February, but complex animals wouldn't show up until mid-November. Dinosaurs would rule for about a week in December. All of human history, from the first civilizations to today, would occur in the last few minutes before midnight on December 31st. This perspective can make our individual lives seem insignificant, but perhaps that's not quite right. Every atom in your body was forged in the heart of a star or in the violent collision of the neutron stars. The calcium in your bones, the iron in your blood, and the oxygen you breathe all have cosmic origins stretching back billions of years. You're quite literally made of stardust, assembled through processes that have taken the entire age of the universe to unfold. The water you drank today might have fallen as rain on Jurassic dinosaurs, flowed through Carboniferous forests, or existed in the first oceans that formed when Earth's surface cooled. Water cycles through Earth's systems, evaporating, condensing and flowing, being recycled endlessly. Every glass of water contains molecules that have been part of countless living things throughout Earth's history. The air you breathe is the product of billions of years of biological and geological processes. The nitrogen came from volcanic outgassing and cosmic dust. The oxygen was produced by cyanobacteria and plants over billions of years. The trace of carbon dioxide connects you to every plant currently photosynthesizing, every animal currently breathing, every volcano currently erupting, and every vehicle currently running. You exist because of an unbroken chain of survival and reproduction stretching back to those first replicating molecules in Earth's primordial oceans. Every one of your ancestors, from bacteria to fish to mammals to primates, successfully survived long enough to reproduce. You are the product of 4 billion years of evolutionary success, the latest chapter in the greatest story ever told. But you're also part of something larger than your individual story. You're a temporary arrangement of atoms that Earth has assembled, atoms that will eventually return to the planet's cycles when you die. Your body will decompose, releasing nutrients that will be taken up by plants and microbes, continuing the great recycling that has characterized Earth for billions of years. Nothing is truly lost. Everything is transformed and reused. This perspective on deep time can be oddly comforting. Your worries and stresses, the things that keep you awake at night, are real and valid in the moment. But they're also temporary, fleeting concerns in the vastness of geological time. Mountains rise and erode. Oceans open and close. Continents drift. Life persists, adapts and changes. Earth endures. The planet beneath you has survived asteroid impacts, volcanic super-eruptions, snowball glaciations and mass extinctions. It has transformed from a lifeless ball of rock to a world where microscopic organisms can evolve, over billions of years, into creatures capable of understanding their own evolutionary history. That's perhaps the most remarkable thing of all, that the universe can, through processes we're still working to understand, create entities capable of contemplating the universe itself. Tomorrow morning, when you wake up, you'll be one day older. But Earth will be older by a day too. A day in which its continents will have drifted fractions of a millimetre. A day in which millions of organisms will have been born and died. A day in which rock weathered and soil formed and water cycled and life continued. You're a participant in this ongoing story, contributing your own small chapter to Earth's biography. The choices you make, the things you create, and the people you influence all become part of the planet's history, however briefly. You're not just living on Earth, you're part of Earth, a temporary expression of the planet's capacity to organise matter into self-aware forms. Sleep now, and dream of deep time if you wish. Dream of ancient oceans and Cambrian seas, of forests that became coal, of continents drifting like slow ships on the mantle. Dream of your ancestors stretching back through mammals and reptiles and fish, and simple cells to the very beginning of life itself. Dream of a planet that has been patient for 4.5 billion years, slowly becoming a world where creatures like you could exist to tell its story. And when you wake tomorrow, remember that you're living on the surface of a living planet, one day in a story that began billions of years ago and will continue long after you're gone. That's not diminishing, it's connecting. You're part of something vast and ancient and ongoing, a participant in the grandest story ever told. Rest well, child of stardust, descendant of the first replicating molecules, beneficiary of 4 billion years of evolution. Earth will still be here when you wake, continuing its slow dance through space, carrying you and billions of other organisms through another day of the longest story ever told. Picture it, if you will, the year 1847. Comfortably perched on her throne, Queen Victoria remains oblivious to the spectacular deaths occurring among her subjects as they attempt to bake her daily bread. As she delicately nibbles on crumpets in the safety of Buckingham Palace, her bakers are engrossed in an industrial-scale game of flour roulette. You might assume, quite reasonably, that the most dangerous Victorian profession involved coal mines, where men descended into Stygian depths to wrestle black diamonds from the earth's reluctant grip. Or perhaps you'd wager on chimney sweeps, those sooty sprites who squeeze through flues narrower than a respectable woman's waist. Perhaps factory workers performed their risky routines amidst unprotected machinery, considering human limbs as mere extras. But no, the seemingly innocent art of baking bread was the Victorian occupation most likely to send you on your way. This revelation would undoubtedly surprise modern individuals who consider their greatest kitchen peril to be burning toast or discovering they've run out of sourdough starter. The Victorian bakehouse was not the cosy, flour-dusted sanctuary of contemporary imagination, populated by rosy-cheeked artisans humming while they knead. It was, quite literally, a deadly trap masquerading as a place of sustenance. The statistics, compiled by diligent Victorian bureaucrats who loved nothing more than categorising catastrophe, revealed that bakers died at rates that would make even the most hardened coal miner blanch beneath his perpetual coating of dust. Consider the irony. The very profession dedicated to sustaining life was remarkably efficient at ending it. Bakers, those stalwart providers of civilization's most fundamental foodstuff, faced mortality rates that transformed their daily routine into a macabre lottery where winning meant merely surviving until tea time. The reasons for this alarming state of affairs were as varied as they were absurd. Explosions featured prominently, naturally. When you combine highly combustible flour dust with open flames and Victorian-era safety standards, which could charitably be described as suggestions, you create conditions ripe for spectacular disaster. Imagine walking into work each morning knowing that your workplace contained all the essential ingredients for a bomb, and your job required you to provide the spark. But explosions were merely the most dramatic of the baker's occupational hazards. The profession provided a diverse range of opportunities to escape death. Heatstroke claimed victims with ruthless efficiency during summer months, when bakehouse temperatures soared to levels that would make Hades himself reach for a cooling compress. Respiratory ailments flourished in environments thick with flour dust, creating breathing conditions comparable to working inside a particularly malevolent snow globe. Then there were more pedestrian dangers that accumulated, like interest on debt. Ovens radiated heat with the intensity of miniature suns, causing burns. The machinery, which operated on the principle that safety guards were for the weak-willed, caused injuries. Poorly ventilated ovens, silently releasing their deadly breath into confined spaces, caused carbon monoxide poisoning. The Victorian baker began each day not with a cheerful whistle, but with what amounted to a death wish and a prayer to whichever deity supervised bread-making. They entered their domain of dough and danger, knowing that their chosen profession viewed longevity as a character flaw to be corrected with extreme prejudice. Yet they persevered, these brave souls who transformed grain into sustenance while risking life and limb. They rose before dawn, literally and figuratively, to feed a nation that consumed bread with the enthusiasm of locusts, blissfully unaware that each loaf represented a small victory over the forces of occupational obliteration. The tale of Victorian baking mortality is not merely one of industrial hazard, but of human determination in the face of absurd adversity. It speaks to our species' remarkable ability to pursue even the most lethal vocations when driven by necessity, pride, or simple stubbornness. Now then, let us get into the particular genius of Victorian flour, a substance that possessed the dual personality of being both a life-sustaining staple and an enthusiastic explosive. Modern bakers, coddled by health and safety regulations, can scarcely imagine working with a primary ingredient that harboured such violent tendencies. Flour dust, you see, is not merely the innocent byproduct of milling grain. In the proper concentrations and conditions, it becomes what pyrotechnicians would recognise as an exceptional accelerant. The Victorian bakehouse, with its primitive ventilation and cavalier attitude toward dust control, created ideal conditions for what we might politely term spontaneous architectural rearrangement. The science behind flour explosions is elegantly simple and terrifyingly effective. Suspend fine particles of any combustible material in air at the correct concentration, typically between 40 and 4,000 grams per cubic meter for flour, add an ignition source and observe as your workplace transforms into a temporary volcano. The explosion occurs when the suspended particles burn simultaneously, creating a rapid expansion of gases that expresses itself through the inconvenient destruction of whatever structure happened to be containing it. Victorian bakers worked in environments where flour dust hung in the air like a perpetual London fog, coating every surface and creating what amounted to a three-dimensional bomb waiting for someone to strike a match. Victorian health and safety experts apparently overlooked the irony that their profession required bakers to work with open flames while surrounded by explosive material, assuming such individuals existed, which remains a matter of historical debate. The Gateshead Mill explosion of 1857 serves as a particularly illuminating example of flour's volatile nature. What began as a routine day of milling grain concluded with an explosion that could be heard 15 miles away and left a crater where a substantial building had stood mere moments before. 25 souls perished in that particular demonstration of flour's explosive enthusiasm, including several bakers who had simply been collecting their daily supplies. But mill explosions, spectacular though they were, represented only one aspect of the flour-related mortality that plagued Victorian bakers. The daily build-up of dust in bakehouses created consistently dangerous conditions. A baker lighting his oven in the morning faced odds comparable to a munitions worker conducting fuse tests. The difference was that the munitions worker at least expected his materials to explode. Victorian ventilation systems, designed by individuals who apparently believed that fresh air was overrated, ensured that flour dust remained suspended in bakehouse atmospheres for extended periods. Opening windows was often impractical due to weather conditions or the need to maintain specific temperatures for the bread production. Such systems created enclosed environments where flour particles danced through the air like microscopic time bombs, awaiting their moment of glory. The concentration of flour dust varied throughout the baking process, reaching particularly dangerous levels during mixing and kneading operations. Bakers working with large quantities of flour essentially performed their duties while swimming through a sea of potential explosives. That more bakehouses didn't explode on a daily basis speaks either to remarkable luck or to the intervention of divine providence, with a particular fondness for bread. Consider the typical Victorian baker's morning routine. Arrive before dawn, light the ovens while surrounded by combustible dust, begin mixing flour in quantities sufficient to supply a small army, all while maintaining the kind of casual attitude toward personal safety that would give modern occupational health specialists apoplexy. The tools of the trade contributed to the hazard. Wooden paddles striking mixing bowls could generate static electricity sufficient to ignite suspended flour particles. Metal implements scraping against stone surfaces produced sparks with the reliability of Victorian clockwork. Even the humble act of sifting flour through wire mesh created opportunities for electrostatic discharge that could transform a routine task into an explosive finale. Yet bakers adapted to these conditions with the pragmatic acceptance that characterized Victorian attitudes toward occupational hazards. They developed techniques for minimizing dust clouds, learned to recognize dangerous accumulations of flour particles, and acquired an almost supernatural awareness of ignition sources. Their workplace might have been a powder keg, but they were determined to extract bread from it regardless of the personal cost. The explosive nature of flour dust wasn't limited to dramatic mill disasters. Smaller explosions occurred with distressing regularity in individual bakehouses, often resulting in severe burns, structural damage, and the occasional baker launched through a wall like a flour-dusted cannonball. These incidents rarely made headlines, being considered occupational hazards rather than newsworthy events. Having established that Victorian bakers worked with explosives disguised as baking ingredients, let us now examine their working environment, a realm where temperatures soared to levels that would challenge the constitution of a salamander, and make even the most dedicated sun worshipper reconsider their devotion to warmth. The Victorian bakehouse oven stood as a testament to humanity's ongoing dedication to transforming raw ingredients into edible form, regardless of personal comfort or survival prospects. These massive brick and stone constructions operated on the principle that If some heat was good for baking, then temperatures capable of smelting copper were obviously superior. Imagine, if you will, stepping into a room where the ambient temperature regularly exceeded 120 degrees Fahrenheit, where metal surfaces glowed with heat, and where the air itself seemed to shimmer with malevolent energy. This space was the baker's daily office. This workspace would have impressed Dante as a particularly creative interpretation of infernal punishment. The ovens themselves reached internal temperatures of 500 to 800 degrees Fahrenheit, radiating heat that transformed the surrounding area into what could generously be described as a preview of the afterlife. Bakers laboured just a few feet away from these colossal ovens, meticulously loading and unloading bread, clad in clothing that provided the same level of protection as a gentleman's evening attire from a dragon's snarl. During summer months, conditions became genuinely murderous. The combination of external heat waves and internal oven temperatures created environments that challenged human physiology's ability to maintain basic functions. Heat stroke claimed victims with the efficiency of a well-organised plague, dropping bakers mid-task like wheat before the scythe. Victorian medical understanding of heat-related illness was, shall we say, primitive. The prevailing wisdom suggested that heat stroke resulted from moral weakness rather than physiological limits. These assumptions meant that bakers suffering from heat exhaustion were often encouraged to demonstrate greater fortitude rather than seek medical attention or, heaven forbid, take a break from their duties. The irony of dying from heat while producing food for a nation that complained constantly about cold weather was not lost on contemporary observers, though it provided little comfort to the families of bakers who had literally cooked themselves to death in service of their craft. Water was often scarce in bakehouses, as the combination of flour dust and moisture created paste that interfered with operations. Such conditions meant that bakers worked through scorching shifts with minimal hydration, their bodies fighting a losing battle against dehydration, while their profession demanded continued exposure to temperatures that would fell a camel. The clothing of the era compounded the problem. Heavy wool garments designed for Britain's typically cool climate became instruments of torture in bakehouse conditions. Changing clothes was considered improper, and lighter fabrics were expensive and impractical for manual labour. Bakers essentially worked while wearing portable saunas that trapped heat and moisture with a ruthless efficiency. Ventilation systems, where they existed at all, were designed by individuals who apparently believed that air circulation was a luxury rather than a necessity for human survival. To maintain oven temperatures and prevent flour contamination, bakers often kept windows closed, creating sealed environments that would have impressed ancient Egyptian tomb builders. The psychological effects of working in such conditions were profound. Many bakers developed a peculiar gaze, akin to someone who has stared too long at industrial-strength heat, only to find it staring back with interest. They moved with the deliberate pace of people conserving energy for mere survival rather than efficient productivity. Yet they adapted with remarkable ingenuity. Experienced bakers learned to work in brief bursts, timing their activities to coincide with marginally cooler periods. They developed techniques for manipulating oven doors and loading bread that minimized exposure to direct heat. Some pioneered early versions of cooling strategies, though these rarely involved anything more sophisticated than strategic positioning near the rare draft or the occasional splash of precious water. The relationship between baker and oven resembled a dangerous courtship, where familiarity bred not contempt, but a healthy respect for an entity capable of ending the relationship permanently. Bakers learned to read their oven's moods, to anticipate temperature fluctuations, and to recognize the subtle signs that indicated when their workplace had achieved particularly lethal levels of thermal enthusiasm. Burns were so common they were considered part of the baker's uniform rather than injuries requiring attention. Arms bore scars like military decorations, each mark telling the story of a close encounter with surfaces hot enough to brand cattle. The successful baker was not one who avoided burns, but one who had learned to function despite them. While explosions provided the dramatic spectacle and heatstroke offered the theatrical flourish, the humble flour dust pursued its victims with the patient persistence of a particularly dedicated assassin. Unlike its more flamboyant cousins in the pantheon of occupational hazards, flour dust preferred the slow approach, accumulating in lungs with the methodical thoroughness of compound interest. The Victorian bakehouse atmosphere contained flour particles in concentrations that would make modern air quality inspectors reach for their emergency inhalers. Every movement stirred clouds of dust that transformed breathing from an automatic bodily function into a conscious decision requiring careful consideration of risk versus necessity. Picture the typical morning scene. A baker enters his domain of dough and danger, and immediately encounters air thick enough to chew. Measuring flour sends particles dancing through the atmosphere, akin to tiny ballet dancers performing a deadly spiral. Kneading operations create dust clouds that would rival the Sahara during a particularly enthusiastic sandstorm. By mid-morning, the air in a busy bakehouse resembled a London fog composed entirely of potential bread ingredients. The Victorians had a rudimentary understanding of respiratory health. The prevailing medical wisdom held that strong lungs could process any substance with sufficient determination. These beliefs meant that bakers experiencing breathing difficulties were often advised to demonstrate greater respiratory fortitude rather than consider the possibility that their workplace atmosphere might be attempting to kill them. The cumulative effect of inhaling flour dust day after day created what we might now recognise as occupational lung disease, though Victorian terminology preferred more creative descriptions. Baker's lung became a recognised condition, characterised by persistent coughing, shortness of breath, and the gradual transformation of healthy lung tissue into something resembling poorly mixed pastry. But flour dust was merely the headline act in the respiratory horror show that was the Victorian bakehouse. Coal dust from heating systems mingled with flour particles to create a toxic cocktail that challenged even the most robust constitution. Yeast spores added their contribution to the atmospheric soup, while smoke from ovens provided a finishing touch that would have impressed the most dedicated tobacco enthusiast. The lack of ventilation meant that these airborne hazards accumulated throughout the working day, reaching concentrations that transformed simple breathing into an extreme sport. Bakers developed the peculiar ability to work while taking shallow, measured breaths, unconsciously rationing their air intake to minimize the ingestion of particulate matter. Some bakers attempted to protect themselves by wrapping cloth around their faces, creating primitive masks that filtered the worst of the atmospheric assault. However, these impromptu breathing protection devices often interfered with their ability to taste and smell their products, which was considered essential to producing quality bread. Professional standards resolved the choice between breathing safely and baking competently, with predictable consequences for longevity. The seasonal nature of breathing problems added another layer of complexity to the baker's survival strategy. Summer brought additional dust from grain harvests, while winter sealed bakehouses against fresh air circulation. Spring cleaning operations, when accumulated dust was disturbed and redistributed, created temporary atmospheric conditions that resembled working inside a flour shaker during an earthquake. Children apprenticed to bakers faced particular challenges, as their developing breathing systems were less equipped to handle the constant assault of airborne particles. Many young apprentices developed chronic coughs that marked them as surely as any guild membership, a wheezing signature that announced their profession from considerable distances. Contemporary observers did not entirely miss the irony that bread, a symbol of life and sustenance, was produced in environments that systematically destroyed the health of its creators. However, Victorian society exhibited a remarkable ability to overlook uncomfortable realities. The contradiction was classified as an occupational necessity, rather than a systemic problem requiring attention. Experienced bakers developed an almost supernatural awareness of air quality, learning to detect dangerous concentrations of dust by subtle changes in light refraction and atmospheric density. They could navigate their workplaces during peak dust conditions with the skill of blind navigation, guided by instinct and hard-won experience rather than clear vision. The clean-up operations that concluded each working day created their own breathing challenges. Sweeping accumulated flour dust merely redistributed it into the air, creating temporary dust storms that transformed routine maintenance into a hazardous activity requiring careful timing and strategic breath-holding. Some bakers discovered that alcohol consumption seemed to provide temporary relief from breathing irritations, leading to the development of professional drinking customs that were justified as medical necessity rather than recreational activity. Whether these practices actually improved breathing function or merely made the symptoms more tolerable remains a matter of historical speculation. Having examined the environmental hazards that transformed Victorian bakehouses into inadvertent death traps, we must now turn our attention to the machinery employed in bread production, devices that appear to have been designed by individuals harbouring a personal grudge against anyone foolish enough to pursue a career in baking. The Victorian era's approach to industrial safety could be generously described as optimistic, or more accurately characterised as non-existent. The prevailing philosophy seemed to suggest that safety equipment was only for individuals who lacked sufficient moral character to prevent injury through sheer willpower. This attitude was particularly evident in bakehouse machinery, where moving parts operated with the exposed enthusiasm of mechanical predators eager to sample human anatomy. Consider the dough mixing apparatus, a marvel of engineering that combined effectiveness with lethality, in proportions that would have impressed medieval torture device designers. These machines featured rotating paddles and gears that operated without the inconvenience of safety guards, creating opportunities for bakers to become inadvertently incorporated into their products. The machinery's moving parts were positioned at precisely the right height to catch sleeves, aprons, and the occasional arm of anyone foolish enough to approach too closely during operation. The mixing machines operated on the principle that human reflexes were sufficiently quick to avoid entanglement with rotating metal components. This assumption proved overly optimistic with distressing regularity, leading to injuries that ranged from minor flesh wounds to complete limb removal. The machinery's indifference to human anatomy was matched only by its efficiency at processing dough, creating a workplace environment where productivity and personal safety existed in inverse proportion. Dough rollers presented their own unique challenges to baker survival. These devices consisted of heavy metal cylinders that rotated with sufficient force to flatten bread dough, and the occasional baker who failed to maintain appropriate distance. The lack of emergency stop mechanisms meant that once the rollers claimed a victim, the extraction process involved manual labour and creative problem-solving rather than simple machinery shutdown. The positioning of these rollers often required bakers to lean over or reach across moving parts during normal operation, creating scenarios that would challenge the agility of professional acrobats. Loading dough required careful timing and spatial awareness, as miscalculation could result in fingers, hands, or entire arms joining the bread ingredients in their journey between metal cylinders. Slicing machinery contributed to the list of occupational hazards. Large, unguarded blades operated with the reliability of Victorian clockwork and the safety consciousness of a medieval executioner. The positioning of bread for slicing required bakers to work near moving blades that could separate fingers from hands with surgical precision and considerably less medical supervision. The maintenance of this machinery fell to the bakers themselves, who were expected to clean, oil and repair equipment without the benefit of proper tools or safety procedures. Cleaning operations often required reaching into spaces occupied by gears, belts, and other moving components that viewed human fingers as foreign objects requiring immediate removal. Conveyor systems, where they existed, operated at heights and speeds that transformed routine bread loading into exercises in precision timing. Bakers worked beneath moving mechanical systems that occasionally shed components or entire assemblies onto the workspace below. The Victorian engineering philosophy that if it's working, don't fix it, meant that machinery operated until catastrophic failure rather than being maintained preventively. The steam systems used for oven operation created additional hazards through their combination of high pressure and primitive safety valves. Steam leaks occurred with predictable regularity, creating jets of superheated vapour that could cook human flesh with the efficiency of the ovens they were meant to serve. Pressure gauge failures transformed routine oven operation into exercises in mechanical roulette. Power transmission systems featured exposed belts and pulleys that operated at eye level and within easy reach of anyone working nearby. These systems were designed on the assumption that bakers possessed supernatural spatial awareness and would never accidentally contact moving machinery during their duties. The reality proved somewhat different, leading to entanglement injuries that provided harsh lessons in mechanical physics. The noise levels generated by this machinery created additional safety hazards by masking warnings, sounds, and preventing communication between workers. Bakers developed a form of sign language to communicate over the mechanical din, though this system proved inadequate for conveying urgent safety warnings or cries for assistance during machinery-related emergencies. Emergency procedures consisted primarily of shouting for help and hoping that someone would hear over the mechanical noise and respond before the situation progressed from dangerous to fatal. The concept of emergency stops, safety switches, or other protective measures had apparently not occurred to the designers of Victorian bakehouse equipment. Now that we have catalogued the impressive array of hazards that made Victorian baking such an enthusiastically lethal profession, we must examine how it compared to other occupations in the grand competition for workplace mortality. The results may surprise those who assumed that coal mining or factory work held undisputed claims to occupational danger. Coal mining, that traditional champion of workplace fatality, certainly offered impressive mortality statistics. Miners faced cave-ins, explosions, flooding, and the slow death of black lung disease. The depths of British coal mines claimed lives with mechanical regularity, creating widows and orphans at rates that impressed even Victorian observers accustomed to industrial carnage. Yet despite these formidable credentials, coal mining ranked second to baking in occupational mortality rates, a distinction that would have surprised both miners and bakers had they been informed of this particular competition. The key difference lay in volume and exposure. While mining disasters were spectacular and well documented, they were also relatively infrequent events affecting limited numbers of workers. Baking hazards, by contrast, operated continuously and affected virtually every individual in the profession. Every baker faced daily exposure to explosive flour dust, lethal heat, respiratory hazards, and dangerous machinery, creating cumulative risks that exceeded even the considerable dangers of underground mining. Factory work, another traditional contender for most dangerous occupation, offered its own impressive array of hazards. Textile mills featured unguarded machinery that viewed human limbs as expendable components, while chemical works produced atmospheric conditions that challenged basic human physiology. Steel production combined extreme heat with molten metal and toxic gases, creating working environments that resembled elaborate methods of execution more than places of employment. Yet factory workers, despite their impressive mortality rates, benefited from certain advantages unavailable to bakers. Factory shifts were often limited to 12 or 14 hours, while bakers regularly worked 18-hour days to meet demand for fresh bread. Factory workers typically specialised in single operations, while bakers faced multiple simultaneous hazards throughout their working day. Most significantly, factory accidents were often discrete events, while bakehouse hazards operated continuously. Railway work earned recognition for spectacular fatality rates, particularly among those responsible for coupling cars or operating signals. The combination of massive moving machinery, primitive safety equipment, and time pressure created conditions ripe for dramatic accidents. Railway workers faced the constant possibility of being crushed, severed, or simply disappearing beneath the wheels of progress. However, while railway mortality was impressive, it primarily occurred during specific high-risk operations instead of throughout the entire working day. Construction work offered its catalogue of creative fatality methods, from falls to crushing injuries to electrocution as power systems developed. The construction of Victorian Britain's architectural achievements required workers to perform dangerous operations at considerable heights with primitive safety equipment. Scaffolding collapse, structural failure, and tool-related injuries created steady streams of construction casualties. However, construction workers enjoyed certain advantages in their competition with bakers for occupational mortality. Construction projects were temporary, offering workers periods of relative safety between dangerous assignments. Weather conditions often suspended operations, providing involuntary safety breaks. Most importantly, construction hazards were generally visible and immediate, allowing workers to develop specific strategies for avoiding particular dangers. Chimney sweeps, those sooty sprites of Victorian industrial society, faced their own unique collection of hazards. Working in confined spaces filled with toxic gases, navigating flues barely wide enough for human passage, and dealing with structural collapse created mortality rates that impressed even hardened Victorian observers. The combination of suffocation, toxic exposure, and the occasional dramatic plunge from significant heights made chimney sweeping a profession with limited retirement prospects. Yet chimney sweeps worked intermittently rather than continuously, moving between locations and spending significant periods in relatively safe environments. Their exposure to lethal. The hazards in this context were intense but brief, unlike those faced by bakers who encountered constant danger during their extended working days. The maritime trades offered spectacular opportunities for sudden death through drowning, shipwreck, and weather-related disasters. Sailors faced storms, pirates, disease, and the general hostility of oceanic environments toward human survival. Fishing crews dealt with dangerous equipment, unstable vessels, and seas that viewed humans as unwelcome intruders requiring immediate removal. Maritime mortality statistics were impressive, but they reflected episodic rather than continuous danger. Sailors spent significant time in port or during calm weather when risks were minimal. Even the most dangerous voyages included periods of relative safety. unlike the continuous hazard exposure that characterized Victorian baking. The superiority of baking as a lethal occupation resulted from the combination of multiple simultaneous hazards operating continuously throughout extended working periods. While other professions might excel in particular categories of danger, none matched baking's comprehensive approach to occupational mortality. Bakers faced explosion, heat stroke, respiratory disease, machinery injuries, and toxic exposure simultaneously, creating cumulative risks that exceeded the sum of individual hazards. As our journey through the charnel house of Victorian baking draws to its conclusion, we must address the most perplexing question of all. Given that producing bread was more dangerous than mining coal or sailing storm-tossed seas, how did humanity manage to maintain its bread supply without completely exhausting the supply of individuals willing to risk their lives for the sake of a decent loaf? The answer lies in the peculiar combination of human strength, economic necessity, and the remarkable capacity of our species to adapt to even the most unreasonable circumstances. Victorian society managed to maintain its bread production through a combination of factors that would have impressed survival experts and appalled modern safety regulators in equal measure. Economic desperation played a significant role in maintaining bakehouse staffing levels. The Victorian economy offered limited opportunities for individuals lacking substantial educational capital, making dangerous occupations attractive by default rather than design. Baking, despite its impressive mortality statistics, provided steady employment and relatively good wages for those brave or desperate enough to pursue it. The profession's high turnover rate, due to factors both voluntary and involuntary, created continuous opportunities for advancement that attracted workers despite the obvious risks. Geographic concentration contributed to the profession's sustainability. Urban and rural communities distributed baking, ensuring that local disasters rarely affected the entire industry simultaneously. Although a mill explosion might eliminate several experienced bakers, the overall baking profession continued to operate due to the survival of practitioners in other locations. This distributed risk model ensured continuity of bread production, even as individual bakehouses demonstrated flour's explosive potential with distressing regularity. The apprenticeship system provided a continuous supply of young workers who possessed the combination of energy and inexperience necessary to enter such a dangerous profession. Young apprentices, blessed with the optimism of youth and lacking detailed knowledge of occupational mortality statistics, entered baking with enthusiasm undimmed by realistic risk assessment. By the time they gained sufficient experience to understand the true dangers of their chosen profession, they had also developed the skills necessary to survive, if they had survived to develop them. Technological improvements, while slow to arrive and slower to be implemented, gradually reduced some of the more spectacular hazards associated with baking. Better oven designs improved heat management, while primitive ventilation systems began to address the worst accumulations of flour dust. Safety equipment, when it existed at all, provided marginal improvements in survival prospects. These advances occurred at a pace that would have impressed geological formations, but they did eventually contribute to reducing the profession's astronomical mortality rates. The development of professional knowledge and survival techniques allowed experienced bakers to accumulate wisdom about navigating their hazardous environment. Veterans of the flour wars developed almost supernatural awareness of dangerous conditions, learning to recognize the subtle signs that indicated imminent explosion, heat stroke, or machinery malfunction. This accumulated expertise was passed to apprentices through a combination of formal instruction and dramatic object lessons provided by those who had failed to master survival techniques. Social adaptation played a crucial role in maintaining the baking profession's viability. Communities developed support systems for the families of bakers killed in the line of duty, creating social safety nets that made the profession's risks more bearable for those considering entry. Professional organizations, where they existed, provided mutual aid and shared knowledge about survival techniques. The development of professional pride and identity helped maintain morale despite the obvious hazards. The gradual recognition of occupational hazards led to incremental improvements in working conditions, despite the slow pace of Victorian industrial safety progress. Some acknowledgement of workplace dangers eventually led to marginal improvements. Better building ventilation, improved machinery guards, and basic first aid knowledge gradually decreased the number of preventable fatalities, although the overall mortality rate remained impressively high. Perhaps most importantly, human adaptation to extreme conditions demonstrated our species' remarkable ability to normalize even the most abnormal circumstances, bakers developed mental frameworks that allowed them to function despite daily exposure to potentially lethal hazards. They created professional cultures that celebrated survival rather than dwelling on mortality, developing humour and traditions that made their dangerous occupation psychologically sustainable. The Victorian baking profession ultimately survived due to the same combination of factors that has enabled humanity to endure countless other challenges: necessity, adaptation, and the remarkable human capacity to keep functioning even in circumstances that might seem impossible to outside observers. Bakers continued to rise before dawn, light their dangerous ovens, and transform explosive flour into life-sustaining bread because civilization required them to do so. The legacy of Victorian baking mortality serves as a reminder of how far we have progressed in workplace safety, while simultaneously illustrating humanity's capacity to persevere under even the most challenging circumstances. Modern bakers, protected by safety regulations, ventilation systems, and manned machinery guards, owe a debt to their Victorian predecessors, who quite literally died to perfect the art of bread production. In the end, the story of Victorian baking mortality is not merely a tale of industrial hazard, but a testament to human determination and adaptability. It reminds us that even the most fundamental aspects of civilization, including something as basic as daily bread, often come at costs that are hidden from those who benefit from them. The Victorian bakers who risk their lives to feed their communities deserve recognition not only for their courage, but also for their contribution to the gradual development of safer working conditions that we now take for granted. Their sacrifice, measured in explosions survived, heat strokes endured, and respiratory systems gradually destroyed, helped create the foundation upon which modern food production stands. We owe them, quite literally, our daily bread, and the acknowledgement that civilization's most basic necessities often require the greatest personal courage from those who provide them. Imagine Rome in 100 BCE, when the main concern was not your cholesterol or your mortgage, but rather whether or not the barbarians would storm your city gates. Gaius Julius Caesar was born into this world, but everyone just called him Julius because Romans loved their nicknames almost as much as they loved conquering things. Now you may picture a golden cradle with a baby Julius, born to be great. The problem with the Caesar family, though, is that they were similar to that relative of yours who constantly talks about how great they were, but never quite lives up to their expectations. When you consider that half of Rome claimed divine ancestry, their claim to be descended from Venus herself seems impressive. Everybody seemed to have a well-known ancestor listed on their LinkedIn profile. Subura, the neighbourhood where Julius grew up, was essentially the archetypal equivalent of a rough area of town, with its winding streets, dubious odours, and the kind of nightlife your parents warned you about. Imagine it as Rome's equivalent of the wrong side of the tracks. However, for a young man with lofty aspirations, it was the ideal setting for learning about real people and real issues, skills that would come in handy later when he had to interact with regular soldiers and civilians. When he was younger, Julius was what we might kindly refer to as academically gifted but physically unimpressive. Other Roman boys were learning to wrestle and swing swords, but Julius was more interested in words and concepts. After too much wine, he could debate philosophy like a college professor and recite poetry like a medieval bard. His family likely questioned whether they had unintentionally brought up a Greek scholar rather than a legitimate Roman soldier. This is where the story becomes intriguing, though. Think of Julius's uncle Marius as the family's first true success story. He passed away when Julius was only 16, and the political climate in Rome abruptly changed like a volatile weather system. Sulla, Rome's newest strongman, had all the charm of a tax auditor, and twice the ruthlessness of the young Caesar. After observing this scrawny adolescent from a dubious family, Sulla concluded that Julius might cause trouble in the future. When Julius obediently refused, Sulla placed him on what was effectively Rome's first wanted list. He had ordered the young man to divorce his wife. Yes, Caesar was already married at 16 because Romans didn't mess around. Julius Caesar, who was 18 at the time, was hiding in the Italian countryside like a participant in an antiquated witness protection program. The majority of teenagers would have called their parents in a panic and pleaded for them to come home. Julius, though, he took advantage of this time to reflect, make plans, and come to the crucial realization that you must outplay everyone else in the game if you want to survive in Rome. After Sulla's death, which the Romans commemorated with nearly the same fervour as births, Caesar came out of hiding with a fresh perspective on power. He had discovered that you were either prey or predator in Rome, and he had no desire to be anyone's dinner. You've probably experienced the realization that office politics are more complex than international diplomacy when you start a new job. For young Julius Caesar, that was Rome, except that gladiators were used at office parties and the stakes were life and death. In ancient Rome, being a prosecutor was akin to being a district attorney and a game show host. This was Caesar's first real job. Roman trials served as public entertainment, and a young attorney could gain notoriety by putting on a strong front and damaging the reputation of his rival. Caesar proved to have a natural talent for this. He could transform a cross-examination into a performance piece and make arguing sound poetic. Caesar, however, stood out from other aspirational young Romans because he genuinely cared about his abilities. Caesar studied rhetoric like a doctoral student studying for finals, while his peers were happy to rely on inherited wealth and family ties. Even future dictators require a good education, which is why he went to Rhodes to study under the best instructors. Something happened during this learning experience that exemplifies Caesar's personality. His ship was taken by pirates. At the time, Mediterranean pirates were a highly organised maritime criminal organisation. Caesar chuckled when they asked for 20 talents of silver to free him. He was offended, not because he found it amusing. He allegedly asked, 20 talents? I'm worth at least 50. Don't you know who I am? The pirates increased their price, likely believing they had captured either a madman or a high-ranking official. During his captivity, Caesar treated the pirates more like dim house guests than captors. He worked out, wrote poetry, and told them to quiet down if they were making too much noise for his afternoon snooze. The pirates found it amusing that he even vowed to return and crucify them all. Caesar wasn't kidding, though. After being set free, he promptly gathered a fleet, found the pirates, and had them crucified, though he was lenient and had them killed first. It was a precursor to Caesar's unusual charm and ruthless practicality. Caesar returned to Rome and started moving up the political office ladder, or cursus honorum as the Romans called it. Imagine it as a medieval video game, where every level opens up new tasks and opportunities to either make friends or deadly foes. As he advanced through the ranks, quaestor, aedile, and praetor, Caesar learned new things about the inner workings of Rome. Caesar was essentially in charge of Rome's entertainment as an aedile, overseeing public games and festivals. The majority of politicians attempted to cut costs because they believed that this was an essential expense. Caesar believed it to be the greatest marketing opportunity ever created. He organised gladiatorial fights that left people talking for months, hosted parties that made Super Bowl halftime seem insignificant, and somehow managed to accrue enormous debt while rising to the position of most popular politician in Rome. Caesar knew something his creditors did not. In politics, popularity is the most valuable asset. His creditors were likely having collective heart attacks. If you're loved, you can always find money, but if you're hated, no amount of money can help. Rome had a problem by the time Caesar was in his 40s. The Republic was like an old car held together with duct tape and wishful thinking, which was actually the largest of Rome's problems. Now that Rome ruled over the majority of the known world, the system that had functioned when it was a tiny city-state was disintegrating. After realizing the situation, 3 men made the decision to take action. The most renowned general in Rome, Pompey the Great, had conquered more land than most people could find on a map. Crassus was so wealthy that he gave the impression that contemporary billionaires were barely scraping by. A contemporary nation-state would have been impressed by Caesar's charm, intelligence, and debts. Despite never using that term themselves, these 3 comprised what historians refer to as the First Triumvirate. It was more akin to a casual gentleman's agreement to support one another in achieving their goals. Pompey wanted his conquests in the East to be formally acknowledged, and his veterans to be fairly rewarded. To go along with his wealth, Crassus desired respect and possibly a military position. Caesar desired a prominent provincial position where he could gain notoriety and, ideally, enough cash to settle his massive debts. You have to imagine that this partnership was similar to 3 CEOs from separate businesses coming together with the covert intention of eventually acquiring the others. Professionally respectful but always waiting for someone to show weakness, they were friends in the same way that sharks are friends with other sharks. By splitting up Roman politics like a pizza, the 3 managed to make their arrangement work. In 59 BCE, Caesar was made a consul, which was a 1-year term as president with a few extra togas. Often using tactics that made his fellow senators clutch their pearls and mutter about the good old days, he used this position to push through legislation that gave his partners what they wanted. Witnessing a master chess player defeat opponents who were still learning how to move the pieces was like being Caesar's consul. Caesar had the other consul locked in his house and pelted with trash when he attempted to oppose him. Caesar cheerfully disregarded centuries of precedent and declared that the gods were clearly on his side when senators attempted to use religious technicalities to block his legislation, with the same sense of horror you might have when you see someone reorganize your meticulously arranged spice cabinet. The traditional Roman establishment observed all of this. Caesar was accomplishing his goals, but he was also violating numerous unspoken laws that had maintained Roman governance for centuries. Caesar was dangerous, though, because he wasn't merely breaking the law for fun. He was resolving actual issues that the conventional system was unable to manage. The provinces needed to be properly administered, veterans needed land, and Rome needed leaders who could make decisions rather than arguing over protocol all the time. Caesar had achieved his ultimate goal by the end of his consulship: control of Gaul, the enormous region north of Italy that was home to numerous tribes that the Romans regarded as only marginally more civilized than untamed animals. It was an opportunity to achieve great wealth, military success, and enough political standing to be considered one of Rome's most powerful men when he returned. By sending him to battle barbarians in the wilderness, his enemies most likely believed they were getting rid of him. They were unaware that they were going to produce the most powerful military leader in Roman history. Consider yourself a travel writer tasked with covering what the Romans referred to as Gaul, which includes parts of Switzerland, Belgium, and modern-day France. The following is likely what your guidebook would say: bring sturdy boots and a good sword. Scenic forests, rolling hills, and fascinating local tribes who enjoy painting themselves blue and collecting enemy heads as decorative items. Caesar's new task was likely to be to suppress small uprisings for a few years, perhaps extend the boundaries a bit, and then return home with enough treasure to settle his debts. Caesar, on the other hand, was going to spend 8 years essentially rewriting the European map and establishing a military myth that would live on for generations to come. Caesar found himself in a situation that was a combination of crisis, opportunity, and adventure movie waiting to happen. When he arrived in Gaul in 58 BCE, the Swiss tribe known as the Helvetii had decided that their mountain homes were too small, and were moving through Gaul with everything they owned, resembling an antiquated form of a huge RV convoy that also happened to be spear-armed. Caesar viewed this migration as the ideal pretext for entering Gallic politics. In the battle that followed, he blocked the Helveti's route and proved something that would later become his signature. He could elevate military strategy to the level of fine art. Caesar combined technical skill with psychological warfare, and a knack for appearing precisely where his adversaries least expected him, in contrast to other Roman generals who relied on brute force and conventional formations. The Helvetii discovered the hard way that this middle-aged Roman politician had somehow become one of the greatest military thinkers in history. Caesar sent them home to rebuild their former lands and reflect on their life decisions rather than simply defeating them. However, Gaul was similar to a huge puzzle, with 10 new issues revealed when one piece was solved. Other Gallic tribes began approaching Caesar for assistance with their neighbours as soon as he had dealt with the Helvetii, usually because someone was doing something that they didn't like. Though the couples were entire tribes and the counselling sessions involved cavalry charges, it was similar to serving as a marriage counsellor for warrior societies. Caesar had a talent for turning these tribal disputes to Rome's advantage. Caesar established himself as the protector of Gallic independence, while extending Roman authority when the Germanic king Ariovistus began to establish himself in Gallic territory. Using your opponent's strength against them while appearing to be the reasonable party was the epitome of political jiu-jitsu. When Caesar insisted on a meeting, the German king most likely assumed he was merely interacting with another Roman official. Instead, he had to contend with a person who was both diplomatically charming and subtly threatening to use extreme violence. When talks broke down, Ariovistus learned from Caesar's legions that professional Roman military engineering differs greatly from raiding parties. Caesar's campaigns were consistent from year to year. Caesar would march his legions across impossible terrain in impossible time, arrive where no one was expecting him, and then proceed to show why Roman military doctrine had conquered most of the known world after some Gallic tribe caused trouble. He played against opponents who were still learning checkers, much like a chess grandmaster. Caesar was changing the way the Romans viewed war, though, in addition to winning battles. His legions were able to march distances that left their enemies gasping in their wake, build siege works that resembled tiny cities, and build bridges across raging rivers in a matter of days. More significantly, Caesar was demonstrating that Roman engineering and discipline could conquer any challenge, human or natural. The Gallic tribes started to understand that they were up against more than just another Roman politician seeking a short-term military victory. They were up against a man who was a combination of logistical genius, strategic genius, and a total refusal to concede defeat. While teaching a whole generation of Roman soldiers that impossible was just another word for Tuesday, Caesar was also rewriting the rules of warfare. If this were a film, Vercingetorix would be the charismatic rebel leader who finally learns how to fight the empire, and Caesar would be the intelligent but increasingly dangerous general whose success is beginning to worry his own government. Every great story needs a worthy opponent, and Caesar found his in a young Gallic chieftain named Vercingetorix, whose name roughly translates to Great King of Warriors. By 52 BCE, Caesar had systematically conquered Gaul for 6 years, using the same level of efficiency as someone setting up a massive bloody filing system. However, the Gallic tribes had been observing, learning, and gradually coming to the conclusion that Roman military precision was outperforming their old style of combat, which involved numerous individual heroics and dramatic charges. Vercingetorix stood for something novel, a Gallic leader who recognised the advantages of his own people as well as the shortcomings of the Romans. He planned what is now known as a guerrilla campaign rather than engaging Caesar's legions in direct combat. His soldiers would attack Roman supply routes, stay out of direct combat, and withdraw to fortified areas that would be expensive for the Romans to attack. For the first time in his Gallic campaigns, Caesar was truly challenged, and it was like witnessing a medieval insurgency. He was being forced by Vercingetorix to fight the kind of war that the Romans detested, one in which local expertise and popular support were more important than superior planning and equipment. The ensuing campaign resembled a lethal game of cat and mouse that was played throughout Gaul's countryside. Vercingetorix would show up with his warriors, slaughter Roman soldiers, and then disappear into forests that his people were familiar with, like their own backyards. Caesar was always on the defensive as he pursued an adversary that would not remain motionless long enough for a true Roman-style conflict. Caesar's years of military command had taught him that every strategy had a counter-strategy. Caesar would put Vercingetorix in a situation that the Gallic leader couldn't ignore, forcing him into a pitched battle if he wished to avoid one. Alesia, a hilltop fortress that Vercingetorix selected as his stronghold, provided the opportunity. With its high walls, steep approaches, and enough supplies to last a long siege, the position appeared impregnable. After seeing Alesia, the majority of Roman generals would have chosen to pursue a simpler target. Caesar chose to try something that went against all military common sense after taking a look at Alesia. He would construct not one, but 2 full sets of fortifications to enclose the fortress, one facing Alesia to keep the defenders inside, and another facing outward to prevent the siege from being broken by Gallic relief forces. The scale of the engineering made building Roman bridges seem like a do-it-yourself weekend project. In addition to maintaining a siege and preparing for attacks from various angles, Caesar's legions constructed miles of walls, ditches, traps, and defensive positions. It was similar to attempting to construct a house while fending off intruders and getting ready for a dinner party, but with more stabbing. Caesar's knowledge of Roman military engineering, leadership, and warfare was put to the ultimate test during the siege of Alesia. Vercingetorix and his soldiers were starving inside the fortress, as they observed Caesar's impossibly strong defences gaining strength every day. The kind of great battle that had made Roman legions famous was created outside as Gallic relief armies assembled to break the siege. With desperate defenders, overwhelming odds, cavalry charges, and the fate of Gaul hanging in the balance, the final assault had all the makings of a Hollywood film. Caesar demonstrated that military brilliance involves more than just strategy. It also involves the capacity to control chaos. He was everywhere at once, organising attacks on his inner walls and leading the defence of his outer ones. Vercingetorix walked out of Alesia to throw his weapons at Caesar's feet in a gesture of both defeat and dignity, thereby saving his people from complete destruction and ending the battle. It was the event that essentially put an end to Gallic independence for the following 5 centuries and immortalised Caesar's reputation. Caesar's accomplishments in Gaul were causing the kind of political issues that contemporary spin doctors dread back in Rome. He had, on the one hand, brought vast wealth into Rome's treasury, conquered territory roughly the size of modern France, and demonstrated that Roman arms could prevail anywhere. However, he had also built an army of seasoned soldiers who were personally loyal to Caesar and didn't care much about what other people thought. Consider this. Suppose your colleague went on a brief business trip and returned 8 years later with a private army, a multinational corporation, and enough cash to purchase your entire business. Caesar had effectively done that, and his fellow politicians were beginning to feel as though they had unintentionally created a monster. In particular, the Roman Senate was concerned. Imagine a chamber full of men in togas who argued about precedent and procedure most of the time. As consul, they had witnessed Caesar defy political conventions, and now he had returned with a military reputation that made Pompey the Great appear like a weekend warrior. Even worse, Caesar was still legally protected from prosecution as long as he was in office because he was still a governor. Caesar's adversaries recognised a chance. They could prosecute him for all those constitutional irregularities from his consulship if they could make him return to Rome as a private citizen. It would be akin to compelling a prosperous but morally dubious entrepreneur to forfeit his corporate safeguards and confront a group of prosecutors who had spent 8 years crafting their case. The trap was simple but elegant. Caesar's political survival required him to either remain in Gaul or return to Rome with sufficient power to defend himself, while Roman law mandated that he must disband his armies before entering Italy. In essence, his adversaries were pressuring him to decide between abiding by the law and committing political suicide. Negotiations dragged on for months, much like a high-stakes divorce mediation. Caesar's opponents insisted on a gap that would expose him, while his supporters in Rome sought a compromise that would allow him to go straight from governor to consul. Caesar and his legions sat in Gaul in the meantime, watching Roman politics splinter over how to handle him. Being asked to mediate between two former friends who both believe you should take sides put Pompey the Great in the middle of this mess. Caesar had been partnered with Pompey in the triumvirate, but Pompey was uncomfortably powerful after Caesar's success in Gaul. In essence, Pompey was being asked to decide between his long-standing alliance and their apprehension about Caesar's aspirations. When the Senate passed what amounted to a martial law declaration in January of 49 BCE, the crisis reached a breaking point, and Pompey was granted emergency powers to protect the Republic from Caesar. Everyone in Rome knew that it was the political equivalent of declaring war. At the banks of the Rubicon River, which has historically served as the border between Gaul and Italy, Caesar was informed of this development. This river was the ultimate red line in Roman politics because it was forbidden by Roman law for any general to cross it with troops. Standing there with his seasoned legions, Caesar had to make a decision that would affect not only his own destiny, but also the course of the Roman Republic. Caesar reportedly stopped at the riverbank and uttered the words that would reverberate throughout history: "Alea iacta est," the die is cast. He then led his army across the Rubicon, changing from a Roman governor to a rebel against the state he had spent his entire professional life serving. It was a time when historical inevitability, political necessity, and personal ambition came together to form a single decision. Caesar was not merely crossing a river, he was also crossing the boundary between the Roman Republic and the future. Caesar's crossing of the Rubicon sparked a civil war that the most skilled military in the world would be engaged in against itself, something the Romans had feared for generations. It was similar to witnessing a family business disintegrate, except that the family business controlled the majority of the Mediterranean region, and the disputes were resolved with swords. The Romans had never witnessed anything like Caesar's march across Italy. Caesar launched what may have been the first charm offensive in history, rather than the ruthless conquest they had anticipated. He showed unusual clemency to the citizens of the cities that welcomed him. He offered them positions in his army and pardoned the enemy soldiers who turned themselves in. He released Roman officials he had captured with courtesy notes, implying they might want to re-evaluate their political affiliations. It was the best kind of psychological warfare. Caesar was proving that he was a Roman statesman attempting to rescue the Republic from its own political dysfunction, not just another ambitious general looking to plunder Rome. Caesar's policy of clemency was both genuinely compassionate and incredibly well thought out. Each enemy he pardoned served as a living example of his reasonableness. Meanwhile, Pompey and the Senate were learning that civil war preparation is far more difficult than conquest preparation abroad. Their plan was to leave Italy, assemble troops in the eastern Mediterranean, and then return with a massive force to put an end to Caesar's uprising. The political realities of the situation were totally disregarded in favour of sound military reasoning. Pompey gave Caesar the ultimate propaganda triumph by leaving Rome. Now that his enemies had fled like cowards, Caesar could say he was protecting the city. Even as he methodically destroyed the political structure that had stood in his way, Caesar made it a point to uphold republican traditions and established institutions when he arrived in Rome. The ensuing civil war spread like a deadly reality show throughout the Mediterranean region. The greatest armies in history were commanded by Caesar and Pompey, and they were commanded by officers who had dedicated their professional lives to honing their military skills. These kinds of colliding forces produced amazing and destructive results. Caesar proved during his campaign in Spain that he could outmaneuver opponents without necessarily destroying them. Caesar gained control of the Iberian Peninsula through superior logistics rather than superior violence, after he encircled Pompey's allies so thoroughly that they surrendered without a significant conflict. Military theorists were impressed by this type of victory for centuries to come. The real battle, however, took place at Dyrrhachium, in present-day Albania, where Pompey's army first outwitted Caesar in what turned out to be one of Caesar's few decisive losses. For an instant, Pompey appeared to have discovered the secret to defeating the most successful general in Rome. Caesar's reaction to this setback provided important insight into his personality. Instead, with the patience of one who knew that individual battles do not decide wars, he examined what had gone wrong, modified his strategy, and readied himself for the next engagement. Caesar and Pompey's larger army engaged in a fierce battle at Pharsalus, Greece, which was the pivotal moment for which Roman military doctrine was created. Pompey's army was great but predictable, and Caesar had learned to improvise during his 8 years in Gaul. The actual battle was a tactical flexibility masterclass. Caesar used his reserves in a surprising formation that turned the strength of the enemy into weakness when Pompey's cavalry threatened to outflank Caesar's forces. Watching a chess grandmaster sacrifice a piece to reach checkmate 3 moves later was like that. The Republic's ability to oppose Caesar was essentially destroyed by Pompey's defeat at Pharsalus, but it also signalled to Caesar that a military triumph was just the start of his troubles. Overcoming adversaries is comparatively easy. Managing an empire shattered by civil war is a completely different matter. Caesar was in the unique position of winning a civil war after Pharsalus, but he wasn't entirely sure what to do next. In one of the biggest blunders in history, the Egyptians chose to win Caesar over by killing Pompey and giving his head as a present. Pompey had fled to Egypt, seeking refuge from Rome's long-standing ally. The Egyptians likely didn't anticipate Caesar's response when he saw the severed head of his former rival. Caesar reportedly wept, whether out of true grief or political calculation, instead of gratitude. The man whose opposition had given Caesar's own position legitimacy was no longer his most credible opponent. He was now merely a Roman general occupying a foreign land with no obvious adversary to engage in combat with. However, Egypt provided restitution, chiefly in the form of Cleopatra VII, Egypt's final pharaoh and perhaps the most cultured woman Caesar had ever met. Here was a person who ruled one of the richest kingdoms in antiquity, spoke 9 languages, and had received his education from the finest Alexandrian scholars. She resembled a cross between a Fortune 500 CEO and a Harvard MBA, who also happened to have ancestry dating back to Alexander the Great, rather than a Disney princess. Caesar and Cleopatra's relationship was a combination of mutual recognition, political alliance, and personal attraction between 2 of the most brilliant minds in antiquity. The 52-year-old Caesar had lived his entire life surrounded by Roman politicians who believed that tactical manoeuvring meant slightly different forms of bribery. Managing a kingdom that was essentially a multinational corporation with pyramids, 21-year-old Cleopatra had been dealing with court intrigue since she was a young girl. Alexandria, the greatest centre of learning and culture in antiquity, served as the backdrop for their romance. Caesar found himself in a city with the largest library in the world, the most sophisticated engineering and intellectual traditions that made Rome appear like a promising startup. While Roman senators were debating precedent and procedure, Caesar was captivated by Egyptian governance and partially enamoured with Cleopatra during his months-long stay in Egypt. While Rome was still learning how to rule over lands outside of Italy, this kingdom had been handling intricate bureaucracy for thousands of years. Caesar learned imperial administration lessons from the experience that shaped his subsequent reforms. However, this ancient sabbatical romance was eventually overshadowed by political reality. Caesar couldn't afford to ignore the opportunities for opposition that his extended absence from Roman politics was creating, and his enemies were regrouping throughout the Mediterranean. Upon his return to Rome, Caesar encountered the same problem that has plagued successful revolutionaries for centuries: how to institutionalize change without destroying the system you are attempting to reform. Caesar's solution was characteristically bold. He would establish himself as a dictator, but one who would fortify rather than undermine Roman institutions. The Romans had never known a dictatorship like Caesar's. In the past, dictators had been appointed for particular crises and were supposed to step down after the crisis was over. Caesar appeared to have a longer-term vision of a reformed Roman state with himself as its permanent executive, fusing the effectiveness of monarchical decision-making with the traditions of republican institutions. The breadth and usefulness of his reforms were astounding. Caesar changed the Roman calendar to the Julian calendar, which is still in use today with a few tweaks. He started large-scale public works projects, changed the debt law, increased citizenship, and started organising colonies for Rome's expanding populace. It was similar to witnessing someone manage a whole civilization and restructure it. Caesar's success, however, was setting the stage for his demise. As Caesar accumulated powers that made him effectively a king in all but name, Roman senators who had dedicated their professional lives to the republican system of governance watched. The man who had said he was saving the republic was now threatening to destroy it completely. Both former foes and disillusioned friends were part of the plot against Caesar. Because Caesar had treated Brutus almost like a son, men like him started to think that the only way to preserve Roman liberty was to kill Caesar. This choice was a combination of personal animosity, true patriotism, and likely some concern about Caesar's next move. Despite fortune-tellers' cautions, his wife's dreams, and most likely his own political instincts, Caesar entered the Roman Senate building on March 15, 44 BCE, also known as the Ides of March. Following that, dozens of senators alternated stabbing the man who had rebuilt the Roman world, which was less like an assassination than a group therapy session with knives. Caesar's life and death were equally dramatic. His final words, according to legend, when he saw Brutus among his murderers were, "Et tu, Brute? And you, Brutus?" It was the ultimate betrayal by someone he had trusted, and it encapsulated the tragedy of a man whose greatest accomplishments had set the stage for his own downfall. Sometimes the cure is worse than the illness, don't you know? That's basically what happened when Caesar was assassinated by the Roman senators. They believed they were preserving the Republic, but in reality, they ensured its demise and paved the way for a civil war that would make Caesar's dispute with Pompey seem like a local quarrel. Caesar's death had been carefully planned by the conspirators, but it seems they had neglected to plan for what would happen next. It became evident within hours of the assassination that they had killed Rome's most well-liked man without knowing how to handle the power vacuum they had caused. The company in question happened to control the majority of the known world, so it was similar to successfully ousting a CEO without a succession plan. When Mark Antony, Caesar's faithful lieutenant, came out of hiding to give Caesar's funeral oration, he quickly transformed it into the most potent political theatre in antiquity. By reading Caesar's will, which left money to all Roman citizens, and displaying his bloodied toga while explaining each wound, Antony turned Caesar's funeral into a masterclass in emotional manipulation, rather than the straightforward ceremony the conspirators had anticipated. The response from the crowd was exactly what Antony had hoped for, and what the conspirators should have been afraid of. In search of anyone involved in the assassination, Romans rioted throughout the city. Protected by the very government buildings they had claimed to be defending, the conspirators ended up barricaded on Capitoline Hill. However, the true drama was only getting started. Caesar had adopted his 18-year-old grandnephew Octavius as his son and heir, a surprise that would change the course of Roman history according to his will. Suddenly this young man, who would go on to become Augustus, was the heir to the most illustrious name in Roman politics, and the son of a god, Caesar, had been posthumously deified. Young Octavius's transition into a political figure was similar to witnessing someone go from intern to CEO in a single day. He was studying philosophy at a Greek college one day, and then he was heading back to Rome to claim an inheritance that included immense wealth, a well-known name, and the allegiance of Caesar's seasoned legions. Octavius was inheriting a revolution, whereas most teenagers would have been overwhelmed by inheriting a family business. In the years after Caesar's death, Mark Antony, Octavius, and a politician by the name of Lepidus formed what historians refer to as the Second Triumvirate. This triumvirate was formal, lawful, and specifically created to find Caesar's killers while dividing the Roman world among themselves, in contrast to the unofficial agreement Caesar had made with Pompey and Crassus. Caesar's policy of clemency was rendered obsolete by the ensuing systematic campaign of retaliation. By publishing proscription lists, which were essentially death warrants for their political rivals, the triumvirs transformed Rome into a place where slandering neighbours could bring in large sums of money, and where political connections were essential to one's survival. The conspirators who had killed Caesar were now dispersed throughout the Mediterranean, frantically attempting to assemble armies, while being methodically pursued by men who combined Caesar's military prowess with none of his compassion. At Philippi, where Brutus and Cassius led Republican forces against Antony and Octavius's armies, the final battle took place. The Roman Republic came to an end at the Battle of Philippi, but it also served as a sneak peek at the imperial structure that would take its place. The Roman world was split between Antony and Octavius like a particularly valuable piece of real estate being split by business partners who didn't fully trust each other after Caesar's assassins were killed. However, even this arrangement was not sustainable. Octavius had the ideal opportunity to portray himself as the protector of Roman values against foreign corruption because of Antony and Cleopatra's relationship, which started as a political alliance and eventually turned into a true romance. In the ensuing propaganda war, Antony, a Roman who had left his native land for Egyptian luxury, was transformed from Caesar's avenger to Caesar's traitor. The Roman Republic's last civil war unfolded like a battleship soap opera. Octavius stood for republican institutions, duty to the state, and traditional Roman values. The threat of foreign dominance, personal indulgence, and Eastern luxury were all symbolized by Antony and Cleopatra. In 31 BCE, their fleets clashed at Actium, deciding not only who would govern Rome but also the nature of the city-state. The Roman Republic came to an end with Octavius's victory at Actium, and the Roman Empire began. Rome was the only superpower in the ancient Mediterranean after Antony and Cleopatra committed suicide in Alexandria, ending the Hellenistic era that had lasted since Alexander the Great. Let's talk about something amazing as you curl up with your blanket and maybe refill that teacup. How a man who passed away more than 2,000 years ago continues to have an impact on your life in ways you probably aren't even aware of. Caesar's handiwork is visible every time you look at a calendar. That Julian calendar he made in 46 BCE, with leap days every 4 years and a year with 365 days. We still use a slightly altered version of it today because it was so well designed. Julius Caesar decided that Roman timekeeping needed to be better organised, which is why December 31st exists today. You are adhering to a system created by a man who has never seen a car or an airplane when you schedule your birthday or summer vacation. However, Caesar's impact extends far beyond calendar reform. Caesar's title, Imperator, is where the word emperor originates. German and Russian rulers who wished to inherit Caesar's name used the variations Kaiser and Tsar. Ambitious leaders have been attempting to emulate Julius Caesar with regional traits for more than 2 millennia. Caesar invented a number of political ideas that have reverberated throughout history in both inspiring and terrifying ways. These ideas include the notion that popular support could legitimize radical change, that military success could translate into civilian authority, and that charismatic leadership could transcend traditional institutional limits. Caesar's strategy is being used by every populist politician who says they are speaking for the people against the ruling class. Consider the expression crossing the Rubicon. When someone says they're crossing their Rubicon, they're referring to a decision that will alter everything forever. Caesar's decision-making moment on that riverbank in 49 BCE is the direct source of that metaphor. Historians use it to explain times when societies change, couples use it to talk about significant life transitions, and corporate executives use it in board meetings. Caesar's military advancements impacted warfare for centuries and persisted throughout the Roman Empire. Roman doctrine adopted his emphasis on agility, speed, and engineering solutions to tactical issues. In order to move swiftly through Gaul, his legions constructed roads, which later served as the basis for European transportation systems that persisted well into the modern era. The routes that Caesar's engineers surveyed more than 2,000 years ago are still used by some European highways. Caesar's demonstration that the political structures of the ancient world were not static or unalterable, however, may have been his most enduring contribution. Before Caesar, the majority of people believed that things had to be the way they were. Caesar proved that anyone with enough vision, talent, and willpower could rebuild entire civilizations, institutions, and customs. This was dangerous as well as liberating. Caesar demonstrated the ability of human societies to change, adapt, and advance. From debt relief for struggling farmers to citizenship for formerly marginalized communities, his reforms truly improved the lives of millions of Romans. However, he also demonstrated how easily democratic institutions could be overthrown by someone who was more aware of their flaws than their supporters. Caesar's revolution gave rise to the centuries-long Roman Empire, which served as a model for structuring and governing vast heterogeneous societies. Caesar contributed to the development of Roman law, which served as the basis for legal systems across Europe, and ultimately impacted legal traditions across the globe. You benefit from ideas that developed from Roman precedents when you have the presumption of innocence, the right to a trial, and legal safeguards against capricious government action. Aspiring leaders have even attempted to emulate Caesar's personal style. For thousands of years, people have been captivated by his leadership style, which combines military skill, intellectual sophistication, and public appeal. By bringing a biography of the Roman general on his military expeditions, Napoleon purposefully modelled himself after Caesar. Caesar's speeches are still studied by contemporary politicians as a source of rhetorical and persuasive lessons. Caesar's memory has endured through literature and drama in ways that were impossible for purely historical research. Shakespeare's Julius Caesar created dialogue that has become ingrained in our common cultural vocabulary while making the story understandable to audiences who are ignorant of Roman politics. The phrase, "Friends Romans, countrymen, lend me your ears," is likely more well known than anything that the real Antony said. Caesar's life poses issues that are just as pertinent today as they were 2 millennia ago, including ambition, leadership, and the nature of political change. Was Caesar an ambitious autocrat who overthrew the Republican government for his own benefit? Or was he a visionary reformer who prevented political dysfunction in Rome? His story will always be fascinating because the truthful response is most likely both. The same conflicts that shattered the Roman Republic still plague contemporary democracies. How can democratic accountability and effective leadership be balanced? How can outmoded institutions be reformed without jeopardizing the stability they offer? When leaders assert that they speak for the people's will against established institutions, how do you react? These are issues that every democratic society must deal with, not just historical ones. As we draw to a close, it's important to take a moment to reflect on Caesar's character outside of his political scheming and military triumphs. Because despite his historical significance, Julius Caesar was just a regular person with the same wants, needs, and anxieties as everyone else. According to reports, Caesar had a great deal of personal charm and could make anyone feel like the most important person in the room. He was tall and pale, with dark eyes and a receding hairline that apparently bothered him so much that he frequently covered it with laurel wreaths, according to Roman sources. The fact that even the most influential people in history were self-conscious about their appearance and experimented with unconventional hair loss remedies is strangely reassuring. His political rivals occasionally made fun of him for being effeminate because he was infamously conceited about his appearance and lavished a lot of time and money on personal grooming. Caesar's focus on style and appearance was viewed as somewhat scandalous in a society that valued masculine military virtues. However, this same ostensibly gentle politician was able to personally lead cavalry charges against Germanic warriors and outmaneuver soldiers half his age. Even by Roman standards, Caesar's intellectual curiosity was legendary. During his Gallic campaigns, he wrote poetry, studied philosophy, and supposedly wrote a treatise on grammar while travelling across the Alps. Imagine having such a restless mind that you take advantage of military marches to write academically. In addition, he penned in-depth analyses of his own military operations, which are still studied today as historical documents and as examples of persuasive political propaganda. A more intimate aspect of Caesar's personality is shown through his relationship with his daughter Julia. He reportedly loved her, and a union with Pompey was one of the few occasions when Caesar appeared to put political gain ahead of the happiness of his family. Both Caesar and Pompey were said to have been devastated when Julia died in childbirth, and some historians contend that her passing aided in the dissolution of their political partnership. In the end, even the most prosperous politicians are just fathers who miss their kids. Caesar's well-known clemency toward vanquished adversaries appears to have been motivated by more than just political expediency. Rather, it appears to have been a sincere conviction that kindness worked better than brutality. In a time when enslavement and mass executions were commonplace following military triumphs, this was unusual. Caesar saw that how you handle defeated opponents often determines whether they become future allies or lifelong enemies, something that many leaders fail to recognize. However, Caesar was also capable of being brutal when he felt the need to do so. His willingness to use political violence when other options failed, his systematic destruction of towns that resisted his forces, and his massacre of German tribes who broke their agreements with Rome, all demonstrate his ability to put strategic necessity ahead of personal preferences. His relationships with women also reflected his complexity. In an era when such views were rare, Caesar appears to have truly respected intelligent women, even beyond his well-known liaisons with Cleopatra and others. According to his correspondence, he regarded women as intellectual allies rather than merely as romantic conquests or political instruments. In a culture that typically treated women as property, this was radical thinking. Caesar was either psychologically incapable of accepting limitations or extremely confident in his abilities, as evidenced by his gambling addiction. It is important to note that his willingness to stake everything on a single political or military move was essentially high-stakes gambling, most likely both. Throughout his career, he took a number of calculated risks that would have destroyed someone with less skill, but they continued to pay off for him until they didn't. Historical sources paint a picture of a person who blended intellectual sophistication with real-world application, genuine brilliance with great ambition, and personal charm with occasional ruthlessness. He was the type of person who would plan military campaigns in the afternoon and engage in philosophical discussions with academics in the morning, then stay up late writing poetry about both experiences. Caesar appears to have fascinated and frustrated his contemporaries at the same time. Even his adversaries lamented his aspirations while recognizing his abilities. Politically opposed to Caesar, Cicero acknowledged that Caesar was likely the most talented orator of their time. Even as he sought to ruin Caesar's career, Cato, who saw Caesar as a danger to republican rule, respected his intelligence. Most astonishing of all, Caesar appears to have kept his sense of humour throughout his ascent to power. Examples of his wit, practical jokes, and capacity for self-loathing abound in Roman sources. Roman custom dictated that a slave whisper remind us of mortality in the victor's ear during his triumph celebrations. Caesar is said to have joked that he didn't really need the reminder because he had plenty from his political rivals. Brilliance, ambition, charm, ruthlessness, intellectual curiosity and humour were all combined to create a person who was uniquely suited to deal with the challenges of late Republican Rome. However, it also produced a person who was ultimately too big for any system, including the one he attempted to design for himself. As our time with Julius Caesar comes to an end, it's important to consider what we can learn from his remarkable life about ambition, leadership, and the delicate balance that every society must maintain between change and stability. Caesar's life provides a brilliant example of how a single person's ability and drive can transform entire societies. He demonstrated that even institutions that were supposed to be permanent, like the Roman Republic, which had endured for centuries, could be changed by someone who knew their flaws better than their supporters did. This is sobering as well as inspiring. It is sobering because it demonstrates how easily treasured customs can vanish when they become disconnected from the realities of the modern world, and inspiring because it implies that human societies can change and grow. There were real issues with the Roman Republic that Caesar overthrew. It was a system of governance created for a tiny city-state attempting to run an empire in the Mediterranean. Effective governance was hampered by its institutions' growing inability to make critical decisions, its politicians' preference for self-interest over public service, and its traditional checks and balances. Caesar dealt the last blow to a dying system rather than destroying a robust one. Caesar's solution, however, which concentrated power in the hands of a single, extremely competent person, brought about new issues. What occurs if the competent person passes away? What occurs if concentrated power is inherited by a less competent person? Even though personal rule may be effective at first, it can lead to instability that lasts for generations, as the civil wars that followed Caesar's assassination showed. Throughout history, this pattern has recurred. Charismatic leaders who promise to overcome bureaucratic inefficiencies and accomplish goals are frequently sought after by societies with dysfunctional institutions. As Caesar did with his changes to Roman law, government, and citizenship, these leaders can occasionally actually make things better. However, the concentration of power that enables these advancements also makes power abuse inevitable, either by the original leader or by their successors. Caesar's relationship with his soldiers provides leadership lessons that are still applicable today. He was successful because he shared the struggles of his followers, genuinely cared about their well-being, and continuously valued hard work over political connections. In addition to his success, his legions followed him because they believed he would protect their interests. Caesar showed that service is the ultimate goal of leadership, even if that service furthers your personal goals. Caesar's rapid transformation from Roman patriot to destroyer of the Republic raises significant questions about the failure of political systems. In addition to becoming ineffectual, institutions that are unable to adjust to changing conditions foster an environment that rewards people who are prepared to work against or outside of them. Caesar first attempted to operate within the Republic's structures rather than trying to overthrow it. He only made the decision to completely avoid those systems when they continuously prevented him from making the necessary adjustments. This affects contemporary democracies. Those who are willing to employ illegal means have more opportunities when legitimate institutions become so clogged up that they are unable to solve actual issues. Making sure that democratic institutions can continue to develop and reform is the answer, not accepting deadlock as unavoidable. Caesar's clemency policy, his practice of pardoning defeated enemies rather than executing them, represented a revolutionary approach to political conflict. Caesar approached politics as a process in which today's adversaries could turn into tomorrow's allies, rather than as a zero-sum game in which rivals must be destroyed. This strategy, which proved remarkably successful during his lifetime, implies that political reconciliation frequently yields greater results than political retaliation. Caesar's murder serves as a reminder that clemency has its bounds, though. Some opponents consider your power's very existence to be illegitimate, making it impossible to make amends. Caesar's killers were driven by constitutional ideals rather than personal grievances. They killed him because they thought his continued existence threatened Roman liberty, not because he had hurt them. This implies that, despite its desire, political reconciliation occasionally necessitates concessions that core values cannot support. An important point regarding political succession is illustrated by Octavius's transition from teenager to Augustus. Although people can change institutions in ways that outlast their own lives, institutions are more important than individuals. Caesar created the conditions for imperial rule, but Augustus created the imperial system that would govern Rome for centuries. Institutional structure without vision rarely inspires enduring loyalty, and vision without institutional structure rarely survives its creator. Caesar's interest in everything from grammatical theory to military engineering demonstrates his intellectual curiosity, and implies that effective leadership calls for a wide range of knowledge rather than specialized knowledge. Every society faces interconnected problems, and solving one often necessitates knowledge of seemingly unrelated fields. Caesar was successful in part because he took a multifaceted approach to issues, fusing political, social, military, and economic viewpoints in ways that more specialized specialists might overlook. Lastly, Caesar's tale serves as a reminder that the interplay between structural forces and personal decision-making drives historical change. Although Caesar did not cause the issues that led to the fall of the Roman Republic, his solutions to those issues influenced the course of the empire's transition. Perhaps a more violent transition instead of the comparatively peaceful one that Augustus oversaw, or perhaps a reformed republic instead of a new empire, could have resulted from different decisions. We can better navigate our own historical moment if we comprehend this interplay between circumstance and choice. Although the structural forces forming our world are beyond our control, we do have some control over how we react to them. Caesar's life demonstrates how one person's actions, even when limited by external factors, have the capacity to influence the course of history in ways that last for centuries. As you finish your tea and get ready for bed, think about this. Caesar's commentaries on the Gallic Wars, which contain leadership and strategy lessons that are just as applicable today as they were 2,000 years ago, are being read by someone, somewhere tonight. Somewhere a student is learning the funeral oration of Antony from Shakespeare's play by heart. They are absorbing concepts related to political manipulation and rhetoric that will shape their future thoughts on public speaking. Caesar's tale endures because it is timeless rather than because it is ancient. The same basic issues that the Romans faced in the 1st century BCE are faced by all generations. How can one strike a balance between freedom and security? How can outmoded institutions be changed without jeopardizing social order? How can you tell the difference between leaders who truly work for the public good and those who are just interested in themselves? The inability of the Roman Republic to adequately address these issues led to its downfall. Caesar rose to power because he could offer solutions, even if those solutions turned out to be untenable. His life serves as a reminder that political structures are human inventions that need ongoing care, attention, and adaptation in order to thrive. Even in the face of seemingly insurmountable structural forces, individual people can still have an impact on the path of history, which is perhaps the most significant lesson to be learned from Caesar's life. The fall of the Roman Republic, Caesar, and the ensuing empire was not inevitable. Numerous individual decisions made by people who, like us today, had to deal with fear, uncertainty, and challenging trade-offs have shaped history. Caesar had the option to choose not to cross the Rubicon. Although they had other options, his adversaries decided to kill him. Other outcomes were possible, but Augustus decided to establish a stable imperial system. The world we inherited was shaped by the decisions made by imperfect people in unfeasible situations. This implies that our decisions are also important. Although we cannot foresee their long-term effects, Caesar, for example, could not have predicted that his invasion of Gaul would ultimately result in the fall of the Roman Republic. We can make them carefully, taking into account both their possible effects and their moral implications. You may dream about senators in togas discussing the future of their republic, Roman legions marching through Gallic forests, or an ambitious young man standing at the banks of a small river, contemplating whether or not to alter the course of history, you are drawn into an ongoing human narrative through these dreams, one that started long before Caesar and goes on long after. Remember that you're taking part in that same continuing story when you wake up tomorrow and look at your calendar, Caesar's calendar, to make plans for the day. Future generations' world is shaped by the decisions you make, the organisations you uphold or oppose, and the way you treat both allies and adversaries. Although Julius Caesar lived 2 millennia ago, his tale ultimately speaks to universal human emotions. Aspiration and accomplishment, love and loss, success and failure, and the nuanced interplay between personal preference and historical context. These encounters allow us to connect with individuals who faced essentially similar difficulties, despite living in very different worlds over the ages. Rest easy knowing that you are a part of a human story that is still being written, and that your chapter, no matter how small, adds to a story that will be told long after we're all just names in history books. We can affect what we leave behind, but like Caesar, we have no control over how we will be remembered. And maybe that's sufficient. That might be all. Picture this. You're living in ancient Rome, around 50 AD. You've got your toga pressed, your sandals polished, and you think life is pretty good. Then you discover your spouse has been spending their afternoons with someone else, and suddenly your carefully ordered world feels about as stable as a house of cards in a windstorm. Now, if you were just any regular Roman citizen, you might have done what most people did back then. Maybe thrown some pottery, started a public shouting match, or plotted some elaborate revenge involving questionable seafood left in strategic locations. But you're different. You've been studying this new philosophy called Stoicism, and you're about to find out whether all those hours spent reading Epictetus were worth it. The Stoics proposed the radical notion that you could master your reaction to betrayal. The betrayal itself had already occurred, likely while you were occupied with rearranging your collection of scrolls, but your reaction, that was entirely up to you. And the issue wasn't just theoretical philosophy class nonsense. These were practical people dealing with real problems, just like you are right now, thousands of years later. Marcus Aurelius, who spent his days running an empire and his nights writing what essentially amounted to diary entries about not losing his mind, understood the circumstances better than most. He knew that people would do what they wanted, no matter what you wanted or expected. Your spouse choosing to be unfaithful wasn't really about you controlling them. It was about you controlling you. Taking a deep breath and asking yourself a simple question. What exactly can you control in this situation? Is the first thing a Stoic would advise. You can't control what your partner did yesterday. You can't control whether they'll do it again. You cannot influence the actions of your partner from yesterday, nor can you determine if they will repeat those actions. Additionally, you have no control over whether the individual with whom they were unfaithful possesses more appealing hair than you. However, you do have the power to decide how you will think about the situation, how you will respond, and what actions you will take moving forward. This may seem almost overly simplistic, but the Stoics held a strong belief in the value of straightforward truths. But you can control your thoughts, reactions, and next steps. These principles might sound almost ridiculously simple, but the Stoics were big believers in simple truths. They figured that most of human suffering came from trying to control things that were completely outside our influence, while ignoring the things that were actually within our power. It's like spending all your energy trying to change the weather while forgetting to grab an umbrella. Seneca, another famous Stoic who had plenty of experience with life's unexpected curveballs, would probably remind you that betrayal hurts precisely because we had expectations about how other people should behave. We create these elaborate mental contracts with the people in our lives, unspoken agreements about loyalty, honesty, and not sneaking around behind our backs. When someone breaks that contract, we feel violated not just by their actions, but also by the shattering of our assumptions about how the world should work. But here's where it gets interesting. The Stoics would suggest that those expectations were the real problem all along. It's not that your desire for faithfulness and honesty was incorrect. Those are entirely valid desires. Rather, it's because you mistakenly believed that your strong desire for faithfulness and honesty could ensure their fulfillment. So there you are, standing in your Roman villa or your modern apartment, holding the pieces of what you thought was your life, and some ancient philosopher is essentially telling you that this moment, this exact moment of discovering betrayal, is actually an opportunity. An opportunity to practice the most important skill any human can develop, the ability to respond rather than simply react. You know what's amusing about finding out you've been cheated on? Your brain immediately starts working overtime, like a detective who's had way too much coffee and is convinced they're about to crack the case of the century. You start remembering every little detail, how they seemed distracted last Tuesday, why they suddenly needed to work late on Fridays, and what that weird smile meant when they looked at their phone. Your mind becomes this relentless investigation machine, and honestly, it's exhausting. The ancient Stoics would have recognized this mental spiral immediately. The ancient Stoics referred to this mental spiral as getting carried away by your initial impressions, and they offered some surprisingly practical advice for addressing it. Epictetus, who understood a thing or two about life not going according to plan, would suggest starting by separating facts from the stories you tell yourself about those facts. Here's what he meant. The fact is that your partner was unfaithful. That's it. That's the actual event that happened in the world. But then your mind starts adding layers to this fact. Stories about what it means about you, about your worth, about your future, about whether you're attractive enough or interesting enough, or whether you should have seen it coming. What do all those additions mean? Those aren't facts. These are interpretations, and interpretations are something you can effectively work with. This does not imply that one should disregard the pain or minimize the significance of betrayal. The Stoics weren't advocating for becoming emotionally numb. They were way too smart for that. They understood that pain is a natural human response to loss and disappointment, but they also understood the difference between pain and suffering. Pain is what happens when something undesirable occurs. Suffering occurs when you take that pain and amplify it with narratives about how terrible everything is, how things will never improve, and how this validates all your deepest fears about yourself. Marcus Aurelius used to write himself little reminders about this distinction. He'd note that when something unpleasant happened, he had a choice. He could experience it as just that one unpleasant thing, or he could let it contaminate everything else in his life. Getting cheated on could be one of the worst things that happened, or it could prove that love is impossible, that you're unlovable, that you can't trust anyone, and that you should just get 17 cats and give up on human relationships. The Stoics were also surprisingly practical about the whole others are going to do what other people do thing. They weren't naive about human nature. Seneca, who lived through some pretty dramatic political times and saw plenty of betrayal up close, wrote extensively about how people often act out of their pain, confusion, or weakness rather than out of some calculated desire to hurt you specifically. This view doesn't lessen the pain or justify the betrayal, but it does take you out of the centre of someone else's bad choices. Maybe your partner cheated because they're going through something you don't understand. Maybe they cheated because they never learned healthy ways to resolve problems in relationships. Maybe they cheated because they're fundamentally selfish or scared, or they just make really poor choices when they're feeling overwhelmed. These reasons don't justify the betrayal, but they do lessen its impact on your humanity. And that's vital, as infidelity can make you doubt everything about yourself. The Stoics would remind you that someone else's poor choices are information about them, not about you. The really revolutionary part of Stoic thinking is how they approach the whole question of what you deserve from other people. Most of us operate with the underlying assumption that if we're good partners, loyal, loving and supportive, then we've somehow earned the right to be treated the same way in return. The universe owes us faithfulness because we've been faithful. But the Stoics would gently suggest that this entire framework is based on a misunderstanding of how the world actually works. Even the best partner can be betrayed. This isn't due to your deservingness or inadequacy, but rather because individuals possess their own free will, intricate inner lives, and the ability to make dreadful choices. Let's clarify that acceptance does not equate to being a doormat. This principle is probably one of the most misunderstood aspects of Stoic philosophy, and it's particularly important when you're dealing with betrayal. When Epictetus talked about accepting what you cannot control, he wasn't suggesting that you should just smile and nod when someone treats you badly. He was emphasizing a more practical point. Resisting reality is a futile struggle that depletes your energy and leaves you feeling helpless. But how do you accept reality? That's actually the first step toward figuring out what you can do about your situation. Think about it this way. As long as you're spending all your mental energy being outraged that this thing happened, trying to figure out how to make it not happen, or spinning elaborate fantasies about what you should have done differently to prevent it. You're not available to deal with what's actually in front of you right now. You resemble an individual standing in the rain, shaking your fist at the clouds and insisting that they cease being wet rather than seeking shelter or obtaining an umbrella. The Stoics understood that acceptance is actually a form of power. When you accept that your partner cheated, not that it was okay, not that you have to like it, but simply that it happened and you can't change the fact that it happened, suddenly you free up all that energy you were using to fight reality. And now you can use that energy for something useful, like figuring out what you want to do next. This is where the Stoic approach gets intriguing, because they were big believers in focusing on the future rather than the past. Marcus Aurelius used to remind himself that he couldn't change what happened yesterday, but he had complete control over what he chose to do today. And when you're dealing with infidelity, this perspective can be liberating. You can't make your partner not have cheated, but you can decide whether you want to try to work things out or end the relationship. You can't control whether they'll be faithful in the future, but you can decide what your boundaries are and what you're willing to accept going forward. You can't erase the hurt and betrayal you're feeling, but you can choose how to process your feelings and what to learn about yourself and your relationships. The Stoics were also remarkably practical about the whole forgiveness question. They didn't think you owed anyone forgiveness, especially not on someone else's timeline, but they did understand that carrying around anger and resentment is exhausting and ultimately self-destructive. Seneca wrote about how anger is like picking up a hot coal to throw at someone else. You're the one who receives burned. This doesn't mean you have to forgive and forget and pretend nothing happened. It means that at some point, for your own well-being, you might choose to let go of the anger, not because the person who hurt you deserves it, but because you deserve to not carry around that burden anymore. It's less about them and more about you reclaiming your peace of mind. The ancient Stoics also had some modern insights about self-worth. They understood that basing your sense of value on how other people treat you is essentially giving other people control over your emotional well-being. If your worth depends on your partner being faithful, then their infidelity doesn't just betray the relationship, it attacks your fundamental sense of self. But what if your worth was based on something more stable? What if it was based on your character, your values, your choices, and your growth as a person? What if it was based on how you treat others, how you handle difficulties, and how you show up in the world? These are all things that belong to you, regardless of what anyone else does or doesn't do. Epictetus, who had lived as a slave before becoming a philosopher, understood better than most that other people might control your circumstances, but they couldn't control your character unless you let them. Your partner's betrayal might change your relationship status, but it doesn't have to change who you are or what you're capable of or what you deserve in life. Here's something the Stoics understood that we're still figuring out today. Emotions are a lot more like weather than we usually admit. Emotions fluctuate in frequency and intensity, and attempting direct control is akin to attempting to halt the rain. Just as you can learn to read weather patterns and prepare for storms, you can also learn to work with your emotions instead of being completely at their mercy. When you first discover infidelity, the emotional storm is usually pretty intense. You might feel angry one minute, devastated the next, then maybe numb and furious again. If you're anything like most people, you probably also feel guilty about feeling so many different things. Shouldn't you just be angry, or just be sad? Why are you cycling through emotions like you're trying on different outfits? The Stoics would tell you that this emotional chaos is completely normal and actually kind of useful information. Epictetus taught that emotions are signals. They tell you something about how you're interpreting what's happening to you. Your anger might be telling you that an important boundary was crossed. Your sadness might be telling you that you've lost something that mattered to you. Your fear might be telling you that you're worried about what comes next. None of these emotions are wrong or bad. They're just information. The issue arises when you either let them make all your decisions or try to shut them down. The Stoic approach is more like being a weather forecaster for your own inner climate. You observe what's happening, you acknowledge it, and then you make conscious choices about how you want to respond. Marcus Aurelius used to practice this kind of emotional observation. He'd notice when he was feeling frustrated or disappointed or hurt, and instead of immediately reacting, he'd pause and ask himself what story he was telling about the situation. Was he making it worse by adding layers of interpretation? Was he catastrophizing about the future? Was he taking someone else's behaviour more personally than he needed to? Such behaviour doesn't mean you should talk yourself out of legitimate feelings. When someone betrays you, it's understandable to feel hurt and angry. But there's a difference between feeling hurt and angry, and deciding that being hurt and angry means your life is ruined and you'll never be happy again, and you should probably start collecting ceramic cats and become suspicious of everyone you meet for the rest of your life. The Stoics were particularly adept at distinguishing between what they called first impressions and judgments. Your first impression when you discover infidelity might be something like, "This is terrible and painful." That's a pretty accurate first impression. But then your mind might add judgments like, "This means I'm not lovable," or "This proves that all relationships are doomed," or "I should have known better." Those judgments are where you have some choice. You can examine them, question them, and decide whether they're actually beneficial or true. Maybe the betrayal does indicate some problems with this particular relationship, but does it really prove that all relationships are doomed? You may wish you had seen some red flags, but does that mean you should have known better, or just that your partner got good at hiding things? Seneca wrote about this process as being like a judge in your own mental court. You can listen to all the different arguments your mind presents, the prosecutor who insists that this proves you're fundamentally flawed, the defense attorney who argues that none of this is your fault, and the witness who just wants to go over every detail again and again. But ultimately, you get to decide which arguments are convincing and which ones are just your pain and fear talks. This Stoic approach truly liberates you by restoring your control over your emotional life. You're not just a victim of whatever feelings happen to wash over you. You're an active participant in deciding what these feelings mean and how much power you want to exercise them over your choices. You know what's weird about major life crises? They have this uncomfortable way of showing you who you actually are underneath all the roles you play and the image you try to maintain. When your world becomes turned upside down by betrayal, all your usual coping mechanisms and social masks tend to fall away, and you're left face to face with your raw, unfiltered self. The Stoics actually thought that such vulnerability was one of the most valuable things about difficult experiences. Epictetus used to tell his students that every challenge was an opportunity to practice virtue. He did this not in a preachy or sanctimonious manner, but rather in a practical sense. When everything is going well, it's easy to think you're patient, forgiving, resilient, and wise. But when someone you love betrays you, that's when you find out what you're actually made of. And more importantly, that's when you begin to decide who you want to become. The Stoics identified 4 main virtues: wisdom, justice, courage, and temperance. These weren't abstract ideals floating around in some philosophical cloud. They were practical skills you could develop through practice, especially during difficult times. And dealing with infidelity, it turns out, provides you opportunities to practice all 4. Wisdom involves seeing situations clearly, without the distortion of wishful thinking or catastrophic fear. When you've experienced infidelity, wisdom requires you to be truthful about the events without exaggerating or downplaying them. It means recognizing the difference between what you know for sure and what you're assuming. It means acknowledging your feelings without letting them completely cloud your judgment. Justice, in the Stoic sense, wasn't about revenge or punishment. It was about treating people fairly, including yourself. Justice means holding your partner accountable for their choices without turning them into a cartoon villain. It means protecting yourself from further harm without unnecessarily inflicting it on others. It means being fair to yourself about what you deserve and what you're willing to accept. Courage doesn't just mean being brave in the face of physical danger. It means being willing to face difficult truths, to have hard conversations, and to make changes that scare you. When you discover infidelity, courage might mean confronting your partner even though you're afraid of what you might learn. It might mean ending a relationship even though you're terrified of being alone. It may involve remaining in the relationship and striving to resolve issues despite uncertainties regarding your ability to trust once more. Temperance is about moderation and self-control. It's probably the most relevant virtue when you're dealing with the intense emotions that come with betrayal. Temperance means feeling your anger without letting it consume you. It means acknowledging your hurt without drowning in self-pity. It involves taking care of yourself without completely shutting down or going completely out of control. Marcus Aurelius used to write about how every difficult situation was like a training ground for these virtues. He'd remind himself that he couldn't control what other people did, but he could control whether he responded with wisdom, justice, courage, and temperance. And the more he practiced these responses, the stronger his qualities became. This perspective can be incredibly empowering when you're dealing with infidelity. Rather than viewing yourself as merely a victim of someone else's poor decisions, you can perceive yourself as an individual undergoing a comprehensive education in essential life skills. You're learning how to maintain your integrity under pressure. You're learning how to make difficult decisions with incomplete information. You're learning how to take care of yourself while still treating others with basic human decency. The Stoics also recognized that character development involves more than just persevering through challenging times. It's about consciously choosing to use those challenging times as opportunities to become the kind of person you want to be. Every time you choose to respond thoughtfully instead of just reacting emotionally, you're strengthening your capacity for thoughtful responses. Every time you choose self-care over self-destruction, you're building your ability to take care of yourself. This doesn't mean you have to be perfect or that you won't make mistakes. The Stoics were compassionate about human imperfection. They understood that developing wisdom and virtue is a lifelong process, and that setbacks and failures are part of that process. What matters isn't being flawless. It's being committed to learning and growing from whatever life throws at you. There's something almost magical about perspective. How the same situation can look completely different depending on how far back you step, and how much of the bigger picture you can see. The ancient Stoics were masters of this kind of mental zooming out, and they applied it to everything, including heartbreak and betrayal. Marcus Aurelius, who had plenty of experience with both personal loss and the broader challenges of human existence, used to practice what we might call the view from above. He'd imagine looking at his problems from a great height, first from across the city, then from high above the earth, and finally from the perspective of years, decades, or even centuries. He aimed to contextualize his problems, not to downplay his pain or deny their significance. When you're in the immediate aftermath of discovering infidelity, everything feels enormous and permanent. The hurt feels like it will never end. The anger feels justified and necessary. The whole situation feels like it defines everything about your life and your future. But the Stoics would gently encourage you to experiment with different time perspectives. What if you imagined looking back at this situation from 5 years in the future? What would matter most to you then? The fact that this painful thing happened, or how you chose to handle it? What would you want to tell your current self about getting through this period? What would you be proud of yourself for doing or not doing? Or what if you zoomed out even further and imagined the view from the end of your life? When you're old and looking back, how much of your life story will this betrayal take up? What other chapters will there be? What will you have learned? How will this difficult experience have contributed to your growth as a person? This isn't about minimizing the real pain you're experiencing right now. It's about remembering that this moment, however intense and overwhelming it feels, is just one in a much larger life. The Stoics understood that we suffer more when we lose perspective, when we let one painful experience eclipse everything else about our existence. Seneca wrote extensively about the temporary nature of all human experiences, both good and bad. He'd remind himself that periods of happiness don't last forever, but neither do periods of pain. Everything passes. Everything changes. The acute agony you feel right after discovering betrayal will not feel the same 6 months from now, even if the situation hasn't resolved completely. The Stoics also had a sophisticated understanding of how relationships work over time. They understood that people change, that love itself changes, and that expecting any relationship to remain exactly the same forever is unrealistic. This understanding doesn't excuse betrayal or suggest that you should accept poor treatment, but it does suggest that maybe some of our suffering around relationship problems comes from unrealistic expectations about permanence and control. Consider this. You are likely not the same individual you were at the onset of your relationship. You've grown, changed, learned new things, developed new interests, and maybe even discovered parts of yourself you didn't know existed. Your partner has probably changed too. Sometimes people change in compatible ways, and sometimes they don't. Sometimes people change in ways that make them better partners, and sometimes they change in ways that make them worse partners. The Stoic approach would be to acknowledge these changes without necessarily taking them personally. It is possible that your partner's infidelity reflects changes they have undergone or challenges they are facing. Maybe it says something about problems in your relationship that neither of you knew how to address directly. Maybe it doesn't say anything particularly meaningful about you at all. This perspective can be oddly freeing. You can view the betrayal as information about where things stand right now, rather than as proof of some fundamental flaw in yourself, your relationship, or love in general. And right now is just one point, not a permanent verdict on your worth or your future. The Stoics were also realistic about the fact that some relationships simply run their course. It's not because someone committed a heinous act or love faltered, but rather because individuals and situations undergo transformations that render the continuation of a relationship more detrimental than beneficial. Sometimes betrayal is a symptom of a relationship that has already ended emotionally, even if nobody has been willing to admit it yet. You may think the ancient Stoics had useful insights on betrayal, but you may also wonder how to apply this to your own situation. The beautiful thing about Stoic philosophy is that it was always meant to be practical, not just intellectual ideas to contemplate, but actual techniques you could use in daily life. The Stoics developed what they called spiritual exercises, regular practices designed to train your mind the same way you might train your body. These weren't religious or mystical practices, but practical mental habits that could help you respond to difficult situations with more wisdom, courage, and peace of mind. One of the most fundamental practices is what Epictetus called the dichotomy of control. Every morning, or whenever you're feeling overwhelmed, you can take a few minutes to sort your concerns into two categories: things you can control and things you can't control. When you're dealing with infidelity, your approach might look like acknowledging that you can't control what your partner did, what they're feeling now, or what they'll choose to do in the future, but you can choose how to care for yourself, set boundaries, converse, and interpret events. Another useful practice is what Marcus Aurelius called objective representation, trying to see situations as clearly as possible, without the emotional colouring that can make everything seem worse than it actually is. Instead of thinking my life is ruined, you might practice thinking my partner was unfaithful, and I'm feeling hurt and angry about it. Instead of saying, I'll never be able to trust anyone again, you might think, right now I'm having trouble trusting, and that makes sense given what I've just learned. The Stoics also practice something we might call negative visualization, not to make themselves miserable, but to build resilience and gratitude. Imagine what it would be like if the relationship ended completely. Instead of persuading yourself that the relationship should end, you should reassure yourself that you could endure it if it did. Often, when we're terrified of a particular outcome, half of our suffering comes from the fear itself rather than the actual situation. Seneca recommended keeping what he called a philosophical journal, a regular practice of writing about your experiences and examining your thoughts and reactions. When you're dealing with betrayal, writing can help you sort through the complicated mix of feelings and thoughts that tend to swirl around in your head. You might write about what happened, how you're feeling, what you're afraid of, what you're learning, and what you want to do next. The key to all of these practices is consistency rather than perfection. You don't have to become a perfectly wise, calm, rational person overnight. You just have to be willing to practice responding thoughtfully rather than just reacting emotionally. And every time you choose to pause and think before you act, every time you focus on what you can control rather than what you can't, and every time you treat yourself and others with basic decency despite being hurt, you're strengthening those mental muscles. The ancient Stoics understood something that we sometimes forget in our modern world. Wisdom isn't something you either have or don't have. It's something you develop through practice, especially through practicing during difficult times. Your current situation, painful as it is actually an opportunity to develop some of the most valuable life skills there are. The ability to stay grounded during a crisis, to make good decisions under pressure, to maintain your integrity when you've been wronged, and to take care of yourself while still treating others with compassion. These skills will serve you well beyond your current relationship drama. They'll help you navigate future challenges with more confidence and less suffering. They'll help you build better relationships because you'll know better what you need and what you're willing to give. They will assist you in cultivating self-trust, as you will recognize your ability to manage whatever challenges life presents. The Stoics believed that the goal of philosophy wasn't to eliminate all problems from life. That would be impossible and probably boring anyway. The goal was to develop the inner resources to meet whatever problems arise with wisdom, courage, and grace. In that sense, dealing with betrayal isn't just about getting through a difficult time. It's about becoming the kind of person who can get through difficult times, and maybe even grow stronger in the process. It is quite intriguing to consider that you are likely resting on a meticulously designed mattress composed of foam and springs, while listening to a narrative about how your ancestors slept on much less comfortable surfaces. While not literally on rocks, though we will address that aspect shortly, this evening we will journey back in time to explore the sleeping arrangements of those who lived before the innovative concept of filling a fabric sack with soft materials to create a mattress was conceived. Well, they didn't actually sleep on rocks, though we'll discuss that part soon enough. Tonight, we're going back in time to discover what people did before someone had the brilliant idea to stuff a fabric sack with soft things and call it a mattress. Picture this. It's 200,000 years ago, and your great times about 10,000 grandmother is getting ready for bed. She's not scrolling through her phone or adjusting her memory foam pillow. She's not even wearing pyjamas because pyjamas haven't been invented yet. Neither has the bed she's about to sleep in. In fact, the idea of having a specific sleeping area, rather than just collapsing wherever exhaustion takes you, has not been developed either. The earliest humans were remarkably practical about sleep. They found a spot that wasn't too rocky, hopefully not too muddy, and definitely not occupied by something with more teeth than they had. Then they curled up and hoped for the best. You might think this scenario sounds uncomfortable, but remember, these people had never experienced a Tempur-Pedic mattress, so they had no idea what they were missing. Ignorance was bliss, literally. However, as is typical of humans, they quickly began to get creative. Archaeological evidence shows that around 77,000 years ago, people in South Africa were making the world's first beds out of sedge grass and aromatic leaves. They'd layer these materials in caves, creating what was essentially nature's first mattress prototype. The aromatic leaves weren't just for comfort, they helped repel insects, so technically these ancient beds were also the world's first bug zappers. You have to admire their ingenuity. They figured out that certain plants, when dried and layered, created a relatively soft surface that was infinitely better than bare rock or dirt. They even discovered that some leaves, when crushed, released natural insect repellents. Your ancestors were basically running a prehistoric bed and bath store complete with aromatherapy. The intriguing thing about these early beds is that they weren't permanent fixtures. When the tribe moved, the bed stayed behind. This meant that every night someone had to gather fresh materials and essentially build a new bed. Imagine if you had to reconstruct your entire sleeping arrangement every single day. You'd probably develop some serious appreciation for your current setup pretty quickly. These grass beds weren't just about comfort, though. They represented one of humanity's first attempts to control their environment, rather than simply adapt to it. People began to reject the idea that sleep had to mean lying on whatever surface was available, saying, you know what, I think I can do better than this. And that drive to improve their sleeping situation would continue for thousands of years. The construction of these early beds was surprisingly sophisticated. People would gather fresh grass and leaves, carefully layer them for maximum softness and insulation, and arrange them in shapes that followed the natural curves of the human body. They understood concepts like moisture management and temperature regulation, long before anyone gave those ideas fancy names. What's particularly fascinating is that these beds were often communal projects. Everyone in the group would help gather materials, and the beds were usually large enough for multiple people to share. Privacy as we know it didn't exist yet, so sleeping arrangements were more about survival and warmth than personal space. Archaeological sites containing these beds provide evidence of consistent upkeep and rejuvenation. People would periodically burn old bedding materials, possibly to eliminate pests and parasites, before starting anew. Such behaviour makes them possibly the first people in history to actually change their sheets regularly, something that would make your mother proud. As you settle into your bed tonight, take a moment to appreciate the long journey that brought us from those first grass beds to whatever you're lying on now. Those ancient people, sleeping on their carefully constructed piles of aromatic leaves, had no idea they were starting a tradition that would eventually lead to memory foam, adjustable bases and heated blankets. You want to sleep well just like they did. Fast forward about 70,000 years, and suddenly we're in ancient Egypt, where people had figured out some pretty impressive tricks for getting comfortable at night. You might think the Egyptians were all about pyramids and mummies, but they were also surprisingly good at sleeping. In fact, they basically invented the concept of having a real bed that you could use more than once. The Egyptians thought, this is nice, but what if we could make something that didn't need to be rebuilt every night? So they started making bed frames out of wood, usually palm, sycamore or cedar if they could afford it. These weren't just simple platforms either. Egyptian beds were often elaborate affairs with carved legs that looked like animal feet, decorative headboards, and even built-in storage. Now, here's where it gets intriguing. The Egyptians didn't put mattresses on these beds. Instead, they used a system of woven reed mats or leather strips stretched across the wooden frame. Imagine it as the world's first box spring, with reeds or leather taking on the role of springs. The wealthy would add layers of linen sheets and pillows stuffed with feathers or straw, but the basic sleeping surface was still pretty much a fancy hammock. The Egyptian approach to pillows was particularly creative, and by creative, I mean potentially painful. The Egyptians used headrests made of wood, stone, or ivory instead of the soft, fluffy pillows you're accustomed to. These weren't pillows at all, really. They were more like neck supports that kept your head elevated while you slept on your side. The idea was to protect your elaborate hairstyles and keep your head cool in the desert heat. You're probably thinking the idea sounds incredibly uncomfortable, and you'd be right. But the Egyptians had their reasons. Those wooden headrests weren't just practical, they were also spiritual. They believed that elevating the head helped protect the sleeper from evil spirits and allowed the soul to travel more freely during dreams. So while you might wake up with a stiff neck, at least your soul was well travelled. The truly affluent Egyptians achieved remarkable levels of bed comfort. They had servants whose job was to fan them while they slept, ensuring a cool breeze throughout the night. Some beds even had built-in mosquito nets made of fine linen, which was probably the most practical innovation since the aromatic leaves. Nothing ruins a good night's sleep like mosquitoes, whether you're in ancient Egypt or modern Florida. Egyptian beds were also status symbols. The more elaborate your bed, the more important you were. Pharaohs had beds made with gold inlays, precious stones, and intricate carvings. These beds were often so ornate that they were probably more comfortable to look at than to sleep on. But when you're a pharaoh, comfort is sometimes less important than making sure everyone knows you're the pharaoh. The construction of these beds was remarkably sophisticated. Egyptian craftsmen understood concepts like weight distribution and joint flexibility. They created beds that could support significant weight while still providing some give and flexibility. The leather or reed sleeping surfaces were carefully tensioned to provide optimal support, and the bed frames were designed to last for decades. One particularly ingenious feature of Egyptian beds was their height. They were typically quite tall, sometimes requiring a small step or stool to climb into. This wasn't just for show. It helped protect sleepers from scorpions, snakes, and other ground-dwelling creatures that might want to share the bed. It also improved air circulation, which was crucial in Egypt's hot climate. The Egyptians also developed some of the first bed linens. They made sheets from linen, which was cooler than wool and softer than the reed mats. Wealthy Egyptians would have multiple sets of linen sheets, and they were often buried with their favourite bedding to ensure comfort in the afterlife. This gives a whole new meaning to the phrase eternal rest. What's particularly amusing is that Egyptian beds often had a slight incline, with the head end higher than the foot end. This feature was supposed to aid digestion and improve circulation, so basically, the Egyptians invented the adjustable bed about 4,000 years before anyone thought to add motors and remote controls. The legacy of Egyptian bedding extended far beyond Egypt itself. Their techniques and designs influenced bedding throughout the Mediterranean world, and many of their innovations, like elevated beds and linen sheets, became standard features that we still use today. When you adjust your pillows tonight, you're participating in a tradition that started with those wooden headrests along the Nile. The Greeks and Romans embraced the Egyptian bed concept, a characteristic of cultures adept at elevating others' good ideas to a higher level. By the time we reach classical antiquity, beds had evolved into a serious business, complete with social etiquette, philosophical implications, and a level of luxury that would make a modern hotel jealous. Greek beds were called clines, and they weren't just for sleeping. These were multi-purpose pieces of furniture used for sleeping, eating, and lounging around looking philosophical. The Greeks basically invented the concept of the couch, except their version was also your bed, your dining table, and your thinking spot. Talk about efficient use of space. The construction of a Greek cline was quite sophisticated. The frame was typically made of wood, often decorated with inlays of ivory, silver, or precious metals. The sleeping surface consisted of a network of cords or leather straps stretched across the frame, like the Egyptian system, but with much more attention to comfort and aesthetics. On top of this, they'd pile layers of woolen blankets, linen sheets, and stuffed cushions. Now, the Greeks had some intriguing ideas about pillows. Instead of just one pillow for your head, they used multiple cushions of different sizes and firmness levels. You'd have firm cushions for support and soft ones for comfort, arranged in various combinations depending on whether you were sleeping, eating, or just lounging around contemplating the nature of existence. It was basically the ancient equivalent of those people who have 17 pillows on their bed and spend 10 minutes arranging them every night. Not to be outdone, the Romans took Greek bed technology and added their own flair for excess. Roman beds, or lectus, were often massive affairs that could accommodate multiple people. This wasn't necessarily for romantic reasons. Roman dining culture involved reclining on beds while eating, so a family meal might involve several people sharing the same sleeping surface while consuming elaborate multi-course dinners. Roman beds were also the first to feature anything resembling a real mattress. They stuffed large fabric sacks with wool, feathers, or even rose petals for the extremely wealthy. These weren't quite the mattresses we know today, but they were definitely a step up from stretched leather and wooden headrests. The Romans had discovered that if you stuff enough soft things into a bag, it becomes surprisingly comfortable to sleep on. The Romans were particularly proud of their bed linens. They imported fine silks from China and cotton from India, creating sheets that were softer and more luxurious than anything that had come before. Roman beds often featured elaborate bedding sets with matching pillows, blankets, and curtains. They basically invented the concept of bedroom decor, complete with colour coordination and seasonal changes. One particularly Roman innovation was the canopy bed. They discovered that hanging curtains around the bed created privacy, blocked drafts, and helped keep insects at bay. These bed curtains were often made of expensive fabrics and were as much about showing off wealth as they were about practical comfort. If you've ever wondered why canopy beds seem so fancy, you can thank the Romans for establishing that tradition. The Romans also developed heated beds, which is pretty impressive considering they didn't have electricity. They used a system called hypercaust that circulated warm air from furnaces through hollow spaces in the walls and floors. Some wealthy Romans had heated sleeping chambers that maintained comfortable temperatures throughout the night. This method was probably the ancient equivalent of those heated mattress pads that make getting out of bed even more difficult than it already is. Roman beds often featured adjustable elements. They had mechanisms for raising or lowering different parts of the bed, allowing sleepers to find their optimal position. Some Roman beds could be converted from sleeping configuration to dining configuration, with a few simple adjustments. This flexibility was regarded as the pinnacle of luxury and practicality. The social aspects of Roman bedding were complex and fascinating. There were strict rules about who could sleep where, what type of bedding was appropriate for different social classes, and how beds should be arranged in different rooms. The master bedroom, or cubiculum, was considered a semi-public space where important guests might be received, so the bed had to be impressive enough to reflect the owner's status. The Romans developed the first real understanding of sleep hygiene, which is particularly interesting. They thought that the quality of your bedding affected your sleep, which affected your health. This belief led to innovations in mattress materials, bed positioning, and even the orientation of sleeping chambers to catch optimal breezes. The decline of the Roman Empire marked the end of this golden age of bed luxury, but many Roman innovations survived and influenced bedding for centuries to come. The idea of stuffed mattresses, elaborate bed linens, and beds as status symbols all traces back to Roman innovations that were far ahead of their time. After the fall of Rome, bed technology took a bit of a nosedive, which is probably what you'd expect during a period called the Dark Ages. Medieval Europeans basically forgot most of what the Romans had figured out about comfortable sleeping, and went back to much simpler arrangements. But don't worry. They made up for it with creativity, communal sleeping, and some pretty intriguing solutions to the problem of staying warm in drafty stone castles. Medieval peasants, who made up about 90% of the population, slept on what were essentially piles of straw covered with rough woolen blankets. Their beds were usually just wooden platforms, or even hollowed-out sections of the floor filled with straw or hay. The straw served as both mattress and pillow, and it was changed when it got too smelly or bug-infested to tolerate. This scenario happened more often than you might think, because medieval hygiene standards were, shall we say, relaxed. The really interesting part about medieval sleeping arrangements is that almost nobody slept alone. Families would pile into one big bed, often with parents, children, and sometimes even servants all sharing the same sleeping space. This wasn't just about saving space, it was about staying warm. Medieval houses were cold, drafty places, and body heat was often the only reliable source of warmth available during winter months. Even wealthy medieval nobles didn't have private bedrooms as we understand them today. The enormous hall of a castle or manor house would be filled with beds, and everyone from the lord's family to visiting guests to household servants would sleep in the same room. Privacy was a luxury that simply didn't exist. You learned to sleep through other people's snoring, talking, and various nocturnal activities, or you didn't sleep at all. The wealthy did have somewhat better sleeping arrangements, of course. Noble beds were often large, elaborate affairs with carved wooden frames and thick curtains that could be drawn for privacy and warmth. These bed curtains were crucial because they created a microclimate around the sleeper, trapping body heat and blocking drafts. Medieval beds were essentially small, portable rooms within the larger sleeping space. Medieval mattresses, when they existed at all, were usually large fabric sacks stuffed with straw, feathers, or wool. The wealthy often possessed mattresses filled with down feathers, regarded as the epitome of luxury. Wills and inheritance documents often specifically mention these feather mattresses due to their high value. Imagine being so excited about your mattress that you want to ensure it goes to the right person after you die. Medieval people also developed some creative solutions to common sleeping problems. They discovered that certain herbs, when mixed with straw, helped repel insects and provided pleasant scents. Lavender, mint and rosemary were popular choices, so medieval beds were essentially aromatherapy stations, long before anyone called them that. One important medieval innovation was the trundle bed. These were low beds that could be rolled under larger beds during the day and pulled out at night. Servants, children or guests would sleep on trundle beds, which saved space and allowed for flexible sleeping arrangements. It was basically the medieval equivalent of a pull-out couch, except much less comfortable. The concept of changing sheets was pretty foreign to medieval people. Bed linens, when they existed, were expensive and difficult to clean. Most people slept directly on their mattresses or under rough woolen blankets that were washed infrequently, if at all. The wealthy might have linen sheets, but even these were changed only occasionally. Medieval people had a much higher tolerance for what we would consider unsanitary conditions. Medieval beds were also surprisingly portable. Wealthy nobles travelled frequently, and they often took their beds with them. A proper medieval bed could be disassembled, packed onto wagons, and reassembled at the next castle or manor house. This meant that your bed was literally your most important piece of furniture, because it went everywhere you did. The height of medieval bed luxury was the state bed used by royalty and the highest nobility. These beds were enormous, elaborate constructions that resembled architecture more than furniture. They had carved posts, embroidered curtains, and sometimes even small chambers built into the headboard for storing valuable items. These beds were so impressive that they were often considered works of art in their own right. What's particularly fascinating about medieval sleeping arrangements is how they reflected social hierarchy. The closer you slept to the lord of the castle, the higher your social status. The most important guests would sleep in the same room as the lord, while servants and lesser nobles would sleep in progressively more distant locations. Your sleeping spot was a direct reflection of your place in society. Medieval people also had some intriguing beliefs about sleep and dreams. They thought that sleeping with your head pointing east was healthiest, and that certain materials in your mattress could influence your dreams. They believed that sleeping on a mattress stuffed with particular herbs could promote prophetic dreams or ward off nightmares. Whether or not this approach actually worked, it certainly made bedtime more interesting. The Renaissance brought a revolution in sleeping comfort that would have made medieval peasants weep with envy. Suddenly, people rediscovered the Roman love of luxury and comfort, but with medieval practicality and some genuinely new innovations. This was the period when sleeping went from being a basic survival necessity to something that could actually be enjoyable. Renaissance Italians were particularly obsessed with comfortable sleeping. They developed the first real mattresses that would be recognisable to modern sleepers, large fabric cases stuffed with combinations of wool, cotton and feathers, sewn into sections to prevent the stuffing from clumping. These mattresses were placed on top of rope or wooden slat bed frames, creating a sleeping surface that was both supportive and comfortable. The rope bed frame was a Renaissance innovation that deserves special mention. Instead of the solid wooden platforms of medieval times, Renaissance beds used networks of ropes threaded through holes in the bed frame. These ropes could be tightened or loosened to adjust the firmness of the sleeping surface. This is where the phrase "sleep tight" comes from. It literally meant to tighten the ropes on your bed to ensure a firm, comfortable sleeping surface. Renaissance beds were also the first to feature multiple layers of bedding. Instead of just throwing a blanket over a straw mattress, people began using systems of sheets, blankets, and coverlets that could be added or removed depending on the weather and personal preference. This layered approach allowed for much more precise temperature control and comfort customization. The Renaissance also saw the development of the first real pillows as we know them today. Instead of wooden headrests or simple cloth bundles, Renaissance pillows were carefully constructed fabric cases stuffed with down, feathers, or fine wool. These pillows were designed specifically for comfort and support, and wealthy households would have multiple pillows of different sizes and firmness levels for different sleeping positions. Privacy became increasingly important during the Renaissance, and this led to innovations in bed curtains and canopies. Renaissance bed curtains were often made of expensive fabrics like silk or velvet, and they were designed to create a private, intimate space within the larger bedroom. These curtains served practical purposes too. They blocked drafts, provided insulation, and helped keep out insects and light. The Renaissance bed was also when furniture makers began treating beds as serious pieces of craftsmanship. Renaissance beds featured elaborate carvings, inlays, and decorative elements that made them works of art as well as functional furniture. These beds were often family heirlooms, passed down through generations and becoming more valuable over time. One specific Renaissance innovation was the development of specialized bedding for different seasons. Wealthy households would have lightweight linen bedding for summer and heavy woolen bedding for winter. They also developed the first washable bed linens, which represented a significant advance in hygiene and comfort. The ability to regularly clean your bedding was a luxury that previous generations couldn't imagine. Renaissance beds also became much larger than their medieval predecessors. The great bed became a status symbol among the wealthy, with some beds measuring 8 feet square or larger. These enormous beds weren't just for sleeping, they were used for conducting business, receiving guests, and displaying wealth and status. The bed became the centerpiece of the bedroom, which itself became an important room in the house. The Renaissance period also saw the development of the first adjustable beds. Some Renaissance beds featured mechanisms that allowed sleepers to raise or lower their heads and feet, providing comfort for people with medical conditions or simply allowing for more comfortable reading or dining in bed. These adjustable beds were complex mechanical devices that demonstrated the period's growing understanding of engineering and comfort. Renaissance sleeping arrangements also reflected changing social attitudes. While medieval people saw nothing wrong with communal sleeping, Renaissance sensibilities increasingly valued privacy and individual comfort. Married couples began sleeping in their rooms, and children were given their beds rather than sharing with parents or siblings. This shift toward individual sleeping spaces was a significant cultural change that would continue into the modern era. The Renaissance also saw the development of the first specialized children's beds. Instead of just making smaller versions of adult beds, furniture makers began creating beds specifically designed for children's needs. These beds were lower to the ground, had protective railings, and were designed to be safe and comfortable for young sleepers. The idea that children might have different sleeping needs than adults was revolutionary. Renaissance beds were also the first to feature storage solutions. Many Renaissance beds had built-in chests or drawers underneath the sleeping surface, providing storage for bed linens, clothing, and personal items. This innovation held significant importance during a period when closets were scarce and storage space was highly valued. The Renaissance period established many of the basic principles of comfortable sleeping that we still use today. The idea of layered bedding, supportive mattresses, comfortable pillows, and private sleeping spaces all trace back to Renaissance innovations. During this period, we essentially figured out what makes a good bed, despite the dramatic improvements in technology. The Industrial Revolution fundamentally transformed the way people slept, with most of the changes occurring more quickly than you could say, factory-made mattress. Suddenly beds that had been luxury items for the wealthy became available to ordinary people and innovations that had taken centuries to develop were being improved upon every few years. The 1850s saw the development of the coil spring mattress, marking the first major change. This breakthrough was revolutionary because it provided support and comfort that was far superior to anything that had come before. Instead of sleeping on stuffed fabric sacks that gradually compressed and lost their shape, people could now sleep on mattresses that maintained their support and bounce back night after night. The coil spring mattress quickly established itself as the standard, with variations still in use today. Mass production meant that mattresses could be made consistently and affordably. Instead of having to commission a custom mattress from a local craftsperson, people could buy ready-made mattresses from stores. This democratization of comfort meant that working-class families could have sleeping arrangements that were comparable to what only the wealthy had enjoyed in previous centuries. The Industrial Age also brought significant improvements in bedding materials. The development of cotton mills made cotton sheets and pillowcases widely available and affordable. Cotton was softer, more breathable, and easier to clean than the rough linen or wool bedding most used. The ability to have soft, washable sheets represented a major advance in both comfort and hygiene. Iron and steel bed frames became popular during this period, replacing wooden frames for many people. These metal frames were stronger, more durable, and less likely to harbour insects than wooden frames. They were also much easier to mass produce, which made them more affordable. The classic iron bed frame, with its distinctive vertical bars and simple design, became a symbol of the Industrial Age. The Industrial Revolution also brought the first real understanding of sleep hygiene and health. Medical professionals began studying sleep and its effects on health, leading to recommendations about mattress firmness, room ventilation, and sleeping positions. This scientific approach to sleep was a departure from the folk wisdom and superstitions that had guided sleeping arrangements for centuries. One particularly important innovation was the development of the box spring. Instead of placing mattresses directly on rope or wooden slat frames, manufacturers began creating specialized foundation systems that provided additional support and extended mattress life. The box spring, combined with the coil spring mattress, created a sleeping system that was far superior to anything that had existed before. The Industrial Age also saw the development of specialized bedding for different needs. Manufacturers began producing mattresses for children, for people with medical conditions, and for different climates. This specialization represented a recognition that different people had different sleeping needs, and that technology could be adapted to meet those needs. Department stores revolutionized how people bought bedding. Instead of visiting specialized craftspeople or commissioning custom work, people could see and compare different mattresses, sheets, and pillows in large retail spaces. This gave consumers much more choice and helped drive innovation as manufacturers competed for customers. The development of reliable indoor heating also changed sleeping arrangements significantly. People no longer needed to share beds for warmth, and bedrooms could be separate from living spaces. This led to the development of the modern bedroom as a private individual space designed specifically for sleeping. The Industrial Age brought the first real advertising for sleep products. Mattress manufacturers began making claims about the health benefits of their products, the superiority of their materials, and the importance of excellent sleep. This was the beginning of the modern sleep industry, which would eventually become a multi-billion-dollar business. Mail-order catalogues made it possible for people in rural areas to buy the same quality bedding as city dwellers. Companies like Sears and Montgomery Ward offered mattresses, bed frames, and bedding through their catalogues, bringing Industrial Age comfort to people who had previously been limited to local products. The Industrial Revolution also led to the initial standardization of bed sizes. Instead of custom-made beds that varied depending on the craftsperson and customer, manufacturers began producing beds in standard sizes. This made it easier to buy bedding, and meant that a mattress bought in one city would fit a bed frame bought in another. Working conditions during the Industrial Age also highlighted the importance of good sleep. Factory workers who had to wake up early and work long hours needed better sleep than had been necessary in agricultural societies. This created demand for more comfortable bedding, and led to innovations designed to help people fall asleep faster and sleep more soundly. The Industrial Age established the foundation for modern sleep technology. The basic concept of the coil spring mattress, the box spring foundation, and mass-produced bedding all originated during this period. The Industrial Revolution established the fundamental approach to creating comfortable beds, despite dramatic improvements in materials and construction techniques. And here we are, in the modern era, where your bed is probably more technologically advanced than the computers that sent people to the moon. The 20th and 21st centuries have brought an explosion of innovation in sleep technology that would have seemed like science fiction to people just a few generations ago. The development of synthetic materials revolutionized mattress construction. Memory foam, originally developed by NASA to improve crash protection for astronauts, became the foundation for a new generation of mattresses that could conform to individual body shapes and provide personalized support. The idea that your mattress could remember your body's contours and adapt accordingly was a concept that previous generations couldn't have imagined. Latex mattresses brought natural elasticity and durability that surpassed traditional coil springs. These mattresses could provide firm support while still conforming to body shapes, and they lasted much longer than previous mattress types. The development of synthetic latex made these benefits available at reasonable prices, democratizing comfort in ways that would have amazed earlier generations. The introduction of adjustable beds brought hospital-level comfort to home bedrooms. These beds could be adjusted to provide optimal positioning for sleeping, reading, watching television, or dealing with medical conditions. The ability to adjust your bed's position with the touch of a button represented a level of convenience and customization that surpassed anything in history. Temperature control became a major focus of modern sleep technology. Gel-infused foams, phase-change materials, and even water-cooled mattresses were developed to help people maintain optimal sleeping temperatures. The recognition that temperature regulation was crucial for good sleep led to innovations that actively managed heat and moisture throughout the night. Modern bedding materials have achieved levels of softness and performance that would have been impossible with natural materials alone. Microfiber sheets can be softer than silk while being more durable and easier to care for. Moisture-wicking fabrics help regulate temperature and humidity, creating optimal sleeping conditions regardless of season or climate. The development of the sleep industry as a major economic force has driven continuous innovation. Companies spend millions of dollars researching sleep patterns, testing new materials, and developing products that promise better rest. This competition has led to rapid advances in mattress technology, bedding materials, and sleep accessories. Sleep tracking technology has given people unprecedented insight into their sleep patterns. Devices that monitor movement, heart rate, and sleep stages provide detailed information about sleep quality and duration. This data-driven approach to sleep represents a return to the scientific study of sleep that began during the Industrial Age, but with far more sophisticated tools and understanding. The internet has revolutionized how people buy mattresses and bedding. Online retailers offer detailed product information, customer reviews, and even sleep trials that allow people to test mattresses in their homes. The internet has made it easier for people to find products that meet their specific needs and preferences. Modern understanding of sleep science has led to products designed for specific sleep positions, body types, and medical conditions. Side sleepers can buy mattresses optimized for their sleeping position, while people with back problems can find products specifically designed to provide proper spinal alignment. This level of customization represents a sophisticated understanding of how different people have different sleep needs. The development of organic and natural bedding materials has brought together modern performance with traditional materials. Organic cotton, natural latex, and wool bedding provide the benefits of natural materials, while meeting modern standards for comfort and durability. This trend represents a return to natural materials, but with the benefit of modern manufacturing techniques. Smart beds are at the forefront of sleep technology. These beds can automatically adjust firmness, temperature, and position based on sleep patterns and preferences. Some can even track sleep quality and make recommendations for improvement. A bed that actively works to improve your sleep would have seemed like pure fantasy to previous generations. The modern sleep revolution has also brought an understanding of the importance of sleep for overall health and well-being. Research has shown that adequate sleep is crucial for physical health, mental performance, and emotional stability. This awareness has led to increased investment in sleep technology and a recognition that good bedding is an investment in health, not just comfort. As you settle into your modern bed tonight, with its carefully engineered support system, temperature-regulating materials, and precisely designed comfort layers, you're participating in a tradition that stretches back to those first grass beds in South African caves. The drive to create better sleeping conditions has been a constant throughout human history, leading us from simple piles of aromatic leaves to the sophisticated sleep systems we have today. The journey from sleeping on the ground to sleeping on memory foam has been long and fascinating, filled with innovations, setbacks, and gradual improvements. Each generation has built upon the discoveries of the previous one, creating better and more comfortable ways to get a good night's rest. And who knows? The bed you're sleeping on tonight might seem primitive to future generations, who will undoubtedly find even better ways to achieve the perfect night's sleep. Sweet dreams, and remember, you're sleeping better than 99.9% of all humans who have ever lived. That's worth appreciating as you drift off to sleep on your modern miracle of comfort and engineering. But if that insomnia is still kicking, don't worry. I will always have other stories of mine told here from the past to help you get that rest no matter what it takes. Sleep well, my friends, and I will catch you later, as I always do. Picture this. It's a crisp morning in May 16, and you're a respectable citizen of Salem, Massachusetts. Maybe you're a farmer, a merchant, or a craftsman, someone who's managed to stay out of trouble and earn a decent living in this Puritan community. You're probably thinking about the day ahead, perhaps wondering if your crops will survive the late spring frost when there's a knock at your door. Standing on your threshold is the town constable, looking unusually serious. He's not here about your neighbour's wandering pig or a dispute over property lines. No, today he's carrying a list of names, and unfortunately for you, yours is on it. You've been selected to serve on a special court jury to hear cases involving witchcraft. Congratulations, you've just won the colonial equivalent of the world's worst lottery. Now, you might think jury duty sounds like a civic honour, a chance to serve your community and uphold justice. After all, you're a God-fearing person who believes in doing what's right. But as the constable explains your duties, a knot begins forming in your stomach. This isn't going to be like deciding whether someone stole a chicken or failed to pay their debts. You're going to be determining whether your neighbours, people you've known for years, are in league with the devil himself. The weight of this responsibility settles on your shoulders like a heavy woolen cloak. In your Puritan world, witchcraft isn't just a crime, it's the ultimate sin, a betrayal of God that threatens the very fabric of your community. The Bible is clear, thou shalt not suffer a witch to live. If you find someone guilty, you're essentially signing their death warrant. If you find them innocent when they're actually guilty, you might be allowing Satan's influence to spread through your town like a plague. As you stand there in your doorway, listening to the constable's words, you realise your peaceful life is about to become incredibly complicated. You can't exactly refuse. Jury service is mandatory, and besides, what would people think if you tried to get out of it? Would they wonder if you had something to hide? In Salem, suspicion spreads faster than gossip, and gossip spreads faster than fire. The constable hands you a notice with the date and time of the first trial. You'll be joining 8 other men of good standing to form the jury. The trials will be held at the Salem townhouse, and you're expected to be there bright and early. As he walks away, you can't help but notice how his shoulders seem tense, how he avoids making eye contact with the neighbours who peek out from behind their curtains. You close the door and lean against it, trying to process what just happened. Your wife looks at you with concern, and you have to break the news that your summer is about to become very, very interesting. She doesn't say much, but you can see the worry in her eyes. Everyone in Salem knows that strange things have been happening. Young girls having fits, accusations flying, arrests being made. What started as whispers has grown into a full-blown crisis. The irony isn't lost on you. Here you are, chosen to help determine the truth about witchcraft, and you're not even entirely sure what witchcraft looks like. Sure, you've heard the stories. People flying through the air, turning into animals, making pacts with the devil. But you've never actually seen any of this yourself. Most of what you know comes from sermons, gossip, and the occasional pamphlet that makes its way to Salem from Boston or Europe. As you prepare for bed that night, you can't shake the feeling that your life has just taken a turn into uncharted territory. Tomorrow, you'll begin a journey that will test not just your judgment, but your courage, your faith, and your ability to sleep soundly at night. Because once you've looked into the eyes of an accused witch and decided their fate, there's no going back to the simple certainties of your old life. The morning of your first trial arrives with an unseasonable chill that seems to seep into your bones. You've barely slept, tossing and turning as you wondered what the day would bring. As you walk toward the Salem townhouse, you notice other jury members making their way through the streets. Some walk with purpose, others seem to drag their feet. Everyone looks a bit pale, and you wonder if you look as nervous as they do. The townhouse is buzzing with activity when you arrive. People have gathered from all over Salem and the surrounding areas, drawn by a mixture of curiosity, fear, and that peculiar human fascination with witnessing someone else's potential downfall. The atmosphere is electric in the worst possible way, like the air before a thunderstorm, heavy with anticipation and dread. You take your place in the jury box, and that's when you first notice just how many eyes are on you. It's not just the spectators, it's the judges, the ministers, the town officials, and most unnerving of all, the accusers themselves. These are the young women and girls whose strange afflictions started this whole mess, and they're watching you with an intensity that makes your skin crawl. The first case is called, and you're shocked to see it's someone you know. Sarah Good, a woman you've seen around town for years. She's never been popular, admittedly. She's poor, she begs for food, and she has a sharp tongue when people refuse her. But a witch. The accusation seems almost surreal as you watch her being led into the courtroom in chains. What strikes you immediately is how the whole process feels like theatre, but theatre where the audience participation might get you killed. The accusers begin their performance, and it really does feel like a performance. They writhe, they scream, and they claim to see Good Spectre tormenting them right there in the courtroom. The judges nod gravely, the ministers quote scripture, and the crowd murmurs with a mixture of horror and fascination. You find yourself in an impossible position. On one hand, you're supposed to be an impartial juror, weighing evidence and seeking truth. On the other hand, everyone in that courtroom seems to have already decided that witchcraft is real, that these accusers are legitimate victims, and that your job is simply to confirm what everyone already believes. The pressure is suffocating. The worst part is the way the accusers react to your very presence. When you shift in your seat or lean forward to hear testimony better, they sometimes cry out that you're affecting them somehow. Are you in league with the accused? Are you a witch yourself? The paranoia in the room is so thick you could cut it with a knife, and you realise that even as a juror, you're not safe from suspicion. As the day wears on, you begin to understand that this isn't really about evidence in any conventional sense. The main proof being offered is spectral evidence, testimony that the accused person's spirit or spectre was seen committing malicious acts. But here's the problem. Only the accusers can see these spectres. You're being asked to convict someone based on testimony about invisible actions that only certain people claim to witness. The judges seem convinced that spectral evidence is valid, citing learned treatises and theological arguments. But you can't shake the feeling that something is fundamentally wrong with this logic. If only the accusers can see the evidence, how can you verify it? How can you cross-examine a ghost? How can you determine if what they're seeing is real or imagined? Making matters worse, you're beginning to notice patterns in the accusations that trouble you. The accused tend to be people who don't fit in well: the poor, the argumentative, the eccentric. Meanwhile, the accusers are mostly young women from prominent families, and their accusations carry enormous weight. You start to wonder if there might be social and economic factors at play here that have nothing to do with the supernatural. But expressing these doubts would be incredibly dangerous. The judges, ministers, and community leaders all seem united in their belief that Salem is under attack by Satan himself. To question the proceedings might be seen as questioning God's will, or worse, as evidence that you yourself are influenced by dark forces. You're trapped between your growing skepticism and your need to appear as a faithful orthodox member of the community. As the first day ends, and you walk home through the twilight, you realise that being on this jury isn't just about determining guilt or innocence. It's about navigating a social and political minefield where one wrong step could make you the next target. The comfortable certainties of your old life feel like a distant memory, replaced by the constant stress of trying to do the right thing when you're not even sure what the right thing is anymore. By your third day in the jury box, you've developed what you privately call the Salem stare, that hollow-eyed look of someone who's seen too much and slept too little. The accusers have elevated to the status of stars in this sombre theatre, allowing you to witness their increasingly dramatic performances up close. Today's main accuser is Abigail Williams, Reverend Parris's 11-year-old niece. She's small for her age, with sharp features and eyes that seem to take in everything. When Abigail points at the accused and screams that she can see their spectre pinching and choking her, The entire courtroom becomes silent. You find yourself studying her face, trying to determine if her terror is genuine or performed, and the fact that you can't tell makes your stomach churn. What's particularly unsettling is how the accusers seem to feed off each other's energy. When one girl starts having fits, the others quickly follow suit as if supernatural affliction were contagious. They convulse, they shriek, and they claim to see yellow birds perched on the accused's fingers, or black dogs lurking in the corners of the courtroom. The judges treat each outburst as crucial evidence, scribbling notes furiously and asking probing questions about the exact nature of what the girls are experiencing. You notice that the accusers never seem to be afflicted when they're outside the courtroom. They walk in looking perfectly normal, chat quietly with their families, and even smile occasionally. But the moment the proceedings begin, they transform into tortured victims of supernatural assault. It's like watching someone flip a switch, and you can't help but wonder if that's exactly what's happening. The social dynamics in the courtroom are becoming clearer to you with each passing day. The accusers come from families with influence and standing in the community. When they speak, important men listen. When they cry out in pain, those same men spring into action. You're watching young women wield a kind of power that would normally be unthinkable in Puritan society, and they seem to understand exactly how to use it. Meanwhile, the accused are almost always marginalised individuals, the impoverished, the argumentative, and the unconventional. Often after spending weeks in the miserable conditions of Salem jail, they arrive looking haggard and frightened. They're given little opportunity to defend themselves effectively, and when they do speak, their words are often twisted and used against them. If they maintain their innocence, they're accused of lying. If they confess, authorities ask them to identify their accomplices. You're starting to realise that confession might actually be the safest route for the accused, even if they're innocent. Those who confess are often spared execution, while those who maintain their innocence are more likely to face the gallows. It's a perverse system that seems to reward false confessions while punishing truthful declarations of innocence. The pressure on you as a juror is intensifying. After each day's testimony, you're expected to discuss the case with your fellow jurors, but these conversations feel more like exercises in group conformity than genuine deliberation. Anyone who expresses too much skepticism is met with sharp looks and pointed questions about their own spiritual state. The message is clear. Honest Christians believe in the reality of witchcraft and the credibility of the accusers. What's making you lose sleep is the growing realization that you're part of a system that seems designed to produce guilty verdicts regardless of actual guilt or innocence. The rules of evidence favour the accusers, the judges are clearly biased, and the community pressure is enormous. You're supposed to be seeking truth and justice, but it feels more like you're participating in a ritual that's already predetermined its outcome. The worst part is when you catch yourself getting caught up in the hysteria. During particularly dramatic testimony, you sometimes find yourself believing, or at least wanting to believe, that what you're witnessing is real supernatural activity. The alternative, that this is all elaborate deception or mass delusion, is almost too disturbing to contemplate. It would mean that your community has lost its collective mind, and that you're complicit in a series of terrible injustices. As you walk home after another day of accusations and supernatural claims, you can't help but notice how the town has changed. People view each other with suspicion, conversations halt when strangers approach, and everyone appears to be cautious. The sense of community that once held Salem together is dissolving, replaced by fear and mistrust. And you, as a member of the jury, are right in the middle of it all, trying to maintain your sanity and your conscience in a world that seems to have lost both. 3 weeks into your jury service, you've learned to recognise the sound of accusations before they are even spoken. There's a particular rustling in the courtroom, a collective intake of breath, and then the pointed finger that could seal someone's fate. Today, that finger is pointing at someone who makes your blood run cold. Martha Corey, a woman you've known for over a decade. Martha has always been a bit outspoken, questioning certain aspects of the witch trials from the beginning. She's made the mistake of suggesting that the accusers might not be entirely reliable, that perhaps the community was getting carried away with supernatural explanations for what might have natural causes. Now she's standing in the dock, accused of the very witchcraft she questioned, and you can see the cruel irony isn't lost on her. The accusers are in fine form today, writhing and screaming as they claim Martha's spectre is attacking them. But you remember Martha from church, from community gatherings, and from the time she's helped neighbours during illness or hardship. She's sharp-tongued, yes, and not always diplomatic, but evil, a servant of Satan. The disconnect between the woman you know and the monster being described in court is so jarring it makes you dizzy. What's particularly disturbing is how the accusers seem to know exactly which buttons to push. They claim Martha's spectre appeared to them in clothing that matches what she's wearing in court. Details they couldn't possibly have known unless they'd seen her that morning. They describe her house, her habits, and her relationships with neighbours. You're also noticing how the accusations seem to follow patterns of social tension. Martha Corey had disagreements with some of the accusers' families over church matters. She'd been critical of Reverend Parris, questioning his salary and his methods. She'd spoken out against the witch trials themselves. Now she's being accused by the very people she criticised. The coincidence is too convenient to ignore, but pointing it out would be incredibly dangerous. The evidence against Martha is the same spectral testimony you've been hearing for weeks, but today it feels different. Maybe it's because you know her personally, or maybe it's because you've been watching this process long enough to see the patterns. But the whole thing feels like an elaborate performance designed to eliminate someone who's become inconvenient. During the lunch break, you overhear conversations among the spectators that chill you to the bone. People are discussing Martha's guilt as if it's already been proven, debating whether she should be hanged or pressed to death. Some are even wondering aloud about her family members, suggesting that witchcraft might run in bloodlines. The presumption of innocence, a cornerstone of justice, seems to have been completely abandoned. When court resumes, you watch Martha attempt to defend herself, and it's heartbreaking. Every word she says is twisted against her. When she maintains her innocence, she's accused of lying. When she questions the accuser's credibility, she's accused of trying to undermine God's work. When she grows frustrated with the proceedings, her anger is cited as evidence of her evil nature. It's like watching someone drown while being told their struggles are proof they can't swim. The other jurors are watching you as much as they're watching the proceedings. You can feel their eyes on you during the most dramatic moments, gauging your reactions, checking to see if you're displaying the proper level of horror and conviction. The social pressure is enormous, not just to find defendants guilty, but to be seen as someone who finds them guilty for the right reasons, with the right level of religious fervour. You're beginning to understand that the witch trials aren't really about witchcraft at all. They're about power, social control, and the settling of old scores. The accusers have stumbled onto a method of wielding enormous influence, and the community leaders are using the crisis to reinforce their authority and eliminate troublemakers. The supernatural elements provide perfect cover for what's essentially a political purge. As Martha is led away to await sentencing, you catch her eye for just a moment. There's no evil there, no malice, just confusion and sadness. She looks like what she is, a middle-aged woman who spoke her mind once too often and now faces death for it. The weight of your responsibility as a juror feels crushing. You hold this woman's life in your hands, and you're beginning to realise that the system you're part of is designed to take that life, regardless of her actual guilt or innocence. Walking home that evening, you can't shake the feeling that Salem has become a place where being different, being outspoken, or simply being unlucky can be a death sentence, and you, whether you like it or not, are one of the people making those sentences possible. Fast forward 5 weeks in, you've now developed a nervous habit of checking your own behaviour for anything that might be construed as suspicious. Do you react appropriately when the accusers have their fits? Are you asking the wrong questions? Have you engaged in any questionable conversations? Salem's paranoia is beginning to consume you, a realisation nearly as terrifying as the trials themselves. Today's case involves a man named John Proctor, and his situation perfectly illustrates the impossible logic that's taken over your community. Proctor made the mistake of publicly criticising the accusers, calling them frauds, and suggesting that they should be whipped for their lies. His wife, Elizabeth, has already been accused and arrested. Now John himself is in the dock, and the accusers are claiming he's been tormenting them for months. The evidence against Proctor is particularly absurd, even by Salem standards. The accusers claim his spectre has been visiting them, forcing them to sign the devil's book and torturing them when they refuse. But here's the thing that makes your head spin. Proctor has been in jail for weeks. If the accusers are still being tormented by his spectre, and he's locked in a cell, what exactly is preventing this alleged supernatural activity? The judges seem untroubled by this logical inconsistency, but it's keeping you awake at night. What's worse is watching how Proctor's attempts to defend himself are twisted into evidence of his guilt. When he points out the contradictions in the accuser's testimony, He's accused of trying to confuse the court with Satan's logic. When he maintains his innocence, he's accused of prideful stubbornness. When he shows anger at the injustice of the proceedings, his anger is cited as evidence of his evil nature. It's like watching someone try to prove they're not wet while being pushed deeper underwater. The accusers have refined their performance to an art form. They've learned exactly how to time their outburst for maximum effect, how to coordinate their afflictions to support each other's claims, and how to direct their accusations toward the most vulnerable targets. Today, they're putting on a particularly elaborate show, claiming to see Proctor's spectre right there in the courtroom, mimicking their movements and mocking their pain. You find yourself studying the faces of the other jurors, trying to read their thoughts. Some seem genuinely convinced by what they're seeing, others look troubled but stay silent. A few appear to be going through the motions, saying what they think they're supposed to say while keeping their real thoughts hidden. The atmosphere of fear and suspicion has made honest communication almost impossible. The judges continue to treat spectral evidence as if it were as reliable as fingerprints or DNA. They ask detailed questions about the appearance and behaviour of spectres that only the accusers can see, recording their answers as if they were documenting observable facts. You keep wanting to ask the obvious question: if the devil can create false spectres to deceive people, how do we know these visions are real? But asking that question would be tantamount to confessing your own lack of faith. During a particularly intense moment of testimony, one of the accusers suddenly points directly at you and screams that she can see your spectre, whispering to the accused. The courtroom falls silent, and you feel every eye in the room focusing on you. Your heart pounds so hard you're sure everyone can hear it. For a terrifying moment you realise you could be next, that your position as a juror provides no protection against the machinery of accusation. The judge quickly intervenes, suggesting that the accuser must be mistaken, that the devil is trying to confuse her by creating false visions. But the moment has shaken you to your core. If you, a member of the jury, can be accused, then literally no one is safe. The realisation that you're sitting in judgment of others while being potentially one accusation away from the dock yourself is almost too much to bear. The worst part is that you're starting to understand why some people confess to witchcraft, even when they're innocent. The pressure is so intense, the logic so twisted, and the alternatives so terrible, that false confession begins to seem like the only rational choice. If maintaining your innocence means facing death, while confessing means survival, what would you choose? The question haunts you, because you don't know the answer. You glimpse Elizabeth in the gallery as they lead Proctor away to await his verdict. She's pregnant, which has temporarily saved her from execution, but you can see the desperation in her eyes. Her husband is probably going to die for the crime of speaking truth to power, and there's nothing she can do to save him. You're part of the system that's destroying this family, and that knowledge sits in your stomach like a stone. 2 months into your service, you've stopped counting the number of people you've helped condemn. The exact number feels less important than the weight of their collective presence, which seems to follow you everywhere. You see their faces when you close your eyes, hear their final words when the house is quiet, feel their absence in the spaces they used to occupy around town. Today brings a particularly difficult case. Rebecca Nurse, a woman so universally respected that her accusation has sent shockwaves through the community. She's 71 years old, deeply religious, and known for her charitable works and gentle nature. If Rebecca Nurse can be a witch, the logic goes, then anyone can be. The accusation has forced Salem to confront the possibility that evil can hide behind the most innocent faces, which somehow makes everyone seem more dangerous. The accusers seem to understand the significance of this case, and they're pulling out all the stops. Their performances are more dramatic than usual, their claims more outrageous. They're saying Rebecca's spectre has been tormenting them for months, appearing in their bedrooms at night, pinching and choking them, trying to force them to sign the devil's book. Watching this frail, elderly woman being accused of such energetic, supernatural terrorism would be almost comical if the consequences weren't so deadly serious. What's particularly disturbing is how the community is split over Rebecca's case. Her family and close friends maintain her innocence passionately, while others seem relieved to finally have an explanation for various misfortunes they've attributed to supernatural causes. Old grudges and property disputes are being reframed as evidence of malevolent witchcraft. You're watching Salem's social fabric tear itself apart, one accusation at a time. The evidence against Rebecca is the same spectral testimony you've been hearing for weeks. but her case highlights the fundamental absurdity of the entire system. If this woman, who has spent her entire life serving God and helping others, can be credibly accused of serving Satan, then the accusations have become meaningless. Either the accusers are lying, or the entire concept of judging people by their character and actions is worthless. During deliberations, you find yourself in the uncomfortable position of being one of the few jurors who seems troubled by the case. The others seem convinced that the accusers wouldn't lie about something so serious, that the consistency of their testimony proves its truth, and that Rebecca's very respectability might be a cunning disguise for her evil nature. The logic is so twisted that it makes your head spin, but questioning it too openly would be dangerous. You're also dealing with the personal cost of your jury service. Your family is suffering from your constant stress and distraction. Your wife looks at you with increasing concern. Your children seem afraid of your dark moods, and your work is suffering from your inability to concentrate. The witch trials aren't just destroying the accused, they're taking a toll on everyone involved in the process. The worst part is that you're beginning to see how the trials have become self-perpetuating. Each conviction validates the accuser's credibility, making the next accusation more likely to be believed. Each execution demonstrates the community's commitment to fighting Satan, making it harder to admit that mistakes might have been made. The system has gained a momentum of its own, and you're not sure anyone has the power to stop it anymore. When the jury finally reaches its verdict in Rebecca's case, you feel something inside you break. You've just helped condemn a woman whose only crime was being vulnerable to accusation in a community that has lost its moral compass. The weight of that decision will stay with you for the rest of your life, and you know it. You've crossed a line that can never be uncrossed and participated in an injustice that can never be undone. As you watch Rebecca receive her sentence, you see something in her eyes that will haunt you forever. Not anger or fear, but pity. She gazes at you and the other jurors with the same compassion she might show to lost children, and you realise she knows something you're just starting to grasp. The witch trials haven't just claimed innocent victims, they've corrupted everyone involved in them. You came into this believing you were serving justice, but you've become complicit in its opposite. Walking home through the Salem streets, you notice how empty they've become. People hurry past each other without making eye contact, afraid that any interaction might be misinterpreted, any conversation might provide ammunition for future accusations. The community that once held you together has dissolved into a collection of frightened individuals, each trying to avoid becoming the next target, and you've helped create this atmosphere of terror, one verdict at a time. 3 months have passed since you first took your seat in the jury box, and Salem barely resembles the town you once knew. The witch trials have transformed into a mechanism that consumes individuals, relationships, and sanity with equal efficiency. You've lost count of how many verdicts you've delivered, but your body keeps score in sleepless nights, stress-induced headaches, and a persistent knot in your stomach that never seems to loosen. The most recent case concerns Mary Easty, the sister of Rebecca Nurse, whose circumstances encapsulate all the negative aspects of the trials. Mary has maintained her innocence throughout the proceedings, but she's also done something that shows remarkable courage and wisdom. She's written a petition to the court not asking for her life, but pleading for the trials to be conducted more carefully to prevent future injustices. Her petition haunts you because it's so reasonable, measured, and obviously correct. Mary acknowledges that witchcraft exists but questions whether the current methods of detecting it are reliable. She points out the inconsistencies in spectral evidence, the dangers of mass hysteria, and the possibility that innocent people are dying for crimes they didn't commit. It's everything you've been thinking but haven't dared to say aloud. Reading her petition, you realise you've been witnessing the destruction of everything you once believed about justice, community, and truth. The trials haven't shielded Salem from evil. Instead, they've unleashed a distinct form of evil, one that divides neighbours and uses accusations as a weapon of mass devastation. The very people who are supposed to be fighting Satan have become instruments of a different kind of darkness. You're not the only one who's beginning to see the truth. Some of the other jurors are showing signs of doubt, though they're careful not to express it openly. There are whispered conversations about the growing implausibility of the accusations, quiet concerns about the accuser's motivations, and troubled questions about the reliability of spectral evidence. But by now, you're all so deep in the system that backing out seems impossible. The social cost of changing course would be enormous, Admitting the trials are wrong would mean acknowledging that innocent people have died, that the community has been deceived, and that everyone involved in the proceedings has been complicit in a massive injustice. It's easier to keep moving forward, to maintain the fiction that what you're doing is necessary and right, than to confront the alternative. But Mary Eastie's petition has forced you to confront that alternative. She's going to die. You can see it in the judges' faces, hear it in the accuser's testimony, and feel it in the courtroom's atmosphere. But she's using her final moments to try to prevent others from suffering the same fate. Her courage makes your complicity feel even more shameful. As you deliberate Mary's case, you're struck by the realization that you've become part of a system that values conformity over truth, fear over justice, and accusation over evidence. You came into this believing you were serving God and community, but you've instead served the darker impulses of human nature, the desire to blame others for our problems, to find simple explanations for complex issues, and to maintain social order through fear rather than justice. The verdict in Mary's case is predetermined, just like all the others. The jury's role has become purely ceremonial, a way of legitimizing decisions that have already been made by judges who believe in the accuser's infallibility and the reality of spectral evidence. You're not engaging in a deliberative process. Instead, you are merely validating a system that is completely disconnected from actual justice. When Mary Eastie is finally executed, something in Salem's collective consciousness seems to shift. Her dignity and death, her reasoned petition, and the growing implausibility of the accusations begin to create cracks in the certainty that has driven the trials. People start asking questions they should have asked months ago, noticing inconsistencies they should have seen from the beginning. However, you come to this realization too late. You've already been part of condemning at least 20 people to death, and no amount of later wisdom can undo that fact. You'll spend the rest of your life knowing that when your community lost its mind, you went along with the madness. When justice needed defenders, you were too frightened to speak up. When innocent people needed your courage, you chose your safety instead. The witch trials will eventually end, discredited and abandoned by the same people who once supported them enthusiastically. The accusers will recant or be forgotten. The judges will quietly distance themselves from the proceedings, and the community will try to move on as if nothing happened. But for you, there will be no moving on. You'll carry the weight of those verdicts forever, a reminder of how easily ordinary people can become complicit in extraordinary evil. Years later, when historians study the Salem witch trials, they'll focus on the accusers, the judges, and the victims. But you know the real story includes people like you, ordinary citizens who are swept up in events beyond their control and forced to make impossible choices. You were just trying to do your civic duty, to serve your community and uphold justice. Instead, you found yourself embroiled in one of the most tumultuous periods in American history, serving as a stark reminder that good intentions can lead to dire consequences. The trials taught you that courage isn't just about facing physical danger. It's about standing up for truth when everyone around you has abandoned it. Justice isn't just about following procedures. It's about questioning those procedures when they produce unjust results. Community is about protecting the vulnerable, even when it's inconvenient or dangerous. You failed those tests, and Salem failed them too. The witch trials succeeded in their stated goal of rooting out evil, but the evil they found was in the hearts of the accusers and the complicity of people like you. That's a lesson worth remembering, even if it's one you learned too late to do any good. Let's slip quietly into the past and find ourselves among ink-stained fingertips and the whispered rustle of papyrus. This is what it was like to be a librarian in ancient Alexandria. You wake up before dawn in your small quarters behind the great library of Alexandria, and the first thing you notice is that Mediterranean humidity clinging to everything. Your simple tunic feels damp already, and you haven't even stepped outside yet. This is your life now. You're the chief librarian of the most important collection of knowledge in the known world, yet you find yourself worried about sweaty clothes. The roosters are doing their thing across the city, but you've got bigger concerns than poultry. Today, like every day for the past 3 years, you need to figure out how to organise roughly 400,000 scrolls without losing your mind. And trust me, some days that second part feels harder than the first. You splash water on your face from the basin by your bed. The water's been sitting there since yesterday, but it'll have to do. Palace life this isn't. You're more like a very educated custodian who happens to know 7 languages and can debate philosophy with the best of them. Your mother back in Athens still doesn't quite understand what you do for a living. You read scrolls all day? She asks in her letters. Well, yes, but also no. It's complicated. The morning light filters through the small window, creating long shadows that cover your workspace. You've got 3 scrolls open on your desk from last night's cataloguing session. One scroll is a treatise on astronomy, written by a fellow from Babylon. Another contains a collection of medical procedures that could make your stomach turn. And the third is a philosophical work that is either brilliant or complete nonsense. You're still deciding. Your assistant, Marcus, won't arrive for another hour. He's a talented kid, enthusiastic about learning, but he has this unfortunate habit of dropping things, important things. Last week it was a scroll about engineering principles that took 2 scribes 3 months to copy. You heard it hit the floor from 3 rooms away, and felt your soul leave your body for a moment. You pull on your sandals and head toward the main hall. The library at this hour is peaceful, almost sacred. No scholars arguing about whether Homer was 1 person or 7, no politicians demanding to see maps of territories they're planning to conquer, and no physicians debating whether the heart or the brain controls human emotion. It's just you, the scrolls, and the gentle sound of your footsteps on the marble. The smell hits you first, papyrus, ink, and that particular mustiness that comes from housing hundreds of thousands of written works in a building near the sea. It's not unpleasant exactly, it's become the smell of home. Your friends back in Athens think you're crazy for leaving a perfectly good teaching position to come manage a library, but they don't understand the magic of having all this knowledge in one place. You light the oil lamps in your section and start your daily routine. First, check for any scrolls that might have been damaged causes significant damage to papyrus, and you have honed your ability to identify it. You've learned to spot the early signs of deterioration. A scroll that's perfectly fine one day can be crumbling the next if you're not careful. You've developed what you call papyrus paranoia, constantly checking, touching and adjusting. Next, you review the requests that came in yesterday. A scholar from Rome wants everything you have on Egyptian burial practices. A merchant from Syria needs maps of trade routes to India. A young student is looking for anything about mathematics that doesn't make his head hurt. You make notes about where to find these materials, knowing that the finding part is often more challenging than the knowing part. The library's organisation system is your invention, born from necessity and refined through trial and error. If you're being honest, it's mostly through trial and error. You have organised the items by subject, then by region, and finally by author, but only when you know the authorship of each item. It works most of the time, but sometimes you'll spend half a day looking for a scroll that turns out to be where it should be, just not where you thought. By the time the sun is properly up, your first visitors start arriving. Today's crowd is typical, a mix of serious scholars, curious travellers, and the occasional person who's clearly just trying to get out of the heat. You've learned to distinguish between them pretty quickly. The serious scholars arrive with specific questions and infinite patience. They'll spend hours reading, taking notes, and asking thoughtful questions. You enjoy working with them, even when their questions send you scrambling through sections you haven't visited in months. Today's first scholar is a middle-aged woman from Crete who's researching ancient cooking methods. She's particularly interested in how different cultures preserved meat, which sounds mundane until you realise she's trying to solve practical problems for sea voyages. You guide her to the domestic arts section, which is tucked between agriculture and animal husbandry. She settles in with a stack of scrolls and a wax tablet for notes, and you know you won't hear from her again until the sun starts setting. Scholars like her are a librarian's dream. They know what they want, they're careful with the materials, and they clean up after themselves. The curious travellers are more challenging. They want to see the famous library, but don't have specific research needs. They're essentially tourists, even though the term tourist has not yet been coined. You've developed a standard tour that covers the highlights without getting too deep into the organisational details that would bore them. You show them the astronomy section, point out some of the more impressive medical texts, and always end with the poetry collection because people seem to like that. Today's tourist is a merchant from Gaul who's heard about Alexandria's reputation for learning. He speaks passable Greek and appears genuinely interested, as he asks questions about how you acquire new texts and if you have any from his homeland. You don't, unfortunately, but you make a note to ask the next trader from that region to bring back anything written. Building a universal collection means being opportunistic about sources. Then there are the heat seekers. Alexandria's summer is brutally hot, and the library is one of the few places in the city that stays relatively cool. The thick walls and high ceilings create natural refuge, and you've learned to tolerate the people who come in just to escape the sun. As long as they're quiet and don't touch anything, you let them stay. Around midday, you get a visitor who doesn't fit any of your usual categories. He's well dressed, speaks with the accent of the educated classes, and claims to be researching the nature of knowledge itself. His claim sounds impressive until you realise he's one of those philosophers who likes to ask questions that don't have answers. What is the difference between knowing something and understanding it? He asks. You want to tell him that right now, the difference is that you understand he's going to make your day more complicated than it needs to be. You set him up in the philosophy section with some basic texts, and hope he'll get absorbed in reading instead of pestering you with unanswerable questions. Philosophy's important, you know that, but you've got practical problems to solve. The confusion between your astronomy and mathematics scrolls arises from the apparent inability of ancient scholars to differentiate between the two disciplines. Marcus arrives during the lunch hour, apologetic about being late but carrying news from the harbour. A ship from Rhodes has arrived with a cargo that includes several scrolls the captain is willing to trade. This is how you acquire a lot of your collection, through trade, purchase, and the occasional generous donation from scholars who want their work preserved. You send Marcus to negotiate with the ship's captain while you handle the afternoon crowd. The afternoon people are different from the morning people. They're often local residents who finished their daily work and want to spend time reading for pleasure. You've got a regular crowd of Alexandria residents who come in to read poetry, browse the historical texts, or just sit quietly with a scroll about gardens or cooking. One of your regulars is an elderly man named Demetrius, who worked as a scribe before his hands got too shaky for detailed work. He comes in most afternoons to read military histories, particularly accounts of Alexander the Great's campaigns. He fought in some of those battles as a young man, and he enjoys comparing his memories with the official accounts. Sometimes he'll mutter corrections to the scrolls, which would be amusing if you weren't worried about other people overhearing and thinking your collection contained errors. The afternoon brings one of your favourite parts of the job, though it's also one of the most stressful. Marcus returns from the harbour with news about the Rhodes scrolls, and you must decide what to buy and how much to pay. This stage is where your job becomes part scholarship, part negotiation, and part detective work. The captain has brought 5 scrolls, and he's willing to let you examine them before making an offer. 3 of the scrolls are copies of works you already possess, but this isn't necessarily a problem. Multiple copies are valuable, especially when your existing versions are showing wear, but you need to compare them to see if these new copies might have different versions of the text, additional passages, or corrections that make them worth acquiring. The 4th scroll is something you've never seen before, a treatise on navigation techniques used by Egyptian sailors. This material is potentially valuable since your collection has very little practical maritime knowledge. The 5th scroll is the real prize, a collection of mathematical problems and solutions that appears to be original work by a scholar from Rhodes, whose name you recognise from other texts. You spend an hour examining each scroll, checking for damage, authenticity and content quality. The navigation scroll has some water damage but is still readable. The mathematics scroll is in excellent condition but expensive. The captain knows what he has and isn't going to let it go cheaply. Negotiating for scrolls requires a delicate balance. You can't appear too eager, or the price will go up, but you can't be too casual either, or you might lose the opportunity entirely. You've learned to ask questions that demonstrate your knowledge without revealing exactly how interested you are. Interesting approach to star navigation, you might say, while examining a scroll. Though I notice the author doesn't address the seasonal variations that most sailors consider essential. The captain is experienced at this game too. He mentions casually that another library in Pergamon has expressed interest in the mathematics scroll. The statement might be true, or it might be a negotiating tactic. Either way, it adds pressure to your decision-making process. You end up purchasing the navigation scroll and the mathematics scroll, plus one of the duplicates, because it contains marginalia that might be interesting to scholars. The total cost will put a dent in your quarterly budget, but good materials are worth the investment. You arrange for the scrolls to be delivered to the library the next morning, after you've had time to prepare proper storage for them. While you're handling the acquisition, Marcus is dealing with a different kind of challenge. A group of visiting scholars from Pergamon has arrived, and they're not here for friendly research. They're conducting what amounts to competitive intelligence, trying to determine what Alexandria has that they don't. Libraries in the ancient world are prestige projects for their cities, and there's definitely rivalry between major collections. The Pergamon scholars are polite but persistent. They want to know about your acquisition practices, your cataloguing methods, and particularly your sources for rare texts. You can't be openly hostile. Scholarly cooperation is important, and you might need favours from them someday. But you also can't give away information that might compromise Alexandria's competitive advantages. You decide to give them the standard tour, emphasising the size and scope of your collection, without getting into specifics about rare or unique items. You show them impressive but not irreplaceable texts, and you make sure they understand that Alexandria's real strength is the comprehensiveness of the collection rather than any particular treasures. One of the visiting scholars asks about your medical texts, which makes you nervous. Alexandria has the best medical collection in the world, including some unique surgical procedures and anatomical observations. You show them some of the more common medical works while steering them away from the truly valuable items. The visit ends cordially, with polite expressions of mutual respect and vague promises to share information in the future. You're sure they learned more than you wanted, but less than they hoped. This kind of diplomatic balancing act is part of the job you never expected when you took the position. As the Pergamon delegation leaves, you notice that one of them spent a lot of time looking at your organisational system. Libraries are starting to copy each other's methods, which is flattering but also concerning. You've put a lot of thought into your cataloguing approach, and you prefer to keep some of those innovations in Alexandria. As the day winds down, you face one of the constant challenges of library management, the scholars who want to work late into the night. Oil for lamps is expensive, and keeping the building properly lit after sunset requires careful planning. But serious research often requires extended hours, and turning away dedicated scholars would damage Alexandria's reputation. You've developed an informal system for late-night access. Scholars who demonstrate serious research needs can request permission to work after normal hours, but they need to provide their oil and commit to following strict safety procedures. Fire is your greatest fear. One careless moment with a lamp could destroy centuries of accumulated knowledge. Tonight's late-night scholar is a physician from Syria who's researching eye diseases. He's been working on a treatise about surgical procedures for treating cataracts, and he needs to compare different approaches described in your medical collection. This is exactly the kind of work that justifies extended hours, practical research that could help people. You set him up in a corner of the medical section with clear instructions about lamp safety and scroll handling. He's worked here before, so you trust him to be careful. Still, you'll check on him periodically throughout the evening to make sure everything's going smoothly. While he settles in with his research, you tackle one of your least favourite but most necessary tasks, inventory management. Every few months you need to conduct a systematic review of the collection, checking for damaged scrolls, missing items, and organisational problems. It's tedious work, but essential for maintaining the collection's integrity. Tonight you're working on the astronomy section, which has been growing rapidly thanks to active scholarly interest in celestial observations. The problem is that astronomy overlaps with mathematics, navigation, and even medicine, so you're constantly deciding whether scrolls belong in this section or somewhere else. You discover 3 misshelved scrolls, likely the result of well-intentioned scholars attempting to reassign materials to the incorrect locations. This is an ongoing challenge. Individuals often believe that placing scrolls in roughly the correct area is beneficial, but it actually increases your workload. You've learned to check the most obvious wrong locations when you can't find something where it should be. The real discovery tonight is a scroll that you thought was lost. It's a treatise on predicting eclipses that disappeared from the astronomy section 3 months ago. You finally find it wedged behind some mathematical texts, probably knocked back there accidentally. Finding it brings immense relief, as the loss of irreplaceable materials is a librarian's greatest concern. Around midnight, you take a break to check on the Syrian physician. He's made excellent progress and has several wax tablets covered with notes. More importantly, he's been careful with the lamp and has kept his workspace organised. You bring him some water and a small meal, partly out of hospitality, and partly to give yourself an excuse to verify that everything's still under control. He's excited about his research and wants to share his findings. Apparently he's discovered that 3 different medical traditions have developed similar but slightly different approaches to cataract surgery. By comparing them, he thinks he can develop an improved technique that combines the best elements of each approach. This is why the library matters. It's not just about preserving knowledge, but about enabling new discoveries through the combination of different sources. You listen to him intently, but part of your focus is on the lamp flame and the scrolls around his desk. Scholarly enthusiasm is wonderful, but it can make people careless about practical safety concerns. You've learned to balance encouragement with gentle reminders about being careful. As you return to your inventory work, you reflect on how much your job has changed since you started. Initially, you thought you'd spend your time reading and discussing ideas with visiting scholars. The reality involves much more practical management, tracking materials, negotiating acquisitions, maintaining building security, and dealing with the endless logistics of keeping a large collection accessible to researchers. But nights like this remind you why the work matters. The Syrian physician will return home with new knowledge that could improve medical treatment for his patients. The scholar from Crete will develop better food preservation techniques that could make sea voyages safer. The mathematics scroll you acquire today might contain insights that inspire new discoveries. You're not just managing a collection, you're supporting a network of knowledge that spans the known world. The next morning brings a challenge you've been dreading. A visit from government officials who want to discuss the library's role in supporting Alexandria's political interests. This is the delicate dance you perform regularly, maintaining the library's scholarly independence while satisfying the political authorities who fund your operations. The delegation includes a representative from the royal court, a military officer, and a trade official. They're polite but clearly have an agenda. The royal representative explains that Alexandria is negotiating a treaty with a neighbouring kingdom, and they need information about that region's military capabilities, natural resources and trade relationships. This puts you in an awkward position. The library contains exactly the information they're seeking: military histories, geographical surveys, and economic analyses. But providing this information for political purposes feels like a betrayal of the scholarly trust that makes your collection possible. Scholars share their knowledge with you because they believe it will be used for learning, not for political advantage. You navigate this carefully, explaining that you can provide access to publicly available information, but cannot conduct targeted intelligence research. You offer to show them relevant materials and let them draw their own conclusions, but you won't compile reports or make recommendations. This arrangement satisfies their immediate needs while preserving your scholarly neutrality. The military officer is particularly interested in your maps and geographical texts. You show him some general materials about the region in question, but you avoid mentioning the detailed military surveys that are kept in a restricted section. You know to be careful about what you share, as some information is too sensitive for the public. The trade official wants information about commercial routes and market conditions. This is easier to provide since much of this information is contained in travel accounts and merchant records that are genuinely scholarly in nature. You spend an hour helping him locate relevant materials, and he seems satisfied with what he finds. After the officials leave, you deal with a different kind of political challenge. A group of local religious leaders has requested a meeting to discuss some of the materials in your collection. They're concerned about texts that present alternative religious viewpoints or challenge traditional beliefs. This is always a sensitive issue in a diverse city like Alexandria, where different cultural and religious traditions coexist. You meet with them in your office, serving wine and trying to keep the conversation friendly. Their leader explains that they're not asking you to remove materials, but they want to ensure that potentially controversial texts are clearly identified so that people can make informed decisions about what to read. The request seems reasonable on the surface, but you're wary of anything that might lead to censorship or restricted access. You explain that the library's mission is to preserve knowledge from all sources and traditions, and that scholarly inquiry requires exposure to different viewpoints. You offer to work with them to develop better descriptions of controversial materials, but you stress that you won't restrict access to legitimate scholarly resources. The conversation remains cordial, but you can sense underlying tensions. Some of the religious leaders are clearly uncomfortable with the idea that their beliefs might be challenged by alternative viewpoints. Others appear more concerned with accurately representing their own traditions within the collection. You pledge to scrutinize the descriptions of various religious and philosophical traditions in your catalogues, seeking to offer more impartial and precise information. Meanwhile, Marcus is dealing with a practical political problem. A wealthy merchant has offered to donate a significant collection of scrolls to the library, but he wants his name prominently displayed and expects special recognition for his generosity. This kind of patronage is important for your funding, but it creates complications when donors try to influence how their contributions are used. You review the proposed donation with Marcus. The scrolls are valuable, mostly historical and literary works that would enhance your collection. But the merchant's terms include rules on how to display the materials and who can access them. You're willing to acknowledge his generosity publicly, but you can't accept limitations on scholarly access. You arrange a meeting with the merchant for the following week, planning to negotiate terms that satisfy his desire for recognition while preserving the library's principles. This kind of diplomacy is an increasingly important part of your job as the library's reputation grows and attracts more high-profile supporters. The afternoon brings a different kind of political challenge when two rival scholars arrive to research the same topic. They're both working on histories of recent military campaigns, and they clearly see each other as competitors rather than colleagues. You need to provide equal access to both while preventing their rivalry from disrupting other scholars' work. You set them up in different sections of the historical materials, ensuring that each has access to the resources they need without forcing them to work in close proximity. Additionally, you ensure that they comprehend the importance of resolving any disputes regarding interpretation or methodology outside the library. You dedicate your space to research, not to scholarly disputes. Late in the afternoon, you're cataloguing a recently acquired collection when you make a discovery that reminds you why you love this work. Hidden among a stack of routine administrative documents is a scroll that contains what appears to be a lost work by a philosopher you've studied for years. The text is fragmentary, and the papyrus is badly damaged, but enough remains to suggest that this could be a significant find. Your hands shake slightly as you examine the scroll. If this is authentic, it could change scholarly understanding of this philosopher's work. But authenticating ancient texts is complex, requiring careful analysis of writing styles, material composition, and historical context. You'll need to consult experts and compare this text with other known works before making any claims about its significance. You carefully wrap the scroll in protective cloth and place it in a secure storage area. Tomorrow you'll begin the process of detailed examination, but tonight you want to savour the excitement of discovery. These moments are rare. Most of your acquisitions are routine additions to existing knowledge rather than genuine surprises. The discovery reminds you of why scholars are willing to travel hundreds of miles to work in Alexandria. Your collection contains not just the well-known works that exist in multiple copies, but also unique materials that can't be found anywhere else. Some of these items arrive through careful acquisition, but others are accidental discoveries like tonight's find. As you're securing the scroll, Marcus approaches with news about the Syrian physician who worked late last night. He's completed his research and wants to leave a copy of his notes for future scholars working on similar problems. This is one of the ways your collection grows. Scholars contribute their own research findings to supplement the existing materials. You review his notes, which are detailed and well organised. He's documented his sources carefully and explained his reasoning clearly. This kind of contribution is valuable because it shows how existing knowledge can be synthesized and applied to practical problems. You'll add his notes to the medical section with proper attribution. The evening brings your weekly meeting with the other senior staff members. There are 4 of you responsible for different aspects of library operations: collections, building maintenance, security, and external relations. These meetings help coordinate your activities and address problems before they become serious issues. Tonight's main topic is the growing space problem. The collection is expanding faster than the building can accommodate it, and you're running out of room for new acquisitions. Several solutions are under consideration, including expanding the existing structure, establishing satellite collections, or implementing more selective acquisition policies. Each option has advantages and drawbacks. Expansion would be expensive and disruptive to ongoing operations. Satellite collections would reduce the library's effectiveness by scattering related materials across multiple locations. More selective acquisition would limit the collection's comprehensiveness, which is one of Alexandria's main competitive advantages. You advocate for expansion, arguing that the short-term costs are justified by the long-term benefits of maintaining a comprehensive collection. The building maintenance supervisor worries about the structural challenges of adding new wings to the existing structure. The security chief is concerned about protecting a larger facility, with the same number of guards. The External Relations Manager reports that several wealthy patrons have expressed interest in funding expansion projects in exchange for naming rights to new sections. The arrangement could solve the funding problem while creating new political complications. You'll need to balance donor recognition with scholarly independence. No decisions are made tonight, but you agree to develop detailed proposals for each option. These will be presented to the Royal Court for final approval, since major changes to the library require governmental support. You hope the decision-makers understand that the library's value to Alexandria depends on its ability to continue growing and adapting to scholarly needs. After the meeting, you spend time reviewing acquisition requests that have accumulated during the day. Scholars and collectors regularly contact you about materials they're willing to sell or donate. Each request requires evaluation of the material's quality, relevance to your collection, and authenticity. As your day winds down, you find yourself in the quiet astronomy section, surrounded by scrolls that map the movements of stars and planets. The evening light filtering through the high windows creates long shadows across the reading tables, and you can hear the distant sounds of Alexandria settling into night, merchants closing their shops, families gathering for dinner, ships creaking in the harbour. You're checking on a scroll that's been giving you trouble. It's a treatise on planetary movements that arrived last month from a scholar in Babylon, but the mathematical calculations don't match other works on the same subject. Either this scholar has made errors, or he's discovered something that challenges existing astronomical theory. Determining which is the case requires careful comparison with other sources, and possibly consultation with mathematicians. This is the kind of problem that makes your job intellectually satisfying. You're not just organising and preserving knowledge, you're helping to advance it by identifying inconsistencies, comparing different approaches, and facilitating the scholarly discussions that lead to new discoveries. The library isn't just a repository, it's an active participant in the creation of knowledge. As you work, you notice that the astronomer section has become popular with a new type of visitor, practical navigators who use star positions for sea travel. They're less interested in theoretical astronomy than in accurate, usable information about celestial navigation. This scenario creates an interesting challenge for your organisation system, since the same information serves both scholarly and practical purposes. You plan to discuss this with Marcus tomorrow. Perhaps you need to create cross-references that help different types of users find relevant materials without disrupting the logical organisation of the collection. The library's success depends on its ability to serve diverse needs while maintaining scholarly integrity. The building grows quieter as evening approaches. Most scholars have finished their work for the day, and the few remaining researchers are settling into focused study. You enjoy these peaceful hours when the library feels most sacred, a temple to human curiosity and learning. You think about the scroll you discovered earlier, the one that might be a lost philosophical work. Tomorrow you'll begin the careful process of authentication, but tonight you're content to know that it's safely stored and waiting for proper examination. Whether it proves to be a significant discovery or just an interesting curiosity, it represents the ongoing adventure of scholarly exploration. Your work continues long after the sun sets. By lamplight, you review the day's activities and plan tomorrow's priorities. The Syrian physician has left detailed notes about his research. The visiting scholars from Pergamon have departed with polite expressions of gratitude. The government officials have the information they needed. The religious leaders have received your promise to review the catalogue descriptions. The wealthy merchant's donation awaits negotiation. Each interaction represents a different aspect of your role as keeper of Alexandria's intellectual treasures. You're simultaneously a scholar, a diplomat, a negotiator, and a guardian. The work is more complex than you anticipated when you accepted the position, but it's also more rewarding than you imagined. As you prepare to lock up the library for the night, you walk through the main hall one more time. The oil lamps cast dancing shadows on the walls lined with scrolls, creating an atmosphere of mystery and possibility. Tomorrow will bring new challenges, new discoveries, and new opportunities to support the advancement of human knowledge. You've learned that being a librarian in ancient Alexandria isn't just about organising information, it's about nurturing the intellectual curiosity that drives human progress. Every scroll you acquire, every scholar you assist, and every problem you solve contributes to the vast network of learning that connects thinkers across cultures and centuries. The work will continue as long as humans are curious about the world. Tonight, you're satisfied knowing that you've played a small but important role in keeping the flame of knowledge burning brightly in this remarkable city by the sea. You blow out the last lamp, secure the doors, and head to your quarters. Outside, Alexandria sleeps under a canopy of stars that your astronomical scrolls have helped humans understand just a little bit better. Tomorrow will bring new questions, new discoveries, and new opportunities to serve the endless human quest for knowledge and understanding. Leonardo da Vinci was born on April 15th, 1452, or 1452 by the Florentine calendar, 1452 to 1453 by modern reckoning, in the Tuscan hamlet of Anciano, near the town of Vinci. He came into a world undergoing seismic changes. Florence was a republic brimming with artistic energy, and Europe was on the cusp of the Renaissance's full flowering. His father, Ser Piero da Vinci, was a notary of moderate renown, while his mother, Caterina, is believed to have been a local woman of humble background. The boy's illegitimacy meant he was never part of the upper echelons, yet it freed him from certain constraints that might have shackled a legitimate son to family business. Even as a child, Leonardo is said to have displayed an intense curiosity, wandering fields and streams, sketching plants, small creatures, or swirling eddies in the water. At this time, many children in Tuscany received minimal formal education, but Leonardo's father recognised the boy's precocious mind. Records suggest that around age 14, Leonardo began an apprenticeship in Florence with Andrea del Verrocchio, a master known for sculpture, metalwork, and painting. The workshop bustled with talented pupils and assistants, forging a collaborative environment. Apprentices learned to prepare pigments, craft details, and replicate the master's style. Leonardo's innate knack for observation set him apart. His notebooks from that era, though mostly lost, would have contained anatomical sketches, mechanical doodles, and fleeting notes on geometry. While other students memorized standard forms, Leonardo probed the underlying structures, dissecting how limbs attached or how light refracted on glossy surfaces. An early turning point arrived when Verrocchio assigned him to paint a small angel in the corner of the Baptism of Christ. Legend has it that upon seeing Leonardo's contribution, Verrocchio felt overshadowed and vowed never to paint again. Though that story might be apocryphal, it underscores how swiftly Leonardo's skill gained recognition. He brought a fresh approach to shading, employing what we now call chiaroscuro to infuse figures with tangible volume. While older masters often used linear outlines, Leonardo blended tones so that forms emerged gracefully from shadow. Despite his promise, Leonardo's early years in Florence carried frustrations. Some commissions fizzled due to political upheavals or patron shifts. Eager to expand his reach, Leonardo sought new vistas. Around 1482, he journeyed to Milan, offering his services to Ludovico Sforza, the ruling duke. He wrote a letter extolling his engineering prowess, listing designs for bridges, cannons, and war machines, only concluding with a mention that he could paint. This detail reveals how Leonardo viewed himself, not merely an artist, but a multifaceted engineer who happened to paint. Sforza, intrigued by such potential, welcomed him. In Milan, Leonardo thrived. The ducal court was a centre of intellectual pursuits, blending politics, the arts, and emerging sciences. He tackled a massive equestrian statue project for Ludovico, intending to cast a colossal bronze horse to honour the duke's father. For years, Leonardo studied horses' musculature, sketched them in various gaits, and designed elaborate foundry techniques. Ultimately, political strife disrupted the project. French armies invaded, and the raw bronze allocated for the statue was repurposed into cannons. The uncompleted clay model became a casualty of war, shattered as Milan fell. This fiasco, however, did not dampen Leonardo's thirst for grand challenges. During his Milanese phase, Leonardo also produced The Virgin of the Rocks, a painting that showcased his mastery of atmospheric perspective. He experimented with layered glazes and gentle transitions, making the rocky grotto and figures radiate an otherworldly hush. Simultaneously, he furthered his anatomical investigations, dissecting animals to refine his knowledge of muscle groups. He documented swirling water patterns in the city's canals, studied the flight of birds, and toyed with the idea of a flying machine. Milan's environment gave him the space to roam intellectually, bridging artistry with scientific speculation in a manner rarely seen before. Yet these pursuits coexisted with real-world demands. The Sforza court needed fortifications, festival designs, and mechanical contraptions. Leonardo obliged, penning treatises on geometry, building stage sets for pageants, and engineering ephemeral wonders. Some found him eccentric, especially as he scribbled notes in mirror writing. Others recognised him as an inexhaustible thinker who might at any moment produce the next stroke of genius. By the late 15th century, Leonardo had established himself as a leading figure of the Renaissance, though his restless mind kept him pushing forward, always hungry for the next frontier of knowledge. Leonardo's life in Milan was bustling, yet destiny had other turns in store. In 1499, French forces under King Louis XII conquered Milan. The once powerful Sforza dynasty collapsed, leaving Leonardo and his patrons scrambling. With the city's patron gone, Leonardo lost his secure base. He departed Milan, travelling to Venice, then briefly to Mantua, carrying an uneven portfolio of half-finished commissions and a head brimming with experiments. The aftermath was a tumultuous period, marked by shifting alliances across Italy's city-states. In Mantua, the Marchioness Isabella d'Este welcomed him, seeking a portrait. She was a formidable patron, but Leonardo's restlessness prevailed. He quickly moved on, possibly uninterested in the standard portrait tasks. By the mid-1500s, he found his way back to Florence after 2 decades away. The city had changed. It was now under the sway of the Republican government, briefly influenced by the fiery preacher Savonarola. Tensions simmered, and art commissions had a new flavour, patriotic or moralistic. Yet Florence remembered Leonardo's early promise. He was invited to paint a major altarpiece, though negotiations stalled. Instead, he seized on a more prestigious assignment, a mural in the Palazzo della Signoria, the seat of Florence's government. This mural project, known as the Battle of Anghiari, was meant to commemorate a 1440 Florentine victory. Across town, Michelangelo was commissioned to do a different battle scene in the same hall. The city braced for a competition between two towering geniuses. Leonardo approached the mural with an experimental technique. He planned to use a wax-based paint to speed drying. He built a giant scaffold and devised advanced heating systems to help the paint set, but the innovation backfired. Parts of the mural dripped or refused to adhere. Despite partial success in depicting dramatic cavalry charges, the painting never reached its final form. Over time, the incomplete mural decayed or was covered by later renovations. Still, the surviving sketches and copies hint that it was a dynamic, swirling composition of men and horses locked in ferocious combat. During this same stretch, Leonardo painted the Mona Lisa, commissioned by Francesco del Giocondo for his wife, Lisa. It was initially a private portrait, yet Leonardo spent years refining it, working and reworking subtle glazes. The face's elusive smile and luminous complexion resulted from layering translucent paint. Each layer diffused light. The painting's mysterious aura also came from Leonardo's habit of constantly altering details. While smaller than some grand frescoes, the piece represented a culmination of his sfumato technique. The background's hazy mountains and winding roads mirrored Leonardo's fascination with geology and fluid dynamics. Over time, he kept the painting with him, never delivering it to the patron. Possibly he saw it as a personal testament to portraiture's pinnacle. Parallel to these artistic feats, Leonardo advanced his scientific explorations. He dissected human cadavers in hospitals outside Florence, sketching cross-sections of muscles and bones. Though dissection was sensitive, certain hospitals allowed it for educational ends. His anatomical drawings, some discovered centuries later, revealed a near-modern understanding of the spine, the arrangement of internal organs, and the skeleton's mechanics. He planned an extensive treatise on anatomy, combining text with diagrammatic precision, anticipating the modern concept of illustrated medical textbooks. However, like many Leonardo projects, it was never formally published in his lifetime. Politics roiled again in 1503 to 1504 when Pisa threatened Florence. Leonardo contributed to engineering solutions, brainstorming ways to divert the Arno River to hamper Pisa's supply lines. He drafted canals, levees, and even considered flooding tactics. The plan was bold but faced practical obstacles in Tuscany's terrain. Although partially attempted, the scheme never fully materialised. The episodes highlight Leonardo's willingness to tackle large-scale engineering challenges. blending topographical studies with strategic insight. The lessons gleaned would echo in his future city planning sketches and water management designs. By 1506, French rule stabilised in Milan, opening the city once more. Long gone was Ludovico Sforza, but the new French governors beckoned Leonardo. Eager to revisit uncompleted ideas like the giant horse statue, he returned. Florence parted ways with him under a cloud of frustration, as the Battle of Anghiari lingered unfinished. Yet Leonardo's departure signalled that loyalty to a single city was never his style. He roamed, following whichever environment let him chase multiple intellectual pursuits. In returning to Milan, he sought continuity for the scientific and artistic projects left behind a decade prior. Thus, by the mid-1500s, Leonardo had become an artist-engineer bridging city-states, forging a pattern of partial achievements and unfinished marvels. Some critics found him unreliable, an eternal tinkerer, yet few denied his brilliance. He left Florence having revolutionised portraiture and capturing ephemeral visual mysteries in the Mona Lisa, while also nearly revolutionising mural painting. The stage was set for further meanderings in Milan and eventually beyond, as Europe recognised him as a truly singular figure, a testament to the Renaissance's union of art and science. Leonardo's second stint in Milan began around 1506 under the patronage of Charles d'Amboise, the French governor. This time the city was controlled by the French crown, not the Sforza family. The environment was different, less personal loyalty, more bureaucratic oversight. But Leonardo's fame had grown. He was recognised as a Renaissance man, whose counsel was prized for everything from architecture to geometry. Some records indicate he was granted a workshop near the Porta Vercellina district, where he resumed anatomical, mechanical, and artistic endeavours. One ongoing obsession was the equestrian monument he had once planned for Ludovico Sforza. Though the bronze had been lost to war, Leonardo still dreamed of building the largest horse statue known. He refined the design, adjusting how a rearing stallion might balance on hind legs. He sketched innovative casting methods, hoping to circumvent earlier meltdown issues. However, the politics had shifted. With Ludovico deposed, the impetus for a Sforza memorial dissipated. Leonardo might have pitched the idea to the French administration, but it never crystallised. He remained resolute in exploring equine anatomy, capturing every sinew and tendon in fresh sketches. During this period, Leonardo welcomed a youthful apprentice named Francesco Melzi, who would become his most devoted disciple and eventual executor of his estate. Melzi, from a noble Milanese family, offered loyalty, scribing capabilities, and stable finances. He accompanied Leonardo on trips, helped organise notes, and became the master's confidant. The presence of a still or respectful apprentice might have provided Leonardo the continuity he'd long sought, especially after dealing with earlier assistants who sometimes parted on mixed terms. Meanwhile, glimpses of his scientific mania multiplied. He dissected more cadavers, filling notebooks with nuanced drawings of hearts, muscles, the bronchial system. Observing that heart valves directed blood flow, he speculated about circulation decades before William Harvey's formal discovery. He studied the vitreous humour in an ox's eye, investigating how images formed. While the Catholic Church mostly tolerated such dissections for medical progress, certain clergy frowned on it, so Leonardo often performed them discreetly or at night. Had he published these findings, he might have revolutionised medicine centuries earlier, but perfectionism and continuous revision meant his data stayed personal, locked in cramped notebooks and penned in a mirror script. In parallel, Leonardo authored treatises on flight. Fascinated by birds' wing structures, he dissected wings to decode the interplay of feathers. He built mechanical prototypes, ornithopters, aiming to replicate flapping flight. Though never tested on a large scale, these contraptions presaged modern aviation concepts. He recognised that pure flapping wouldn't suffice for human flight. He studied gliding surfaces, suspecting that air currents could keep a craft aloft. Yet the technology of the era, no engines or suitable materials, curbed these ambitions. Even so, the sketches reveal an acute understanding of aerodynamics. Around 1510, Leonardo's patron Charles d'Amboise died, prompting another shift in Milan's political circle. Still, the French King Louis XII valued Leonardo. Another momentous figure emerged. The newly ascendant Giuliano de' Medici, brother of Pope Leo X, invited Leonardo to return to the Florentine orbit or possibly move to Rome, where the papacy was fueling grand building projects. Leonardo, now in his late 50s, weighed these overtures carefully. The lure of Rome's architectural expansions and advanced scientific resources might prove irresistible. Eventually, around 1513, Leonardo departed Milan for Rome, with an entourage that included Melzi and some assistants. In Rome, under Pope Leo X, the artistic scene soared. Michelangelo and Raphael dominated the city's commissions, Sistine Chapel expansions, grand papal apartments. Leonardo expected a role in major architectural or hydraulic projects. Instead, he found himself overshadowed by younger rivals. Michelangelo, known for moody brilliance, had little patience for Leonardo's diversions, while Raphael's rising star enthralled the papal court. Leonardo was offered small tasks. For instance, the Pope asked him to devise mechanical amusements or stage designs, but no major papal commission emerged. Despite the frustration, Leonardo utilised Rome's libraries, continuing anatomical dissections. He took advantage of more cadaver supply from local hospitals. Some rumours suggest friction with the Vatican Curia, especially after a cardinal supposedly saw dismembered bodies in Leonardo's quarters. The environment felt stifling. He wrote letters implying that the papal circle favoured spectacle over more profound research. With insufficient official support for his large-scale experiments, Leonardo grew restless again. Yet he found fleeting satisfaction exploring the Belvedere Gardens, measuring ruins of ancient Roman structures. He studied geometry with scholars, exchanging ideas about perspective and the Ptolemaic universe. Perhaps a quieter dream to unify art and mathematics kept him going. Still, the unstoppable politics of Italy soon overshadowed local tasks. The shifting alliances in 1516 catapulted France into dominance once more. Francis I became king, eyeing Italy hungrily. For Leonardo, the swirling intrigue spelled an opportunity to pivot yet again. The next invitation from the French crown would beckon him across the Alps for what would become the final chapter of his life's remarkable journey. In 1516, King Francis I of France, a young monarch intrigued by art and technology, extended an invitation to Leonardo da Vinci. Tired of Roman politics and seeing limited scope for big projects there, Leonardo accepted. He travelled north, crossing the Alps at an advanced age, bearing precious paintings and volumes of notes, among them the Mona Lisa and likely St. John the Baptist. Francis offered him the manor house of Clos-Lucé, near the royal Château d'Amboise in the Loire Valley. This arrangement put Leonardo under royal patronage, granting him good comfort and a platform for his creative urges. At Clos-Lucé, Leonardo enjoyed relative calm, gone were the fierce rivalries of Florence and the ephemeral commissions of Milan. Francis I often strolled over, discussing fortifications, canal systems, or mechanical contraptions. The king revered Leonardo as a living legend, a reservoir of Renaissance brilliance. The older man reciprocated with sketches of improved weaponry or designs for a grand palace. However, age and ill health limited the impetus for new large-scale ventures. Some accounts claim Leonardo tried to outline an ideal city for Francis, merging symmetrical layouts with efficient waterways, but no direct implementation followed. Amid this peaceful setting, Leonardo's health issues worsened. He wrote fewer lines in his notebooks, and his once dexterous hand might have trembled from possible strokes or nerve troubles, yet his mind remained inquisitive. He refined old anatomical drawings, re-examining them in the quiet orchard near his manor. Melzi, ever faithful, organised the piles of manuscripts, ensuring references to geometry, geology, optics, and anatomy didn't vanish into chaos. The older assistant Salai, who had begun as a teenage model with a mischievous streak, also lived there, though rumoured tensions occasionally flared between him and Melzi. A highlight of this period was visits by French courtiers who marvelled at the Mona Lisa. They admired her half-smile, rumoured to be a representation of intangible grace. Francis I himself is said to have purchased the painting directly from Leonardo, or inherited it after the artist's death, eventually placing it in Fontainebleau. Then it travelled to the Louvre centuries later. Another puzzle, St. John the Baptist, a moody, half-lit figure, pointing heavenward, also accompanied him to France. Its swirling hair and ambiguous expression invited speculation that it was a deeply personal reflection on spiritual transformation. Though slowed physically, Leonardo sometimes produced ephemeral amusements for the court. Francis might request a mechanical lion that roared, or a winged contraption to amuse guests. These ephemeral wonders were reminiscent of his younger days planning festivals for the Milanese dukes. In letters, watchers described him as gracious but occasionally melancholic, lamenting the ephemeral nature of grand projects he never completed. The once unstoppable polymath was contending with the reality that time was finite. He also penned reflections on theology, bridging Catholic doctrines with his own scientific viewpoint. While devout in belief, he had long championed rational inquiry, sometimes rattling clergy with statements about Earth's position or the universal laws of nature. In France, the monarchy had a slightly more flexible attitude toward intellectual exploration, so long as loyalty to church dogma wasn't overtly challenged. This gave Leonardo space to fuse spiritual musings with scientific wonder. A few cryptic lines in his notebooks hint that he believed the study of anatomy and nature only deepened reverence for a divine creator. Socially, the small circle at Clos Lucé was cosy. Francis I occasionally dined with Leonardo, absorbing tall tales from Italy's golden cities. Melzi recorded these dialogues, though few transcripts remain. Meanwhile, rumours circulated about Leonardo's final unseen manuscripts. Some believed he was penning a definitive treatise on flight or a universal theory of water currents. In truth, he likely polished segments of older notes rather than forging a single cohesive magnum opus. The scattered nature of his archive meant the future would discover his brilliance piecemeal. During the winter of 1518 to the 1519, Leonardo's condition deteriorated. Chronic arm pains, possibly from a stroke, forced him to rely heavily on Melzi for everyday tasks. Francis, hearing of the decline, visited more often, hoping for final insights from the master. Legend has it that the king was at Leonardo's side as he passed on May 2nd, 1519. While romanticised accounts depict Leonardo dying in Francis's arms, the historical veracity is uncertain. Still, the bond between them was genuine, a deep mutual respect between an ageing Renaissance titan and a monarch hungry for cultural ascendancy. Thus ended Leonardo's mortal journey far from the Tuscan hills of his birth, in a French manor brightened by orchard blooms. This final French chapter was quieter, reflective, yet still brimming with sparks of creativity. From building ephemeral mechanical lions to preserving the greatest paintings humankind had known, Leonardo's culminating years embodied a spirit that refused to go dim. He might not have erected a final monument, but he left behind a personal realm of knowledge-bridging art, science, and imagination, a legacy that would endure for centuries to come. In the immediate aftermath of Leonardo da Vinci dying, the question arose, what would become of his manuscripts and personal effects? According to some accounts, Francesco Melzi emerged as the designated heir, entrusted with safeguarding the thousands of pages brimming with sketches, notes and drafts. Salai, an earlier companion, received certain paintings and minor possessions. Yet the sheer volume of Leonardo's papers posed a challenge. Melzi dedicated years trying to organise them, hoping to publish coherent treatises, but the scale was daunting. Over time, bits of the collection were dispersed, sold, or gifted by Melzi's heirs across Europe. This fracturing explains why Leonardo's notebooks eventually surfaced in places from Spain's royal libraries to British aristocratic collections, each chunk unveiled in irregular intervals. Europe of the 16th century recognised Leonardo's artistic brilliance. The Last Supper in Milan, though deteriorating due to his experimental fresco approach, was already hailed as an emotional masterpiece. The Mona Lisa, now in French royal possession, attracted courtly admiration for her haunting expression. Yet the fuller scope of his genius, engineering drawings, anatomical plates, or treatises on geometry remained largely hidden. The slow trickle of discovered manuscripts fueled centuries of fascination. In the 17th century, a few scientists glimpsed certain sketches, marvelling at advanced concepts of gear systems or diving apparatus, but it wasn't until the 19th century that broader scholarship systematically studied his codices, unveiling a mind centuries ahead of his era. Leonardo's immediate legacy in art was clearer. His painting style influenced a generation of mannerists who admired his smoky transitions, sfumato, and atmospheric depth. Milanese artists, though overshadowed by the city's shifting political fortunes, carried forward elements of his approach. In Florence, Students who'd glimpsed the aborted Battle of Anghiari mural adapted some compositional ideas, but the direct lineage was complicated. Leonardo left no formal academy. He taught a few pupils thoroughly, except for Melzi and a handful of others. The intangible aura of Leonardesque painting permeated the late Renaissance with its softness of edges and subtle interplay of light. Over the next centuries, as Baroque flamboyance rose, certain of Leonardo's works fell out of style. Others recognised them as timeless. The Last Supper, for example, underwent multiple restorations, each attempt often introducing fresh problems, leading to controversies about how much of Leonardo's original brushstroke survived. Meanwhile, in the 19th century, Romantic and Victorian scholars resurrected the cult of the Renaissance genius. Leonardo emerged as a symbol of the solitary visionary, an introspective figure bridging reason and art. Writers like Walter Pater penned rhapsodic essays on the Mona Lisa, describing her as an enigma embodying centuries of emotion. Such effusions etched the painting's fame deep into Western cultural consciousness. Only in the modern age did the scale of Leonardo's scientific legacy become widely recognised. As more codices were catalogued, like the Codex Atlanticus or the Codex Arundel, historians realised that he had conceptualised flying machines, armoured vehicles, and tension-based mechanical devices. He had studied wave patterns, sketched gear differentials, and dissected the human body with an exactitude unmatched for centuries. Art historians marvelled at how the same man who painted the lady with an ermine had also measured the mathematical proportions of reflection angles. The synergy of aesthetics and logic rendered him the archetype of the Renaissance man. Modern architects gleaned from his city planning concepts, while robotic engineers found preludes to modern mechanical linkages in his swirling diagrams. For a time, many described Leonardo as a man out of time, but recent scholarship refines that narrative. He was indeed extraordinary, but also a product of a vibrant milieu. Italian city-states teemed with cross-pollination from Greek, Roman, and Islamic knowledge. Leonardo built on the achievements of earlier polymaths, from the classical treatises of Archimedes to the reintroduced works of Alhazen on optics. Recognizing that synergy doesn't lessen his brilliance, it situates him in the network that made such leaps feasible. Meanwhile, the mystique around Leonardo occasionally overshadowed more grounded truths. Tales of him finishing commissions in a single burst or conjuring bizarre contraptions for stage illusions became embroidered over time. The reality was that he left many tasks incomplete, struggled with perfectionism, and juggled ephemeral court demands. This tension between the unstoppable imagination and the practical burdens of day-to-day labour infuses his story with a human dimension. He wasn't some aloof superhuman, but an individual forging through the same complexities and distractions we all face, albeit with an incandescent spark few could rival. Thus, centuries after his passing, Leonardo's name resonates as the embodiment of creative ambition. Whether in art galleries, engineering labs, or philosophical debates, references to his fusion of imagination and observation abound. People see in him the ideal of curiosity unshackled, bridging the intangible rifts between art, science, beauty, and data. That intangible legacy, more than any single painting or device, might stand as the core reason we revere him. He left behind not just objects, but a testament that the quest for knowledge and mastery can, in the right hands, rewrite the boundaries of possibility. In contemporary times, Leonardo's legacy permeates cultural and scientific discourse in ways both lofty and mundane. The Mona Lisa has become a pop icon, reproduced endlessly on posters and novelty items, its wry smile fueling conspiracy theories about hidden identities or coded messages. Meanwhile, The Last Supper continues to captivate pilgrims and tourists in Milan, though advanced ticket reservations are required to see the heavily conserved mural. Documentaries dissect each brushstroke, offering competing theories about cryptic symbolism in the arrangement of bread loaves or apostolic gestures. Beyond these famous works, Leonardo's name adorns everything from children's educational kits about invention to NASA references to lunar craters named in his honour. Tech innovators sometimes cite him as a paragon of design thinking, bridging aesthetics and function. The phrase Leonardo-like mind denotes someone unbound by a single domain. Museums stage blockbuster exhibitions, assembling scattered folios of his codices under one roof. Visitors queue for hours to glimpse the delicate sketches of a fetus in utero, or a swirling aerial screw. In such gatherings, viewers witness the raw lines of a man who wrestled with nature's secrets on scraps of paper, unknowing they'd be revered centuries later. Yet the question arises, what would Leonardo have done with modern resources? Some imagine him thriving in an era of 3D printers and digital imaging, or leading biotech startups. Others caution that the intangible synergy of Renaissance Italy, a world open to invention, but also bound by craft traditions, shaped him. A modern environment might hamper that slow, observational approach. He thrived in a realm where forging your pigments and dissecting cadavers in candlelit corners built a holistic sense of wonder. Today's rapid data flow might overshadow the meticulous wonder that fueled his slow revelations. Scholars continue analysing Leonardo's notebooks for overlooked insights. One might find a newly deciphered margin note revealing how he planned water-lifting devices for farmland irrigation. Another might unearth a fragment referencing a missing treatise on mirror making. Each fresh revelation underscores how incomplete our knowledge remains. Because his notebooks were so scattered, lines vanish into private collections, sometimes re-emerging at auction houses with $1 million price tags. Bill Gates famously purchased the Codex Leicester in 1994, digitizing pages for public curiosity. This interplay of private ownership and public thirst for knowledge epitomizes Leonardo's enduring mystique. One dimension of modern interest focuses on Leonardo's personal life. The few references to intimate relationships or sexuality remain ambiguous. Some interpret his heavy focus on male assistants as indicative of hidden personal aspects. Others see no direct evidence of romance in his notes. He rarely wrote about personal feelings, preferring coded references or allegorical musings. The aura of secrecy around his private life parallels the guarded manner in which he protected his scientific methods, fueling endless speculation. At the same time, the notion of the incomplete genius resonates with modern anxieties about productivity. Leonardo's many half-finished paintings and ephemeral designs illustrate the challenge of reconciling curiosity with the finality of deadlines. In an age obsessed with completion and output, his story hints that the path of exploration, though meandering, can yield intangible but profound insights. That he never published his anatomical volumes didn't negate their brilliance. Their posthumous influence shaped fields from architecture to fluid dynamics. Many contemporary creatives draw solace in Leonardo's example. Creation can be iterative, perpetually in flux, and still crucial to progress. Even so, some critics note that praising Leonardo can overshadow other Renaissance figures, like Filippo Brunelleschi, who concretely built the Florence Dome, or Luca Pacioli, whose mathematics influenced him. They argue that the Leonardo legend occasionally romanticizes an era's synergy. While that synergy was real, credit goes to many. Leonardo's singular star shouldn't blind us to the collective genius of the period, but precisely because he integrated so many fields, art, science, engineering, and anatomy, he became an enduring symbol for the entire Renaissance moment, capturing the fervour of bridging knowledge domains. Hence, in the 21st century, Leonardo da Vinci remains less a static historical figure than a living metaphor for potential. Each generation reinterprets him, plugging his name into the contexts as varied as STEAM education, cultural diplomacy, or brand marketing. The friction between the legend and the historical details keeps him relevant. People yearn for the secret of how a single mind could roam so broadly, producing both timeless artistic wonders and notebooks brimming with half-realised marvels. That tension between the completed and the fragmentary may well be Leonardo's final gift, spurring us to question how far our curiosity might take us if we refuse to erect barriers between the arts and sciences. The story of Leonardo da Vinci serves as a lens on lifelong reinvention. Born in a modest Tuscan setting, he navigated uneven patronage system, accepted partial successes, and found resilience in perpetual learning. Each city he lived in, Florence, Milan, Rome, and ultimately France, offered fresh vantage points, reminding us that mobility can spark renewal at any stage in life. Though he occasionally lamented incomplete tasks, he pressed forward, bridging discipline after discipline. It's worth extracting lessons from his approach. He cultivated an insatiable observational habit, scrutinizing swirling water, the geometry of a flower's petal, or the subtle shift of a face's muscles. Even in an era lacking cameras or modern labs, he gleaned universal patterns by focusing on the details. As midlife adults, we too can regain that sense of direct observation, whether it's noticing minor changes in a friend's demeanour or analysing complexities at work. A Leonardesque perspective encourages seeing anew, not coasting on assumptions. Another facet resonates with modern times, the synergy of creative expression and methodical research. Leonardo was no carefree dreamer. He systematically tested ideas, building prototypes, dissecting bodies, and refining pigments. He let imagination drive him, but insisted on verifying theories with experiments. For those in middle adulthood, managing teams, families, or personal projects, balancing vision with practicality is an art. Leonardo's notebooks bristle with microfailures, a water-lifting device that jammed, a mural technique that peeled, yet each misstep taught him something. This iterative mindset fosters resilience and yields deeper expertise. Moreover, Leonardo's story underscores the role of collaboration. He soared highest not in isolation, but in synergy with patrons, mentors, and assistants. The Sforza and French courts gave him resources to dream big. Skilled workshop members helped realise or test concepts. Even his competition with Michelangelo and Raphael, albeit fraught with tension, catalysed fresh impetus. In present life, synergy across skill sets can amplify outcomes. We see parallels in cross-functional corporate teams or community coalitions that blend varied talents to achieve breakthroughs. However, we also need to address the negative aspect, the eerie feeling of unrealised potential. Many of Leonardo's grand designs, such as the Sforza horse or the treatise on flight, remained incomplete. Some might interpret him as a cautionary tale about perfectionism. Indeed, he sometimes spent years layering glazes on a single painting or rewriting the same mechanical design. For busy modern adults, it can be a nudge to find closure. Not every idea demands indefinite polishing. Finishing and sharing can unlock new phases of growth. Still, Leonardo's incomplete wonders also remind us that partial efforts can spark future revolutions, even if we ourselves never see them fully bloom. His final years in the French court also highlight that one can remain relevant even in advanced age. By building a lifelong reputation for innovation, he found fresh patrons who treasured his wisdom. He might not have executed large public works then, but he contributed to strategic discussions and shaped cultural enrichment at the French court. Similarly, for those transitioning out of intense early career phases, there's a reminder that mentorship, idea sharing, or specialised consultancy can be equally impactful. Leonardo's twilight wasn't about retirement in a quiet sense, but about integrating decades of experience into a culminating sphere. Another essential angle is how Leonardo balanced religious sentiments with rational inquiry. Deeply respectful of Christian doctrine, he never let dogma quell his questions about nature's mechanisms. He believed understanding creation's intricacies honoured the Creator. In an era where faith and science sometimes clashed, he navigated a personal path, for a modern audience frequently contending with polarised debates. Leonardo's outlook offers a model. Rational exploration can coexist with spiritual depth, each fueling gratitude for existence's marvels. Ultimately, the life of Leonardo da Vinci stands as an emblem of boundless curiosity, bridging disciplines that many treat as separate. He embraced incremental knowledge, acknowledging that each discovery planted the seeds for further mysteries. His notebook, though scattered and partial, reveal a mind enthralled by the interplay of form, motion, and cosmic design. 5 centuries on, we still glean from him the power of wonder, the value of dogged experimentation, and the humility to accept that mastery is a continual journey, never fully complete. In a world that yearns for innovation and empathy, he remains a shining example of what a single human can accomplish when guided by the persistent awe at the world's complexities, and that, perhaps, is Leonardo's ultimate gift, to remind us that even the simplest observation, like a swirl of water in a basin, can unravel entire universes of insight if we only dare to look closely enough. The clothing you owned held the belief that the human body was merely a suggestion. Welcome to Victorian fashion, where comfort became obsolete and common sense took a long hiatus. Picture this, it's 1850, and you're a well-to-do lady preparing for your day. But first, you need to put on approximately 17 different garments, each one more bewildering than the last. Your morning routine doesn't start with coffee, It starts with an engineering degree and the patience of a saint. The Victorians had this peculiar relationship with the human form. They believed that nature had created significant design flaws, and they were determined to rectify these flaws using materials such as whalebone, steel, and unwavering determination. It was like they looked at the human body and said, "You know what this individual needs? More geometric shapes and less ability to breathe. But here's the thing that makes Victorian fashion so fascinatingly absurd. None of these changes happened overnight. It wasn't like someone woke up one morning in 1837 and declared, 'From now on, women's waist shall be the circumference of a coffee mug.' No, the outcome was a gradual slide into sartorial madness that took decades to perfect. The truly surprising aspect is that people at the time believed they were acting completely rationally. They had elaborate justifications for every ridiculous element. Tight corsets? Needless to say, they were beneficial for posture, and the skirts so wide that they can't fit through doorways. Undoubtedly, they are essential for maintaining modesty. Do sleeves need their own unique zip code? Simply fashionable, darling. You have to admire the dedication, really. These weren't people who half committed to anything. When Victorians decided to complicate fashion, they went all in like they were trying to win an Olympic medal in most impractical clothing design. They approached fashion the way modern people approach extreme sports, with enthusiasm that bordered on the reckless. Men were not exempt from this madness, although their version was more subtly ridiculous. While women were being transformed into human geometric shapes, men were busy perfecting the art of looking like very serious penguins. They wore top hats that accentuated their height, coats with useless tails, and enough starch in their collars to construct a miniature boat. The fascinating thing is how this all started with genuine intentions. The early Victorians weren't trying to create a fashion nightmare. They were responding to real social and economic changes. The Industrial Revolution had created new wealth, new social classes, and new anxieties about respectability. Fashion became a language, a way to communicate your place in this rapidly changing world. But somewhere along the way, that language became increasingly complex, like a secret code that only the initiated could understand. What started as dress nicely to show you're respectable evolved into transform yourself into a walking architectural marvel or risk social extinction. The irony is delicious when you contemplate it. Here was an era obsessed with moral virtue and proper behaviour, yet they created clothing that made simple human activities like sitting, walking, or breathing into minor athletic achievements. It was as if they believed that suffering for beauty was not just acceptable, but actually virtuous. As we drift into this story together, imagine the rustling of silk, the creaking of whalebone, and the gentle chaos of an era when getting dressed was an adventure, and staying dressed was an endurance test. The Victorians may have been many things, but boring wasn't one of them. Let's talk about the corset, shall we? If Victorian fashion were a movie, the corset would be the villain everyone loves to hate. Simultaneously fascinating and horrifying, like a beautifully crafted instrument of torture that someone decided to wear to afternoon tea. You've probably heard the stories about women fainting left and right, their organs rearranged like furniture in a studio apartment. However, the truth about corset wearing was not as dramatic as the legends portray. It's like that friend who tells fish stories. The basic facts are there, but they've grown considerably in the telling. Let's first tackle the issue of the 18-inch waist in the parlour. Do you notice the remarkably small waists in fashion plates and photos? Many of them were about as real as a unicorn wearing a tutu. Victorian photographers and illustrators were just as fond of creative editing as modern Instagram users. They'd pinch in waists, enhance curves, and generally present an idealised version that was as achievable as becoming a professional mermaid. But that doesn't mean corsets were just gentle, supportive garments either. These were indeed serious business. A well-made Victorian corset was like wearing an architectural support system, designed by someone who'd never actually met a human spine. They were marvels of engineering, really. Dozens of pieces of whalebone or steel, carefully shaped and sewn into what was essentially a wearable cage. The thing is, most women didn't tight-lace to the extreme degrees you might imagine. Your average Victorian lady laced her corset snugly indeed, but not to the extent that she required smelling salts each time she ascended a staircase. The fainting epidemic was more about the combination of tight lacing, heavy clothing, overheated rooms, and the Victorian lady's delicate constitution, which was often more performed than genuine. Think of it this way. If women were really fainting en masse from their undergarments, the Victorian era would have been remarkably unproductive. Yet somehow, these same corseted women managed to run households, raise children, engage in social causes, and even work in factories. They weren't delicate flowers. They were surprisingly hardy individuals who happened to dress like they were preparing for battle with their bodies. The corset also served purposes beyond the aesthetic. In an era before bras were invented, it provided necessary support for women's busts. It also helped distribute the weight of those massive skirts we'll talk about shortly. Imagine carrying a small tent around your waist all day. You'd want some structural support too. But here's where the corset story gets really interesting. It became a symbol of women's oppression and liberation simultaneously. Critics argued that tight lacing represented society's control over women's bodies, forcing them into unnatural shapes to please male ideals of beauty. Supporters countered that the corset gave women an hourglass figure that emphasized their femininity and power. The medical establishment, never one to miss an opportunity to have opinions about women's bodies, weighed in with dire warnings about the dangers of tight lacing. Doctors wrote lengthy treatises about corset liver and corset lung, conditions that sound like they were invented by someone who'd never actually examined a corseted woman but had profound feelings about fashion. Meanwhile, the women actually wearing these garments had more nuanced views. Many found their corsets comfortable and supportive when properly fitted. Others endured silent suffering for the sake of fashion. Some rebelled entirely and joined the dress reform movement, which sounds much more exciting than it actually was. Imagine a group of very earnest women campaigning for the right to wear clothing that didn't require an engineering degree to put on. The corset industry itself was fascinating. A complex network of manufacturers, from high-end corsetiers who created custom pieces that fit like a second skin, to mass-market producers who churned out ready-made versions for the growing middle class. Getting a corset properly fitted was like visiting a very specialised architect who worked exclusively in human modification. As you settle deeper into your comfortable, uncorseted evening, remember that for Victorian women, this daily ritual of lacing and unlacing was simply part of life. They adapted to their constraints with remarkable ingenuity, developing techniques for movement, breathing, and even dancing while wearing what was essentially a fabric-covered cage. The human capacity for adaptation is truly remarkable, even when adapting to something utterly ridiculous. Let's pause here while you adjust your position on the couch, something Victorian women couldn't do quite so easily. If corsets were the foundation of Victorian fashion madness, then skirts were the magnificent, impractical superstructure built on top. We're talking about garments that required their own transportation planning and had a carbon footprint larger than some small countries. Picture yourself getting ready for a simple trip to the market in 1860. First, you'd need to consider your skirt's diameter, typically anywhere from 6 to 12 feet across. That's not a typo. We're talking about wearing a fabric tent that could house a small family. You couldn't just walk out the door. You had to strategize your exit like you were launching a space mission. The evolution of the Victorian skirt can be compared to a person gradually losing their sense of reality, albeit in a methodical manner. It started reasonably enough in the 1840s. Full skirts, yes, but nothing that required architectural consultation. Then something happened. Maybe it was competition, maybe it was boredom, or maybe someone made a bet about how wide they could make women's silhouettes before physics intervened. By the 1850s, the crinoline had become ubiquitous and irreversible. The crinoline was essentially a cage you wore under your skirt, hoops of steel or whalebone that created a bell-shaped foundation. It was like wearing a personal tent frame, except the tent was made of silk and you were expected to waltz in it. The logistics of crinoline life were staggering. Doorways became navigation challenges. Sitting required careful calculation and preferably a chair without arms. Getting into a carriage was like solving a three-dimensional puzzle while wearing a small building. Victorian women developed skills that would have made NASA engineers weep with admiration, and yet they made it look effortless. Photos from the era show women gliding around in these massive skirts as if they were perfectly natural. However, a complex science underlay the management of crinolines. Women learned to compress their skirts by pressing down on the hoops, to navigate stairs by lifting the front of their skirts just so, and to sit by effortlessly collapsing their crinolines. The really magnificent part was how the fashion industry supported this madness. Crinoline manufacturers competed on engineering principles. Some crinolines had collapsible sections for sitting. Others featured graduated hoops that created the perfect bell shape. The advertisements read like technical manuals for personal transportation devices. But crinolines had their dangers, and not just the obvious ones like getting stuck in doorways or accidentally sweeping objects off tables. Fire was a genuine hazard. All that fabric, often treated with flammable starches and dyes, combined with open flames for lighting and heating. Victorian newspapers are full of tragic stories of women whose skirts caught fire, and the width of their crinolines made it difficult to extinguish the flames quickly. Then there were the weather-related challenges. Wind turned a crinoline into a sail, which sounds poetic until you realise it meant women could be literally blown off course during their daily walks. Rain was particularly problematic. Imagine trying to dry a tent that you'd been wearing all day. The social implications were equally complex. A wide crinoline was a status symbol, proof that you could afford not just the garment itself but the lifestyle that accommodated it. If you could wear a 6-foot wide skirt, you didn't need to work, cook, clean or engage in any practical activity. It was conspicuous consumption in its most literal form. You were conspicuously consuming space. But here's what makes the crinoline era so endearing in retrospect. Victorian women took these absurd constraints and somehow made them work. They developed elaborate etiquettes for crinoline navigation, techniques for managing their skirts in various social situations, and even sports modified for women wearing personal tents. Croquet became popular partly because it was one of the few activities where a crinoline wasn't a complete impediment. Dancing required choreography that accounted for each partner's circumference. Even something as simple as walking with a friend became an exercise in spatial coordination. The crinoline reached its peak absurdity in the 1860s, when skirts achieved their maximum circumference. It was as if Victorian fashion had been steadily expanding like a balloon, and everyone was waiting to see who would be brave enough to suggest that maybe, just maybe, this was getting a bit ridiculous. Little did they know, the next chapter would involve bustles, because apparently making skirts impossibly wide wasn't quite enough. The Victorians were just getting warmed up. Just when you think the Victorians couldn't possibly make clothing more complicated, along came the bustle era to prove that human ingenuity in the service of impracticality knows no bounds. If the crinoline was like wearing a bell, the bustle was like strapping a small shelf to your posterior and pretending your posture was perfectly normal. The transition from crinoline to bustle in the 1870s wasn't gradual. It was like watching a balloon deflate and then reinflate in a completely different shape. One day women were navigating doorways sideways because of their width, and the next they were backing into rooms because their skirts projected 3 feet behind them. It was as if Victorian fashion designers had gotten bored with horizontal challenges and decided to explore vertical possibilities. The bustle itself was a marvel of engineering that would have made bridge builders jealous. Early bustles were essentially wire cages designed to create a shelf-like projection at the back of the skirt. Later versions became increasingly elaborate. Some had springs, others featured adjustable frameworks, and the most advanced models included collapsible sections for sitting. Imagine attempting to sit down while wearing a bustle. It wasn't just a matter of bending at the waist, it required a carefully choreographed sequence of movements. You'd approach the chair from the side, collapse your bustle by pressing down on it, lower yourself carefully while managing several layers of skirt, and then somehow arrange all that fabric so you didn't look like you were being swallowed by your clothing. The logistics of bustle life were even more complex than crinoline management. At least with a crinoline, you knew you needed extra space in all directions. You never know what's going on behind you when there's a bustle. Victorian women developed a kind of spatial awareness that modern people can't imagine. They could sense exactly how much room their rear projection required and navigate accordingly. Doorways remained challenging, but in new ways. Instead of squeezing through sideways, bustled women had to judge angles carefully. If your approach was too steep, your skirt might snag on the doorframe. If the approach was too shallow, you wouldn't be able to pass. It was like parking a car, except the car was attached to your body and made of silk. The bustle also created intriguing social dynamics. Conversations became exercises in geometry. How close could you stand to someone when you were both wearing rear projections? Dancing required new techniques, and something as simple as walking arm in arm with a friend became a coordination challenge worthy of synchronized swimmers. But perhaps the most remarkable thing about the bustle era was how it demonstrated Victorian society's ability to adapt to absolutely anything. Furniture makers began designing chairs that accommodated bustles. Architecture started accounting for the extra space women required. Social customs evolved to handle the new spatial requirements of female fashion. The fashion plates of the era show women looking perfectly composed in their bustled gowns, but the reality behind the scenes was a constant comedy of spatial miscalculations. Victorian literature is full of subtle references to the challenges of bustled life. Women getting stuck in carriages, skirts caught indoors, and the general chaos of trying to live normally while wearing architectural elements. Yet somehow, Victorian women made it work. They developed techniques for bustle maintenance, strategies for navigation, and even created new forms of social interaction that accommodated their enhanced silhouettes. The human ability to normalise the absurd is truly impressive. The bustle went through several iterations during its reign. The first bustle era featured relatively modest projections. Consider it to be training wheels for posterior architecture. The early 1880s brought a brief respite when skirts became more streamlined, likely bringing a sense of relief to everyone. But Victorian fashion wasn't done yet. The second bustle era, beginning in the mid-1880s, brought projections that defied not just comfort but basic physics. These weren't just bustles. They were engineering marvels that created silhouettes so extreme they looked like costume designs for a play about furniture. The final bustle designs were so elaborate they came with their instruction manuals. Some featured multiple tiers, others had adjustable angles, and the most advanced models included patented mechanisms for collapse and expansion. It was as if Victorian women were wearing transformer robots, except instead of turning into cars, they turned into chairs. As we move through this fashion timeline, remember that each of these trends lasted for years. This wasn't a brief moment of collective madness. Entire generations of women lived their daily lives in these contraptions, adapting with remarkable grace to constraints that seem impossible from our modern perspective. If you thought Victorian fashion was done surprising us after corsets, crinolines and bustles, you clearly underestimated their commitment to making every part of the human body an engineering challenge. Enter the 1890s sleeve, also known as the leg of mutton sleeve, though that name doesn't quite capture the full absurdity of wearing what amounted to small hot air balloons attached to your shoulders. Early Victorian sleeves were snug, practical affairs that allowed for actual arm movement. However, as the century progressed, sleeves began to expand, as if they were competing with skirts for the title of most impractical garment component. By the 1890s, sleeves had achieved such monumental proportions that women needed to turn sideways to fit through doorways, not because of their skirts this time, but because their shoulders had effectively doubled in width. These garments were not merely sleeves, they resembled fabric architecture with arms hidden inside them. The construction of a proper leg of mutton sleeve was an engineering marvel that required more planning than most modern home renovations. The sleeve had to be supported from within using various frameworks, wire, whalebone, or even cotton padding arranged in precise configurations to maintain the proper shape. Getting dressed involved not just putting on clothing, but assembling a complex structural system. Imagine trying to eat dinner while wearing sleeves that extended well beyond your actual arm span. Victorian women developed eating techniques that would have impressed contortionists. They learned to approach their plates at specific angles, to cut food using carefully calculated arm movements, and to drink tea without completely obscuring their faces behind walls of fabric. The practical challenges were endless. Embracing someone required strategic planning. Getting into a carriage meant compressing your sleeves like accordions. Even something as simple as reaching for an object on a shelf became an exercise in spatial mathematics. Victorian women lived in a world where their clothing had a larger footprint than their actual bodies. But the sleeves weren't just large, they were elaborately decorated. Puffed, pleated, gathered, and trimmed with every conceivable ornament, they were like wearing two small ballrooms complete with their interior design schemes. Some sleeves featured multiple tiers of fabric, creating layered architectural effects that would have made wedding cake decorators weep with envy. The maintenance requirements were staggering. These sleeves needed to be pressed into shape regularly, their internal structures adjusted and repaired, and their elaborate decorations kept pristine. Victorian women employed armies of servants, or spent hours themselves maintaining their sleeve architecture. It was like owning a very high-maintenance pet that you wore to social events. Then there were the seasonal challenges. Summer sleeves in heavy fabrics created portable saunas around women's arms. Winter meant adding even more layers to already monumental constructions. Rain posed a significant challenge. Imagine attempting to dry 2 fabric pavilions fastened to your shoulders. The social implications of extreme sleeves were fascinating. They were clear indicators of leisure class status. If you could wear sleeves that made practical work impossible, you obviously didn't need to engage in any. They were an extreme form of conspicuous consumption, demonstrating that one could afford to be completely impractical. But Victorian fashion wasn't finished with extremities yet. Hats during this era became increasingly elaborate, often featuring entire gardens of artificial flowers, preserved birds, and decorative elements that would have been impressive on a parade float. These weren't hats. They were portable ecosystems that happened to sit on people's heads. The millinery arts reached new heights of complexity during the Victorian era. Hat construction involved multiple specialists. One person might create the basic structure, another would handle the flowers, and a third would add the birds and ornamental elements. Some Victorian hats required their own structural engineering consultations. Gloves, too, became exercises in extremity enhancement. Victorian gloves were often so long they disappeared entirely under those enormous sleeves, creating the impression that women's arms simply ended in fabric somewhere around the elbow. The longest gloves extended past the elbow, requiring complex systems of buttons and hooks for removal. Even shoes joined the extremity enhancement project. Victorian boots often featured dozens of tiny buttons or an elaborate lacing system that required special tools to fasten. Getting dressed from head to toe could take hours and often required assistance from servants or family members. The cumulative effect of all these extremity enhancements was that Victorian women became walking demonstrations of their society's relationship with practicality, which was to say they'd broken up entirely and weren't on speaking terms. Now settle in for this part of our story, because we're about to explore how Victorian fashion became more complex than quantum physics, but with more rules about appropriate necklines. Behind all this sartorial madness was a scientific approach to respectability that would have impressed laboratory researchers. The Victorians didn't just randomly decide to make clothing complicated, they developed elaborate systems of social communication through fabric, creating a language so complex that anthropologists are still trying to decode it. The Victorian dress code wasn't just about looking nice, it was about broadcasting your moral character, social status, economic situation, marital availability, and probably your opinion on the weather, all through carefully calculated costume choices. It was like wearing a social media profile, except instead of posting updates, you changed your outfit. Morning dress, afternoon dress, evening dress, calling dress, walking dress, travelling dress. Victorian women needed different costumes for different hours of the day and different social activities. It was as if they were actors in an incredibly elaborate play where the costumes changed every few hours, and forgetting your lines meant social death. The specificity of the rules was astounding. There were appropriate colours for widows at different stages of mourning, precise neckline depths for various social occasions, and exact sleeve lengths that communicated whether you were available for courtship or properly chaperoned. Getting it wrong wasn't just a fashion faux pas, it was a social catastrophe that could affect your family's reputation for generations. Take mourning dress, for example. Victorian society had developed mourning into a complex ritual that lasted for years and involved costume changes more elaborate than a Broadway production. Full mourning required completely black clothing with no ornamentation for the first year. Then came half mourning, which allowed for touches of white, grey or purple. The gradations were so specific that there were etiquette books devoted entirely to appropriate mourning attire. The fabric choices alone were a science. Certain materials were appropriate for certain seasons, social classes and life stages. Silk was appropriate for formal occasions, cotton for everyday wear, wool for winter, and linen for summer. But not just any type of silk, cotton, wool, or linen. There were dozens of varieties of each, and choosing the wrong type could broadcast ignorance of social codes more effectively than wearing a sign. Colour symbolism reached levels of complexity that would have challenged medieval scholars. White symbolises purity and youth, but this symbolism is limited to unmarried women, specific fabrics, and specific seasons. Black signifies respectability and authority, yet its significance varies based on factors such as age, marital status, and the particular shade of black. Purple was mourning, but also royalty. but also dangerous if worn by the wrong person at the wrong time. The trimming and decoration systems were equally elaborate. Ribbons, lace, embroidery, buttons and bows weren't just decorative elements. They were parts of a complex communication system. The amount of ornamentation appropriate for your age, social status, and the occasion required calculations more complex than filing tax returns. Even undergarments were part of this social communication system. The right corset, chemise, drawers, and petticoats weren't just about creating the proper silhouette. They were about demonstrating that you understood and could afford to participate in the full complexity of Victorian fashion culture. The economic implications were staggering. A proper Victorian lady's wardrobe required a fortune not just to acquire but to maintain. The cleaning, pressing, mending and updating needed to keep pace with fashion changes meant that clothing consumed a significant portion of middle and upper-class household budgets. Dressmakers became crucial figures in Victorian society, not just as craftspeople, but as cultural interpreters. A competent dressmaker didn't just sew, she guided her clients through the complex social codes embedded in fashion choices. She was part counsellor, part artist, part social strategist, and part structural engineer. The seasonal transitions were particularly complex. Spring cleaning wasn't just about houses, it was about wardrobes. Summer and winter wardrobes were stored separately, with elaborate systems for preservation, moth prevention, and maintaining the shapes of complex garments during storage. Fashion magazines became essential reading, not for inspiration but for survival. They provided the constantly updated information necessary to navigate the changing rules of appropriate dress. Reading Godey's Lady's Book or Peterson's magazine wasn't leisure. It was continuing education in the science of social acceptability. The really remarkable thing is how Victorian women managed to internalise all these rules while making their complex fashion choices appear effortless and natural. Behind every graceful Victorian lady gliding through a social gathering was someone who had mastered a system of cultural communication more complex than most modern professional training programs. By the 1890s, something crazy was happening in the world of Victorian fashion. People were beginning to realise that clothing should allow for basic human functions like breathing, sitting, and moving one's arms. Although it took several decades for this revolutionary concept to gain traction, women's freedom to move was a significant catalyst for change. The dress reform movement had been percolating throughout the Victorian era, led by brave souls who dared to suggest that perhaps women's clothing shouldn't require engineering degrees to operate. These fashion rebels proposed radical ideas like skirts that didn't require their own zip codes and sleeves that acknowledged the existence of human arms. Dr. Gustav Jaeger introduced the world to woolen undergarments that prioritised health over silhouette manipulation. The rational dress movement promoted clothing that allowed for actual physical activity. As casual clothing that valued comfort over structural soundness, tea gowns gained popularity. It was like watching civilization slowly remember that humans had bodies underneath all that architectural clothing. The bicycle craze of the 1890s delivered a particularly effective blow to impractical fashion. You simply cannot ride a bicycle while wearing a bustle, and Victorian women were not about to give up this exciting new form of transportation just to maintain their rear projections. Cycling costumes featured a revolutionary concept, divided skirts that allowed women to actually move their legs independently. Sports in general began to influence fashion in ways that prioritised function over form. Tennis required clothing that allowed arm movement. Golf needed skirts that didn't interfere with swing mechanics. Even croquet, that most Victorian of games, worked better when players could actually see their feet and move without strategic planning. The influence of artistic movements cannot be understated. The aesthetic movement promoted artistic dress that prioritised beauty and comfort over rigid social signalling. Pre-Raphaelite artists painted women in flowing gowns that actually followed the lines of the human body, rather than imposing geometric shapes upon it. It was as if artists were reminding society what people actually looked like under all that structural engineering. World War I would ultimately bring an end to the excesses of Victorian fashion, but by 1900 the seeds of change had already begun to emerge. Women were entering the workforce in increasing numbers, pursuing higher education, and engaging in social causes that required practical clothing. You can't effectively advocate for social change while wearing a garment that requires two people and a manual to put on. The corset began its long, slow retreat from maximum tightness. The S-curve silhouette of the early 1900s, while still involving serious foundation garments, allowed for a somewhat more natural waist placement. Skirts began to narrow, sleeves returned to more reasonable proportions, and hats stopped requiring their own postal codes. Fashion magazines began featuring articles about healthful dress and rational clothing choices. Doctors, who had warned for decades about the dangers of tight lacing, were finally receiving attention. Social pressure for impossible silhouettes was beginning to give way to the medical establishment's concerns about corset liver and compressed organs. Perhaps most importantly, women themselves were beginning to question why their clothing should be more complex than their educations. The new woman of the 1890s and early 1900s wanted clothing that matched her expanded role in society. Practical enough for work, comfortable enough for an active lifestyle, and sensible enough to allow for the full range of human activities. The transition wasn't immediate or complete. Many Victorian fashion elements persisted well into the 20th century, and some never entirely disappeared. But by 1910, the era of truly extreme fashion construction was winding down. Women were beginning to dress like human beings rather than walking demonstrations of their family's economic status and their tolerance for physical discomfort. Looking back at Victorian fashion from our comfortable modern perspective, it's easy to laugh at the absurdity of it all, but there's something admirable about the sheer human adaptability it represented. Victorian women took clothing that seems impossible to live in and somehow built entire lives around it. They developed skills, techniques, and social systems that allowed them to function despite wearing architectural elements. The Victorian fashion era teaches us something important about human nature. We can adapt to almost anything, but that doesn't mean we should have to. Admitting that something widely accepted is actually ridiculous and needs change can often be the most revolutionary act. As you settle in for a comfortable night's sleep in your practical, breathable pyjamas, spare a thought for those Victorian women who managed to build rich, complex lives while wearing clothing that defied both physics and common sense. They may not have been comfortable, but they were certainly never boring, and with that, we conclude one of history's most intricate attempts to overly complicate daily life through fashion. Sweet dreams, and be grateful for elastic waistbands.